Hi, everybody. Wave 3 News Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harned. We're here with our entire team. We're going to keep you safe overnight tonight. We have no warnings in the viewing area at this point, but we're sort of just wanting to say, hey, come on in, hang with us tonight. We're going to get you through the storms that are moving through. We do have thunderstorms that are passing by. You see Ryan and Brian on standby. Tawana's coming in just a bit. She'll be out in the Wave 3 News Storm Tracker. It's already on the roads, in fact. We had a report of a lightning strike to a home. It went there, couldn't find anything. Police, fire, they had all left the scene. That was over in J-Town. That's come and gone. The Wave 3 News Storm Tracker is out on the roads. The roads are wet because of the rain that you see pushing through the area with thunderstorms that continue. We have wet roads, and that's about it for now, but we're not finished. In fact, we haven't even really started with the storms that will be moving through. We're going to sort of ping pong around to the entire team here coming up in just a second, because as I take a wider view, you can see the thunderstorms and the warnings, both severe thunderstorm to our north and tornado warnings out to our west. This is the real deal. It's an outbreak. It's been going on all evening. And as I zoom the radar out, I want to point out that while we have no warnings here, they're knocking on our door. And we've seen these storms push across parts of northeast Arkansas, western parts of Tennessee, West Kentucky, and now they're making their way closer to central Kentucky. These storms have produced and are still producing tornadoes that are on the ground. We've had damage, major damage in some of these areas across the entire region. Once again, no warnings right now, but as we take a closer view, the thunderstorm warnings that sit just to the north of us include Greene, Martin, Monroe, and Owen counties of Indiana. Again, radar indicated the threat's considerable. Strong winds with all of these storms that are pushing through the area tonight. And again, the tornado warning sitting just across parts of Ohio County for us. That will continue to move closer to parts of Breckenridge and Grayson counties within the next half hour. These storms are moving fast, generally at about 45 to 55 miles per hour. So let's just sort of give you a recap of what has happened tonight. Ryan Hoke's been here since noon today. Brian Good was here very early and then a little bit of sleep and back in here. And we're all here for the overnight hours tonight. Again, for the next 5, 6, 7 hours, we're just going to sort of digest the data with you so you can see what's happening. So there's no reason to turn away. We'll be here if you take a nap and wake back up. Set the alarm if the storms approach and your phones wake you up or the weather radio wakes you up. Just turn us on. We're going to be here to keep you updated. Again, Brian Good, let's swing over. The closest threat to us would be the tornado warnings that we're watching back down across Ohio and Edmonson counties.
Yeah, that's one that's been on the ground, of course, for a while that we've been tracking. That has been a long-lasting one, tracking to the northeast. It's also a good sign there that it is, of course, likely going to be able to at least take advantage of the environment. Now, what we normally would say is, okay, wait a minute, we have thunderstorms into Meade County and Hardin County into Beloit and even here in Louisville. Will that disrupt it? And this kind of scenario, there looks to be just enough of a gap here. It likely will keep on going on northeast track. And some of the most high-res data we've been looking at today has been hinting, in fact, that would indeed be the case, that this type of setup there would feature one that would keep going for a longer time across areas of, say, very close to the Ohio River. What you're looking at here is the rotation markers we can track, and they don't last very long. They only last with the actual storm itself. We saw we had that one storm that started to rotate as it got close to Louisville, and of course that led to the warning getting issued as it got closer into the metro area on the southern side there. And this is the one that really stands out, but notice the motion here to the north and east, so just north of Butler County. And then if we see how this plays out for Breckenridge and into portions there of Meade as we head to the next, I would say, 1 hour, especially. These things are moving pretty fast here. That's going to be obviously the saving grace is they're moving fast, but at the same time, they can also produce a tremendous amount of wind. What we're really going to really struggle with a bit here tonight as far as information is we don't have really high population areas in this particular zone, Kevin. So storm reports are a bit tougher to get in that area of Kentucky, Breckenridge County, Meade County, southern areas of Crawford, and into Harrison County. So we have to rely not only on the radar data, but our emergency managers. They do a great job, but usually we don't get notified of anything as far as damage until 911 calls are made, or wherever the case may be. So sometimes those reports are delayed. So that's the reason why in Louisville, even if we see a change in the warning status as that cell moves northeast, just be alert that if we get information suddenly about what has happened to our southwest, that could still affect us even here in the Louisville metro. We see this quite often. Let's hope that it ends up falling apart. But just kind of give you an idea of our process, if you will, of how we're going to get through this over the next hour especially.
Yeah, and when you look at some of the storms that are on the radar, some of them have been on there all night long. I mean, this one supercell that we've been tracking back out to our west. Brian, make sure I'm in play mode, will you? As we take a closer look at that storm back out across the central part of Kentucky, that's where we've had this storm on the ground all the way through the overnight hours. So it started in parts of Arkansas near Jonesboro, continues to make its way closer to us. Let me zoom back out. This is the video. Again, apartment complex here. We saw this at 11 o'clock. And Ryan, I want to bring you in because you've been keeping an eye on the damage that's been falling across parts of Arkansas, western Kentucky. I was just sent a picture from the courthouse in Mayfield, Kentucky. Again, this may not translate very well on TV, but I'm going to try. Yeah, tough to see, but that's the courthouse that has been pretty much demolished in Mayfield, Kentucky. So back out to the western parts of Kentucky. That's not the only damage we've had. Ryan, when we were talking just before the 11 o'clock show, we have had 2 fatalities in parts of Arkansas.
Yeah, Monette, Arkansas is what we're talking about there. If we can take Max 3 full, I know that might be a tall order here, but we'll get to it when you can. We'll
Matanzas,
all
Centertown,
of the tornado reports that you see at this point. Northeast Arkansas there, Monette, is where we saw that tornado rip through a mobile home community there. And that mobile home community, or not mobile home, I should say, is a nursing home. That's where 5 people were injured, 2 are dead from that tornado, and that's one of just very many tornadoes that we've had overnight tonight so far. This is a real live tornado outbreak in the middle of December, affecting parts of the Mississippi River Valley and now into the lower Ohio Valley. Our concern continues to elevate overnight. And Kevin, what just hit my phone here was a notification for folks to watch the severe weather live stream that we're putting on here all night long on the Wave 3 News weather app, the Wave 3 News app, Facebook Live, and of course our streaming channels, our TV apps, if you will.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere tonight. We'll be here to keep you updated as we roll throughout the next several hours. Folks will be waking up. This doesn't guarantee severe weather in your backyard, doesn't guarantee we're going to have tornadoes even in the viewing area. But what it does guarantee is that we want to make sure in this season where people are coming home from holiday parties, they're looking to an overnight in the middle of December, and they think, man, there's no chance of severe weather like that. That never happens. It's rare. It does happen on occasion, hasn't happened in a while, but the fact is because of its rarity, we want to make sure we have a place for you to turn to, and that's going to be right here. So let me just zoom out. I'm going to go back to our camera view. We're going to take it home here. As we go back to the home view, you're going to notice we do have now we have the tornado warning, and this is coming out for Breckinridge County. So here we go. Right on time. Boy, we couldn't have pegged this any closer. This is now a tornado warning for Breckinridge, Grayson, and Hancock counties. It includes Hardinsburg, Irvington, and Patesville. This is an observed tornado. It's on the ground. Okay, this is the same tornado that we've been tracking from Arkansas. Took down the nursing home. It's the same tornado that went through Mayfield that ripped the roof off of and did considerable damage to the, and you're looking at the nursing home. And this is over in northeast Arkansas. Emergency crews are on the scene. Notice the roof completely peeled off. This is a serious situation that is devastating. So back to the radar we go. And I'll point out that this is the same storm that's moving through. Again, the source, it's observed. It's not radar indicated. Obviously, we can see it on the radar, but the reason the warning is out is because it's been noted. The threat is considerable. Affected by this, over 7,000 people within just Breckinridge County alone. All right, now I'm going to go back to the wider view. Again, Breckinridge County, you have time. This is the time to prepare. You've got to get to the lowest level, away from windows. Now's a great time to take those tornado precautions. Breckinridge County, you need to be in your tornado safe place. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to go to the radar, take the lightning off so we can see the storm a little better. And as we zoom back in to that whole complex of storms to the south, what you're going to notice will be the intense velocity in this storm. I'm going to zoom in pretty tight. Again, this part of the storm is outside of the viewing area. This is in McLean and Muhlenberg County. As we take our tools and look at the velocity, we can do that a number of ways. I'm going to do it with the scope. You're going to see the very sharp I mean, just north of Central City, Sacramento, Kentucky. This is where we're talking about. This is right along US 431. That's the intersection. This is where we have the tornado that's on the ground. Moving north of Central City, follow my hand, it's going to approach Beta. This is about the third or fourth storm you had to deal with tonight. This storm is a monster. It has produced and is producing a tornado. It is moving off to the northeast. This storm is moving at about 55 miles an hour. So as fast as you'd be driving down the highway, this storm is moving that fast. We see that the gate-to-gate shear, the rotation in this is incredible, and it continues to move off to the north and east. Again, this tornado warning, where the tornado actually is now, is in Ohio County, very close to the viewing area. Will continue to move into and through Ohio County, and then eventually into parts of Breckinridge County. I'm going to pan this over so you can see the Breckinridge County warning. Again, bear with me as we jog the radar. Plenty of lead time. The Weather Service is, again, being proactive, putting the warnings out, saying, hey, wake up if you're in Breckinridge County. This storm is on the ground, doing damage, has been for hours. Let's go over to Brian Good.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. You're right. It has been on the ground for hours, and we are able to track certainly the pathway of this is because we're issuing this warning a little bit downstream. Now, I want you to notice here as we go over to graphics 2, we'll be able to see where that warning is. In fact, now what I'm going to do is actually remove on Max 2, take off the lightning aspect of this, and we're going to look just at just the rotation alone, and that's right around portions there as you get to Sandy to about Stroud itself, Central City. I mean, that's a very popular spot. So is Centraltown, and head toward Beaver Dam, Kentucky. But that rotation is very much wrapped up. That rotation is in a very tightly bound fashion. Let me try to get what we call a better idea of what we call the gate-to-gate type of scenario here with this as we get closer to it. And as we look at that, we're getting, gate-to-gate of 132 miles per hour right now, at least showing up. I'll keep sampling the area, Kevin, but there's no doubt that this thing, if it's not on the ground, it is certainly at least rotating not far from it at the moment.
Yeah, and the fact is, I mean, we've seen it on the ground. We've seen the damage. We have to just assume that it is just scraping the ground as it moves through. In fact, we'll continue to check with law enforcement down across Ohio County and Muhlenberg County, where we've seen the latest reflectivity and the latest velocity coming in. And as this storm moves into Breckinridge County, again, you've got to be in your tornado safe place. Just the history of this storm alone says that it is capable of producing some massive damage. If you're just joining us on Wave 3, the television, we have been on our digital platforms. That's Roku, Fire Stick, Facebook, all of our apps. We're going to be on all night. I don't suspect we're going to go anywhere even at this point, but as we roll through the night, I think we're going to have a number of warnings that come out. This happens to be the first. It has the potential to be the worst, to be honest, because it has been on the ground for just hours and hours. It did that damage out across northeast Arkansas, western Kentucky. Now it's moving across Ohio County and will soon be approaching Breckinridge County. Right now, the tornado sirens are going off across Breckinridge County. The weather is not all that bad just now, but you don't have a whole lot of time. Why? This storm's moving at 55 miles per hour. As that storm moves into Breckinridge County, it's going to pack a punch with strong winds. The potential for that tornado that has been observed, considerable threats persist with all of these storms that move through. But again, that is one we're watching. I'm going to move the camera back up so we can take a closer view of that reflectivity and then inside the storm. And you can see they're sort of trimming the back edge of that tornado warning. That's a good position for it. And then we'll track it as it gets across the county line. Again, Breckinridge County, Ohio County. So let's go back inside the storm. We'll take a look as we just zoom in just a bit more, because I want you to be able to see that strong shear that we see, the velocity, the wind inside that storm. And I'm just going to move it out of the way so it doesn't trigger that severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is far more imminent. So there we go. And we should see that rotation right there. So we go back to our tools. We grab the velocity scope, and I'm just going to pop that on right here. And you're going to see just the intense velocity that we have going on. Boom. You can't miss it. This is where it is, near Smallhouse, just right along 431. It was crossing that. It's just past it. You can see near Livermore. Not far from Beaver Dam. It's going to move very close. It should move just north of Beaver Dam for folks that know that area. And again, approaching Beaver Dam to Beta, right along I-165. Then it takes its aim toward Fordsville and then pushes across the county line into Breckenridge County. Again, this is so serious because of what has unfolded tonight. I'm going to show you a regional radar view. This is one cluster of storms that's moving through. This has the potential, obviously, to produce tornadoes. We'll have another line that's behind it. So there will be a lull and then another line that will be capable, once again, of producing severe weather, possibly severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings along that secondary line. There could even be a third line developed, but by that point, we should have exhausted the atmosphere. But nonetheless, these first two moving through pose a real threat to all of us overnight tonight. Right now, the main threat is across just outside of the viewing area, but preliminarily warned is Breckenridge County. Let's go over to Brian Good, who's looking at some of the heights on this storm. Brian, rare scenario here for, December to see an event like this here in the Ohio Valley at this time of night.
Yeah, we don't see it very often, and even these type of setups in, say, March or even April would get our attention, but let alone a couple of weeks there before Christmas. You're looking at the storm sideways here, and I'm focused on the lowest at about really 5,000 feet or so of the storm itself, and what we're looking at is where you see those greens that are showing up, the brighter greens with a very bright pink, if you will, kind of correlating where there is that rotation being found right there. And again, that's just north of the center town area. Anytime we see those two just lined up like that, that's basically the same as, well, let me just hold this pencil or pen to my hand. Basically, you got wind blowing toward the storm that we're able to track from the radar beam, and we got wind blowing away. We measure that by using green for blowing toward the radar and red from away. And if you were to take that pen and you put it real close together, and then when you get those colors right up on each other, you see what happens to the pen. It begins to spin, and that's the type of tool that we have with the radar, which is really great because, again, it's the darkest of night. We don't have spotters in the ground, so we use that tool to try to determine how close they are. And these two ideas here are very, very close, and that's something we'll be watching carefully as we continue to see that rotation evolve. And Kevin, it's worth mentioning, we should get better data on this too as it gets closer to the radar, which is located at Fort Knox. So that's going to help put that in a little more perspective as it gets a little more into Breckenridge County.
Yeah, and while we do have some spotters out there, you bring up a good point. It is not a safe time to chase storms. We want no one to go out and try to risk chasing at night unless you're a trained spotter or even a meteorologist. So please don't worry about going out and getting the visual on it. Trust us when we say we've been tracking it all night. We've seen the damage. If it's not good enough to see what's happening by radar and by what we know here, take a look at some of these images that have been coming in throughout the night. Across northeast Arkansas, western Kentucky, demolished homes, businesses completely with their roofs peeled off. 2 people dead from this complex, a nursing home facility across northeast Arkansas, not far from Jonesboro. So you're looking at the mass response to make sure that the rest, these numbers are only going to go up because of what you see. So that's what we're dealing with. This is an apartment complex where they had a visual on the storm. Plenty of lightning. Not very much hail with these storms, but there has been a tremendous amount of wind. And if you look at the lightning flashes, that's one of the few ways we can really see if there is even a funnel that's touching the ground. Sometimes it's illuminated by lightning. What we have going on here is no warnings for Louisville. We have rain falling. In southern Indiana, we now have a tornado warning across Davis, Greene, Knox, and Sullivan counties. Again, just outside of the viewing area, just across the state line from Illinois into Indiana. That should stay to our north. What won't stay to our north is the warning that we have across our viewing area, and that's down into Hardinsburg. So I'm going to zoom back in. Again, it's just a constant check and recheck of the data as the radar scan goes around. It's valuable information that comes back to us every time that thing scans around. Because here's what's happening. When we look at the radar, we can see a number of things. This shows us the reflectivity. What's sort of bouncing back to the radar? How much rain there is? Is there hail? Is it hitting something hard and bouncing back? Is it hitting heavy rain and bouncing back? Shades the darker colors. What we want to really know this time of night is, what about the wind? And we do that by looking as I stop the radar, which was stopped anyway. So let me go back to the tools, the velocity scope we go. And as I look inside this storm, we're looking for that red and green together. Remember Brian was pointing out. You get it together. The greens are going toward the radar, the reds away. That's where we have that couplet. It's moving right toward Beta, right along I-165, just north of Prentice, just north of the Western Kentucky Parkway, just past Central City. It's going to cross over as it continues moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour in a very favorable zone still to keep its rotation going. So this is sort of leading the pack, if you will. And that storm will continue moving. That's the tornado warning. That's where the tornado is right now. Where it will go is into Breckinridge County. And we have the tornado warning for Breckinridge, extreme northern and western parts of Grayson County. And there you see the sort of being re-upped there, and it just continues is what that means. So the tornado warning continues for Breckinridge, Grayson, and Hancock counties. It includes Hardinsburg. Again, it's still observed, still capable of a considerable threat. So you've got to take complete care and understanding in getting to the safe place. If you have friends or family in Breckinridge County, good time to wake them up. Let them know what's coming their way. Have them turn the television on. If they lose power, at least you told them where to go first. Ryan?
Just got off the phone with the Ohio County Sheriff Dispatch, and they say at this time they don't have any additional damage reports to pass along. I was just looking at the debris signature there, Kevin, and it is re-deepened in the last scan there. That's Max 3 that you see on your screen there. That blue dot right in the middle has re-intensified over the town of Beta. This is just north and west of Beaver Dam again. This is in Ohio County, moving toward our counties, Kev.
All right, so again, it's an observed tornado. This is something that's extremely important. And in fact, can you punch up 3 behind me, Ben? If not, that's okay. We can. Well, in fact, don't worry about it. I can do it here. So let me just go back to the debris. And I want to explain what Ryan was mentioning while I can point to it. The radar can also show us, in a way, obviously I've got the lightning on here, but this little blue dot, see all the colors that are surrounding it? And that one sort of stands out. That's an anomaly. That means something there that shouldn't be. And oftentimes it is debris. That's an indicator that that storm, that tornado, is on the ground. So we don't always have to have a pair of eyes on it. If you can see the debris from the radar, which that's apparent, just north of Hartford, it's going to cross over 231. Just outside of our viewing area. This storm has been on the ground. It's produced tornadoes. It's produced damage. It's killed people. It's on the way. It's going to move across Ohio County, and it's going to move right into the far western side of Breckinridge County. Now, whether it maintains its intensity, you know, it sort of throttles up and down. That's the way these work. It's been throttled up more than not, and it certainly deserves attention. And I'm going to go back to the radar view here. That's what it looks like in terms of reflectivity, some very heavy rain. And by looking at that, you can't pick out a whole lot. But when you go into the debris field or you go into the velocity, and I'm just going to pop full velocity on here, you can see where we have that rotation. So by the rotation we have it, by the debris field it looks like we have, that would be indicative of a tornado on the ground. Sunnydale is next in line. That's a place that you don't have much time if you're there. Let's go over to Brian. Brian?
All right. Thanks, Kevin. A quick update here on this particular cell again, and we're watching not only just the different signatures we can get from radar data, especially when it comes to larger objects, especially metal, begins to show up in those debris-filled signatures there. This is looking at the wind fields, still seeing it located north of Beaver Dam. Now, let me add on the warning, because again, these warnings like this, we don't see this too often on tornado warnings, but they do extend out pretty far, all the way into the eastern side there of Breckinridge County. For that reason, it's moving at 65 miles per hour. So some towns again in path here: Axtell, Hardinsburg, certainly Fordsville, even Yemen, beyond guard, because you're right close there on the southern side of where that circulation is. I was looking at some of the data we've been trending here. We were able to at least look at some of the modeling when it tries to pick out some of these supercells, and this is a model run from a little earlier that picked up on that supercell forming. It takes it right into Breckinridge County, at least the northern part of it, and notice what it it tries to do. It tries to fade it out once it gets closer to the metro. It's not a guarantee that's going to happen, but I like that signal, and I hope that's the true reality we get here. But it is remarkable how well the modeling did on picking out the idea that that cell is moving in that direction to the northeast. So we're very confident that this is going to hold together at least into the Breckenridge County area.
And when you think about that modeling, I mean, that was way back this morning. I mean, for something to even see that would be potential, that's incredible.
Yeah, and we're going to be analyzing that over and over because it's got more updates to come throughout the overnight. So if we see other signatures like that, we'll let you know. But certainly the first round here anyway, we hope it's the last, but we know that no better than say that at this point. But this round in particular, this is the main supercell that looks like it has a good chance to go through at least Breckenridge County, and let's hope it fades after that.
Yeah, certainly pulsing back up. It is definitely in an intensifying stage now. We can see that looking at the reflectivity. We can see that looking at the velocity, which is on here. So this storm, again, remember we said the throttle up and down. It sort of goes through its cycle, and then it might weaken a little bit, but then, boom, it catches a nice wind field and it strengthens back up. And that's what we're seeing with this storm. Look how fast it's moving. I told you, Sunnydale did not have much time. It's on your doorstep. It's there. Now, again, this is just outside of our viewing area, but what is not, we'll go back to the radar view here, and then I'll go back to our home view. Let me put the scope on so I can use that in a second, and then back to the home view. But and what I want to point out is that while the storm is still several miles just to the west of the viewing area, as Brian mentioned, it's moving so fast, 55 to 60 miles an hour. It's not going to take it long to move into Breckenridge County, and that's why you have to have a plan. You have to be in your tornado safe place. You have to know that we anticipated a wild night tonight. It's why we're all here. It's why we've had staggered schedules all day long to make sure we were here when this happened so we could be here for you. And again, whether this weakens or not as it moves closer to the Louisville area, that's just one storm. We have a lot of storms back out to the west. These storms to our north have the ability to intensify. So while this is the one we're watching and it's getting most of our attention now, trust me when I say we're looking at all of these storms that have the potential to rotate across southern Indiana as well as those back across western Kentucky into Illinois and back down into even parts of Arkansas. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
Okay, we are tracking right now Du Bois County. We've had a carport that's been flipped over onto a telephone pole, and what I've got pulled up there is the wind velocities moving into southwest Orange County. This is not under a warning at this point, but I want you folks to know we're keeping an eye on this storm in southern Indiana as well. We've got 3 meteorologists in here right now tracking all the storms going on across wave country. So I just wanted to let you know that those damaging winds are trying to move into the southwest part of parts of Orange County at the moment.
You know, Ryan, good point there, too, is that not all these storms are going to be tornadic. We have the ability to produce straight line winds. There's no warning with the Du Bois County storm, but the Weather Service, they're keeping an eye on the reports that we have, and we're sending them to the Weather Service. So the point is, I wouldn't be surprised, and I was saying this just before we went to Ryan, for additional warnings to start coming out along this line, too. We're going to start to see the winds pick up. That low-level jet just above the surface of the earth is really starting to ramp up. And as that happens and we tap into some of those strong winds aloft with thunderstorms and that heavy rain that brings it down, we're going to see some powerful winds hit the surface of the earth. And as that happens, we're going to see some wind damage. In fact, there's probably a greater chance for just straight-line wind damage than there would be with just tornadoes themselves. So we'll have to watch not only all of this that we see on the radar, but all of this that we see back out to our west as well. So we've got really two distinct and defined lines of storms that will be moving through. Here in Louisville, there are no warnings at this point. That's likely to change. Again, in the city, we're seeing the rain. We've got the tornado warnings back out to our west, and of course the one down in Hardinsburg. Let me just grab the tools. We'll go back to our velocity scope, and then I'm going to go to the camera, and we'll pan down. We've got the velocity on already, and let me just zoom in. So we'll zoom back into Breckenridge County. The storm is getting closer to you. We've been on for a while talking about this tornado warning for Breckenridge County. Well, the fact is the storm's just now pushing across the county line, and the strongest of the storm is still to your west. That said, it's moving fast, and the whole point was to give you enough time to react, to wake up, to get in your tornado safe place. It's where you should be. You can see, not too far from Beta, Bell's Run. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, center this up. This is where we have the rotation. You see sort of the polygon being redrawn. And at this point, it's just for Ohio County. Now, don't get me wrong, that's the one that was just redrawn. You can see that Breckinridge County remains under the tornado warning. So back to the tool. Ryan, your mic is on. Let me go back to the velocity scope. And Ryan's on the phone with some of the dispatch centers across the area, so we'll be getting a report from that. Let me go back to the velocity scope. And there we go. I'm just going to turn on the full velocity. And again, there it is, sort of pulsed back up just off to the east of I-165. This will be moving across Ohio County and near Van Zant. We should see the cross of that storm. Brian, again, is looking inside the storm. Brian, let's get a diagnosis from you.
Yeah, first up, Ryan, you have...
Yeah, I've got some information in here from the Ohio County Sheriff's Dispatch. They say that some power lines are down right now. They don't have anything further than that at this point. We would expect a lot more out of them once we get a little bit more damage reports into that dispatch center and through to us here.
All right, good point again to make sure you get everything charged up
exactly
before the power goes out. All right, and it happens that you do lose power. We're streaming right now, so you have a way to get the information. All right, let's talk about some times, because again, this is the core kind of branched out into Breckinridge County. Counting down here, if the speed holds at 65 miles per hour, it'd be right around the Yemen area in about 9 minutes. Van Zant around 11 minutes from now as we head towards Short Creek, about 14 minutes, and Indian Valley about 16 minutes will be next. Just again, a big reminder here where to go. Hopefully you have an option here to get into a basement if that's the case. Some of you do not have that, especially when it comes to flooding here in the Ohio Valley. I totally understand that. But even if you can get into just an interior room, and a bathroom is a great place. I don't know how many times I've seen photos after storm damage, and the bathroom is pretty much the only room that is left standing just because of all the pipes in that room that keep those walls intact. Just grab your family, the dog and the cat, hamster, whatever you need, and get in there and grab some blankets and get into that bathtub and just kind of wait it out until the storm has passed. All right, looking at the big board right now, Kevin, this is still the main warning. We're watching into wave country. We've got 31 minutes left on it for portions of really now focusing on Breckinridge County.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Breckinridge, Grayson, you remain under the tornado warning. The latest word coming out from the National Weather Service is this is a large and confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It's extremely dangerous. It's located about 9 miles just to the northeast of Hartford, and you can see that it's moving northeast at a very rapid pace, 60 miles an hour. So you don't have a lot of time once you get close to the storm. It's why the warning goes so far out. It goes across the entire county of Breckinridge County, from Hardinsburg down to McCoy, close to Short Creek. So if you're familiar with Rough River Lake area down in Grayson County, you just go back up into Breckinridge County and boom, that's where you'll find it. Pushing through Van Zant, McCoy, Hardinsburg, Rosetta. That's the area of concern. At this point, we have Ohio County with about 3,500 the K Energy folks without power. So we have power outages. Ryan was talking to the Sheriff's Department there and all of our emergency contacts that we have. And you're going to notice more and more power will be reported out. It's another thing about having storms late at night. We don't always get the reports as rapidly as we would during the daytime. So many things are closed. So many people are asleep. Reporting becomes a lot more scarce. And that's another danger with storms like this, because we could have a tornado on the ground and we may not know it for a while, other than looking at the radar. This one's a little different because we've had spotters that have seen this tornado. You're also going to notice that we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that surround us back out to the west. Those will have the ability to produce some very strong winds, too. So even if tonight, as the night unfolds, if you get put under a severe thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning, you're going to have to put the same plan into action, because the wind speeds are the crazy part of the whole thing. We tap into those very powerful winds just above the clouds. We're talking about major winds coming right down to the surface. And regardless if they're straight line winds or tornadic winds with rotation, they're going to cause some major damage, and they're going to cause some power outages. Make sure you have your devices charged. Not everybody's going to need them, but there will be places that certainly experience some of the issues that we've had. Once again, that tornado warning continues. I'll just put on the velocity once again so you can see where the rotation is now. It should be just across parts. There it is. So it's moving fast. Van Zant, just minutes away. I'd say within the next 5-10 minutes, it's going to be crossing over the county line into Breckinridge County. So we don't have a lot more time. This storm has had a history of producing some major damage. So that's, again, it's sort of good and bad, right? Like, we know that it's producing damage, So you've got to take it seriously. Sometimes we look at the reflectivity, the velocity, and we say, boy, it's radar indicated. Not today. It's observed. This one is on the ground. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. Let the storm pass. There will be others that move through. Find a way to get the warnings. Keep it tuned to Wave 3. We're going to be here. All right, so that's where we're tracking the storm. It's just about into the viewing area, and that's what we have. We have a number of ways that we're getting information tonight. We have from our newsroom that's making phone calls, Ryan's making calls, checking all of our social streams. We're working hand in hand with the National Weather Service. And let's go over to Brian Good for some of the latest on that. I see, what's the deal with the trailers? I see something come out. Mobile homes? Was this, or is it a spotter, train spotter?
It looks like, yeah, train spotter reporting there some of the wind fields on that. And
like 62 miles an hour, I see.
62, yeah, that's going to be back there and closer to the I-55 area, it looks like,
okay,
when I can gather on that. What I'm going to show you guys, a couple of things. First off, I've got the lightning turned on so you can see the concentration of lightning right in the core of that supercell. That tells us how intense they are. When we see that lightning count begin to drop, that's a good sign. That tells us everything's weakening. But what you see in that red shade, that is all the fuel that this bad boy, if you will, can have to steal. And supercells, especially like this, like to be stingy. They want to steal all they can. So the flow trying to be pulled in here is from a lot of fuel that's sitting across the rest of Grayson County down into Warren County and Butler County. But there are cells trying to fill that gap in and steal it. And if that continues to build, that may try to disrupt the cell. And that may be the reason why the modeling did not show it going much further than, say, northeast areas of Breckenridge County, because it's betting on the idea that there will be some activity forming here across areas of Grayson County all the way into, again, Butler County, Hart County, perhaps even southern Hardin. Now, the downside to that is that these cells, you know, they're babies now, they're new development. They can easily grow and upscale and become severe, so we need to watch those as well. But at least in the next, I would say, 30 to 45 minutes, perhaps here, this can kind of shake things up with that powerful cell there and at least get that rotation to calm down a bit as it moves much more now into Breckenridge County. So several things we're watching here, Kevin, trying to analyze what's happening here. We're not leaving you guys alone in Louisville and Indiana. We're watching the wind fields carefully there, especially in southern Indiana, as they are a little interesting at times, but nothing right now too alarming, but we'll need to watch it carefully.
Yeah, and you know, that is another thing. As those develop to our south, there's nothing to steal the energy from those. So there's no reason that those will not continue to develop and to expand, which is going to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of like everyone wants to be on top of this scenario here when the cells move through. So they all want to win, basically. So this one has competition to it, and we'll see what happens. But we don't want these new ones to certainly get even stronger. But for those of you in LaRue County, Hart, and even Grayson County, this time southern and eastern Grayson County, just be weather aware. And we'll just watch how this trends carefully over the next 1 to 2 hours especially.
We've got a new tornado warning coming out for the Owensboro area. This is Davies, as well as Henderson, McLean, and Spencer counties of Indiana. That includes the Santa Claus, Indiana area. So this storm is going to move across Owensboro. Again, that will be next in line for us as we look to Perry County and then eventually into parts of Harrison County, Crawford County, perhaps. So something we're watching. Obviously, the one that has our greatest attention is the tornado that is confirmed that will continue to be moving to the east. Again, the Owensboro storm is radar indicated, the one that we've been watching throughout the night, the one that's to our south. And I'll just move this down just a little bit. To our camera tools we go. Let me just pan this over. It'll switch that warning for us as we move this, and you'll see the Hardinsburg area remaining under that tornado warning. Again, confirmed and observed, and it's just now approaching that county border from Ohio County right into Breckenridge County. So as Brian pointed out, while this one has our attention because we know the history of it and we can see what it's doing, that's the beautiful part about our team. We're constantly analyzing the data of other places, making phone calls, aggregating the data, making an accurate forecast to move forward, and delivering it all in one swoop here. So you're sort of seeing real time the way we work every day, but most days aren't quite this rambunctious, thankfully. You'll see that we have a lot of tools. You see the data going on just right behind me. This is where we see the damage reports combined with the current warnings that we have. Again, you can see that track almost just by looking at the tornado damage. We're looking at the debris field to see where we may see some of that debris. And then, of course, the reflectivity and the radar always on. And we have that always in front of us. So what we're looking at, a few things. Again, I'll go back to our tools. I mentioned that debris, sort of an important tool to use, and you can still see it. Again, still indicating that we could have this tornado on the ground, just about to move right into the Van Zant area. Again, that's far western Breckinridge County. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. We've been saying it time and again. You had time. Even though they're moving at 60 miles an hour to the north and east, you've had time to get in your tornado safe place. Lots of lightning still. We have not noticed a decrease in lightning across the area. Still plenty of the lightning, and that's likely to continue. On the velocity that we see, same, the rotation moving across the county line. On the reflectivity that we see, again, heavy rain, plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. There will be some flash flooding issues in places. Now, it's moving fast, and that's helping to alleviate the flooding issue. It's not helping to alleviate the wind or the rotation. And with that, we have the potential for that storm to move in, still producing the tornado that has caused so much damage already. We've mentioned it. We've shown it to you, and now it's time to get real to say, as this moves across Breckinridge County, we don't want to lose any life. We want to make sure that people stay safe. We want you to call loved ones that may be in this zone from Van Zant, south of Hardinsburg, north of McCoy. They have to be woken up. They may have gone to bed. Maybe they haven't seen the news the last couple of days. They didn't know it was an alert day. Now's the time to give them a shout and say, hey, you got to get up. If you're in a mobile home, you're in a bad spot. You've got to get out. You've got to go to the neighbors, try to get low. But whatever you do, get out of the mobile home, get into a solid structure. If it has a basement, that's great. If it doesn't, stay on the lowest level. Let's go over to Brian.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Good points there. Again, get into the lowest level. But again, those interior rooms, even a closet, is a really good idea. Ryan tried to warn guys just last night. So we were talking about how you just need to get out of a mobile home if you can for this kind of a setup here tonight. Now, you're looking at the radar's interpretation of all that rotation. You can certainly see where you got more of the purples, even a couple yellow spikes. That's when Ryan was talking about how he was seeing that debris ball that was showing up on the radar. Now, as that follows right in the middle of where that tornado warning is, as it moves into the Breckinridge County area, we're not seeing as strong of a signature, more of the lighter blues showing up, but still something we need to watch carefully as that continues to move to the northeast. I will say, Kevin, Storm Prediction Center is already highlighting that this is likely to be a significant tornado, likely that will be developing here out of Tennessee. I'm only going to mention that because right now there's not much that would shift its track at all. At least by angle, gives us much more time to track it. But certainly for those of you in the southern part of wave country, that is where we're going to be watching off to the south there.
And it just goes to the conversation we had just a few minutes ago about those southern storms sort of stealing that energy.
Yeah. The more we can get some of that going here, that would be great. But unfortunately, some of those that are trying to steal it are moving right toward us.
Yeah, and that's the bad part.
Yeah.
So it'll be a constant flux as the night goes on of where the strongest storms develop. Right now in our area, it's the southernmost storms feeding off of those strong southerly winds coming in, lots of moisture, lots of dynamics and thermal dynamics working against us with this. And that's why we have the tornado warnings down across parts of southern Breckinridge County. We also have Davies and Henderson and McLean and Spencer counties, too, under the tornado warning. That's outside of the viewing area, of course. Again, let me just allow me to show the velocity. This really tells the story. We use it so often during severe weather outbreaks, and especially when we're tracking the rotation. This is the only warning we have. If people are watching, you're like, oh my gosh, Breckinridge County again, why? I know it sounds repetitive, but it's the only warning that's out there. And the fact is, all of us are under a threat tonight. This is the only warning. Not only is it the only warning, it's observed. We've had the tornado on the ground. It's now in Breckinridge County. You can see that rotation near Rockville. This is where it's going to continue moving off to the north and east. Should stay just south of Hardinsburg, so some good news there. It tends to be the most populated area, moving across a rural area. In fact, let me just zoom in. I'm going to leave the rotation on, and as we go back, I'm going to zoom in as we click that, and I'll try to point out some of the towns. I know there's not it's a pretty sparse area. I've been there many times. So there you see Rockville, Van Zandt. There's Glendean, right along 105, just south of 261, close to the Dempster area. Moving over toward Axtell, you start to get close to that. You're near the Rough River Lake area. Again, this is where we have the rotation. This is where it would be from Rockville to Glendean, right toward this is the border of Grayson County, so Breckenridge. This is Grayson. This is going to be moving right toward 105 and 108, right where it forks off. That is the zone. It's mainly south of 261. For folks in that area, you know exactly where we're talking about. And as we move, let me just go back to our camera, and I'll pan it over. So as we move this, again, you'll see some other places sort of pop up. And there you see it. There's McQuady. That's going to continue moving. It's going to get close. I mean, McQuady is close to that. Axtell should be bound between the two. So that's a very concerning area that we see. So I see where a number of folks, if you're looking for shelters in the Breckenridge County area, remember, I mentioned the mobile homes are not safe places. Spent a lot of time over my childhood and in my adulthood down at Rough River Lake, so I know the area. I know on the lake especially there are a lot of mobile homes. It's a place that you can take shelter at the state park, so you can go there in McDaniels, and the old courthouse in Hardensburg, Irvington Baptist Church, and the Cloverport Firehouse are all places that you can go to seek shelter in a safe place. It's getting close. You don't have a lot of time, by the way, because it's pretty much knocking on your door, and it's moving at 60 miles an hour. So that's something that we have to be mindful of. You don't want to get caught trying to get to a safe place and having it move across you. The rain is heavy. It's going to slow you down, no doubt about it. Breckenridge, Grayson counties, it's observed. It's under a warning until 12 o'clock your time, 1 o'clock here in Louisville. That's another 15 minutes. Again, that's what we have going on. That is the only warning. I'm going to go back to our home view as we kick the radar back on to our camera view, and then home we go. And then we'll check in with Ryan Hoke coming up in just a minute, just to see if there are any other reports coming out, because today has been a violent day, especially with this storm that we're tracking. It certainly has caused some major problems. So let me just mention a couple of things here, and then we'll jump over to Ryan. Southern Indiana, there are no warnings at this point in the viewing area. You have heavy rain in places. Go south of the river, we have the tornado warning. Not only for Grayson and extreme northern Breckenridge, which it's already passed, but back out toward the Owensboro area. We do have the tornado warning. Again, that one is radar indicated. Those are the warnings that we have in place. The damage that we've seen has been horrendous. Ryan?
Yeah, at this point, it looks like that Ohio County is still just reporting those power lines down at this point. We're still trying to get some more damage information. We're likely going to be making some phone calls here real shortly to southern Breckenridge County here. I wanted to show you this image right here where it shows we have two distinct areas where debris may be on radar moving into Breckenridge County. The northernmost, we're not terribly confident on what that is, if that's another tornado or what's going on, but the second of those on the southern edge near Rockville, that is absolutely tornado debris on radar. You need to be in your safe place. This is along the northern edge there of Grayson County. Kevin, I'm getting ready to make some phone calls here as we are just getting this into Breckenridge County. Want to make sure our first responders and our emergency personnel have some time to go through and figure out what is going on and what is on the ground before I give them a call here in just a moment's time.
Okay, we'll be checking back with all of our partners that we work with when severe weather happens to keep you updated. It is not an easy job, to be honest with you. We count on them, and at night it makes it even harder. And in fact, in some cases, there are a lot of emergency personnel who are risking their own lives to be out in the storm at a dangerous time where it can hardly be seen, to make sure we're relaying that information back. So you're getting it in real time as we continue with nonstop severe weather coverage. We had planned yesterday and earlier today, put the final sort of nails in the plan of what we would be doing. And regardless of the warnings, we said we're going to go on at midnight and stay on, especially on all of our digital channels and streaming channels, because at night people, they're either coming home or they're waking up, and we've got to be able to make sure they know that this is what's actually happening, and this is what's happening. We've got the tornado warning for Breckenridge. Grayson is just about out of this, so no huge problem there. And we continue to track this across at least the southern half of Breckinridge County, mainly south of the Hardinsburg area. That's the only warning. The rest of us are under the tornado watch, and that's until 3 a.m. It's likely going to sort of get extended and sort of expanded as the night wears on. So the severe weather threat does not end at 3 a.m. is what I'm saying. This will continue into the early morning hours. Again, if you have a way to receive the warnings for your location, like the Wave 3 News weather app, the NOAA weather radio, then if you want to drift off and get some sleep, make sure that warning is able to get to you. When that alert goes off, turn the television on or log on to your device and we'll be there. So I just want to give you a heads up that it's going to be a long night. We're going to be tracking these storms. They're not all going to be severe. Not everybody's going to have wind damage, but we will have a few places that see some powerful storms. We've already seen it out to our west. We've had images coming in from northeast Arkansas. Roofs peeled off of a nursing facility. 2 people dead there. We had a Dollar General store that I saw that was just crushed. I mean, it was just like the wind blew down and exploded it. We had in western Kentucky in Mayfield, the courthouse that was destroyed. This is, what is this?
Edwards.
This is Edwardsville, Indiana. Or in Illinois. This is Edwardsville, Illinois. And there you see the fire truck that says it. So some type of shopping complex. You see the construction, which is very business-like, where they have those kind of aluminum plates that hold the drywall. It just peeled the whole thing off. Look, I mean, when you look at how huge that place was, I mean, those are actual cars and ambulances out there. It's just ripped it all apart. So that's what we're dealing with in the terms of energy tonight. The atmosphere is on fire, and it's not going to take a whole lot to bring some of those winds down to the surface. It's why we've cautioned everyone across parts of Breckinridge County to be on standby in your tornado-safe place. This storm itself has had a history of producing damage just like what you saw. Now, again, we go back into the storm to get the locations of where the strongest rotation is. So from Rockville to just south of Hardinsburg, we look at our tools, velocity, here we come. And you can see that rotation moving through sort of 2 areas, really. So it's a little wonky in where it's at. This appears to be it right here. So just south of Hardinsburg, just north of McCoy. Let's go back and see if the debris matches that. We'll be looking for something right here. It's a little displaced. And so we're seeing some scatter as we go through the beam. But nonetheless, in southern Breckinridge County, there's still great reason to believe that we have a dangerous tornado that's on the ground. We have a new tornado warning that's coming out. We'll go right to that. And again, this tornado warning is going to be for the same storm. It's being expanded. So this is for Hardin and Meade counties. It's just sort of getting it expanded out. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. It's on the ground. Again, we are tracking this. It's just now, we're looking at it, but it's about 7 miles south of Hardinsburg, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. All right.
And Kevin, we do have Sky Strike from E-Town aimed right into that cell, and the base of it you can certainly see is illuminated right now by the lightning strikes that are taking place. We'll be watching that carefully, but again, it's illuminated there. We're also getting some spotter feeds coming in. If the newsroom or control room can hear me, I sent a link out to one of those live feeds. If you're able to help us out and maybe getting that on, I would appreciate that. That's one of our storm spotters, and we would like to get that on the air. That would help give valuable info for those downstream of this morning, Kevin.
Okay, and we're getting now reports of power outages across Breckinridge County. So, again, a sign that damage is occurring within this storm. We've said it all along. There was no reason for us to believe it wasn't. It started in Arkansas. It moved across Tennessee, western Kentucky, central Kentucky. It's the same storm. It's been a monster. It's caused a massive tragedy in places. And this storm continues. You're looking Central City. This is down in our sister station, WBKO in Bowling Green, showing some of the damage that occurred with this same storm as it moved through earlier. Just ripping the siding off of places. Homes and businesses have been damaged in a big way. And this damage is not all that impressive compared to some of the other that we've seen. So, again, we can't stress enough. You have to be in your tornado safe place. That's the tornado warning. Again, expanded now to include southern Meade and northern and western parts of Hardin counties. If you have family in southern Meade, if you have family near Vertrees up to Radcliffe, this is going to be just north of E-Town, you've got to make sure they know what's going on. Call them, wake them up, make sure they're tuned in. This storm means business. There's no slowing it down. It's going to continue to move until it runs out of energy. The only way it can run out of energy is by storms firing to the south, stealing some of its energy. And at this point, there's nothing great enough for that to happen, especially in this amount of time, because it's moving at 60 miles an hour. So simple mathematics would say that you're going to be under this storm across Breckinridge County, southern Meade, and into Hardin County. Now, as it continues to move past that point, maybe we'll be able to weaken it. It'll all depend what happens to the south. Can we rob some of that moisture? Can we rob some of that energy? Fact is, the wind energy is intense and continues as this pushes through. We're up on all of our social streams. We're streaming this broadcast, but we also need to hear from you. It's a two-way street during severe weather. We work the same way with the Weather Service, and we work this way with all of our viewers. Your reports, well, we don't want you to go out in it, but if you know something for certain, if it's happened to you or in your neighborhood, let us know. You can tweet us, you can Facebook us, whatever you need to do to get us that information. Call the newsroom. However, send us an email. But that's helpful. Now, again, we have to sift through those reports. It's not always the fastest. But what we're working with now is real-time information. And that is that we have a tornado that's on the ground. We have lives that could potentially be threatened by these storms moving through. It's ticked up again. You can clearly see where we have that rotation. South of Hardinsburg, approaching the Graysville area, south of Irvington, north of McCoy, this storm will continue to push right into the intersection of Hardin, Meade, and Breckinridge counties. Okay. That is what we're looking at. I see Ryan has some information coming in. What do you have? Okay,
we've got a live camera now looking at this storm in Breckinridge County from John Bettner. He set up a live camera in Custer, Kentucky, looking toward the west-southwest. And what you're seeing right now are lightning flashes in the distance as the storm approaches the location there. So we now have eyes on the storm. It's going to be hard to see because it's at night, but this is the best we can get you right now is this camera in night mode. Some impressive lightning there and a really good vantage view there, Kev.
Well, big thanks to John. He's been a great partner of ours for many years, and I know he helps everybody out, and we appreciate the real-time information and certainly the reports that he's provided over the many years that we've known him. But on a night like tonight, this really is a huge help, and we will certainly keep our eyes on this camera and all of our SkyTrack cameras that we have. So once again, we're looking at the storm. So you can see it from parts of northern Breckinridge, Meade, Hardin counties, all eyes aimed right here to this storm as it continues to move across southern Breckinridge County, past the Graysville area. Again, most of this is very rural, so it's not a huge population and huge density of people, but nonetheless, I mean, when you see the damage, again, I stress the damage that these storms have caused. And thankfully, this went far enough south of Hardinsburg. I mean, it missed the most populated city in the county, but it went just south of there. And odds are it's caused some problems as it's made its way. Back to the radar we go. That's the velocity. This is the radar. Heavy rain. There's not a lot of hail. You haven't heard us talking about hail tonight. This is a heavy rainmaker, but it's moving fast enough to sort of preclude any problems with flash flooding. But what it's not precluding is the wind. And we have a tremendous amount of wind energy. The tornado is on the ground. It's moving across southern Breckinridge County, and it will eventually cross into southern Meade and perhaps northern parts of Hardin County. It's why you have to be prepared in the lowest level, in the basement. When we look at this, it's not the only storm we're watching. Remember earlier, if you were tuned in, I said we're always scanning in the background. Brian Goods keeping an eye on southern Indiana. Brian?
All right, Kevin, now I'm watching right now. This is going to be into the northeast side here, Jackson County into Jennings. Some weak rotation here, nothing too worrisome at the moment. There's no warning that is out for this. We'll be watching it carefully because it is still in the fringes there of wave country. moving into an environment that is just now starting to lose what we call its lid or its shield, if you will, that is now beginning to fade away. So that becomes a little more of a risk for it to try anyway to get a little more organized. But it's a pretty messy setup. And what I mean by that is it has several thunderstorms competing in that area, and I'm hoping that will keep any type of rotation a bit more disrupted. So for those of you in that area who are watching it in Louisville, obviously a lot of you right now watching are in Louisville, and we've had a lot of lightning strikes and some thunder. We're waiting to see how this is going to evolve as this moves out of the area and becomes a little more of what looks to still be a supercell, but we got to watch to see if we get kind of that S shape to it. And if we do, we may end up with both damaging winds and a potential for a tornado to develop along it. So we end up with a double threat that will happen with this. I already reached out to my mom in Bullitt County, and I said, Mom, go ahead, get in your safe spot. My dogs are already pretty much in their thunder shirts already into Louisville right now, getting ready. So this is going to be one of those setups where it's going to be a pretty loud setup. In fact, the lightning count, not as tremendous as it was earlier, but it is certainly there. One last thing I wanted to show you, Kevin, is in looking at the tops of these thunderstorms, we can measure that as well. And this supercell was up there at about 45,000 feet at one point as it was moving across there into the western side of Breckinridge County. Notice, and that's where you get that darker brown, if not a little bit of red. Notice in the past couple of moments, though, it went back up again. And now let's see the latest scan I'm getting on that with the tallest top stairs coming in about 50,000 feet. And we only have to go really about a good 5,000 feet or so up before you start running into those wind fields that are going to be over 75 miles per hour. So even a heavy shower in this kind of scenario can bring some of these winds to the ground level. That's the reason why, even if you're not under warning, you can still get some wind damage tonight out of these.
Well, and you could point out that we're getting closer to the radar, too, which will certainly, as you mentioned earlier, give us even better data as we get closer. Now, as it goes right across the radar, we lose the data because it goes out instead of straight up. So that'll be somewhat of a problem as this sort of takes aim very near the radar site, which is in Fort Knox. Again, the warning that we have is for Breckinridge, Hardin, and Meade. It is a tornado warning. It goes until 12:30. That's Central Standard Time. 1:30 our time here in Louisville. We're at 1 o'clock now, 30 more minutes on this warning. Plenty of lead time. That means you got time to get to the lowest level away from the windows. Now is the time for folks in southern Meade, northern parts of Hardin County. Even if you're in far eastern Breckinridge County, you're just waking up. You're hearing the wind, the thunder, the lightning, and you're like, hey, what's going on? Yeah, you've got a tornado. It's bearing down on you. That's what's going on. You've got to get to the lowest level right now. You don't have a lot of time. I'm going to play this so you can see the general motion of the storm. Moving super fast. This is moving at 60 miles an hour. And as this storm continues in that movement, the warning, the polygon that we have drawn is about 40,000 people affected by this one warning. All of us are affected by the threat of severe weather. This is the most imminent. Let me stop the radar view and we'll again take a close view of where we have the rotation showing up. And we'll look to see if we have any type of, I'm going to use the scope. And we'll go, it should be very close to Stenettville here. There it is. So that's the rotation. That's where we're seeing, Brian pointed out, the tops of that storm, 50,000 up, huge thunderstorm. Airplanes would never think about flying through that. You go around those types of storms, the winds just shear the whole thing apart. So what we have is very powerful winds, a lot of motion up and down in that thunderstorm. With that said, if we can tap into those horizontal winds that are blowing like crazy, heavy rain will do it. That'll bring those winds right down to the surface. And as that happens, we get the straight line winds. And obviously we have enough rotation in the atmosphere to cause that to spin. And that's the reason we have the signature like this on the velocity. It's also the reason we've had this tornado on the ground for miles. What may turn out to be hundreds of miles. We should look that up, how far it was from this point to back toward Jonesboro, Arkansas. That's a far track, and this storm has pretty much been on the ground since then. So Stenettville, it's moving past you. Irvington, just south of you. This is going to cross over into southern Meade County. It'll go south of Brandenburg. It should also get close to the Radcliffe area, something we'll have to watch closely. That's the velocity. Let me take that off, and we'll pop on the debris. I want to take that off, go back to the tools. Here comes the debris. In fact, I'll just do it in the scope same way. Again, Let me just pop this on. Should be very close to where we saw that rotation. There's a little bit, but not defined. So at this point in the game, there's no huge defined debris signature that we would look for. You'd see that blue sort of showing up very close to that rotation. This could be it, but it's tough to tell. All right, so it's not defined as it was. With that said, I know Ryan just got off the phone with some folks over there. What are they saying? Nothing's better than a report.
Actually, 285 miles is the answer to your question from Jonesboro up to just west of Bullitt County there.
Wow.
So we'll get on the phone here in a few minutes with some folks, let them gather some more information for us.
Okay.
Just got word in that apparently the governor is planning on doing a presser at 5 a.m. Coming up in regards to that damage that we've had there in western Kentucky. We've got a few hours, but just kind of a heads up. That's when our show, Sunrise Show, normally would start anyway, but just FYI that we will likely be hearing from the governor later on this morning. Yeah,
well, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here all night right through that time, so you're stuck with us tonight. Thanks for inviting us in, and we'll get you through this even as these storms continue to roll through. Again, I just have to caution folks, southern Meade, northern Hardin. I know it sounds repetitive, but you've got to be in your tornado safe place. Again, this storm now radar indicated, so I'm hesitant to say that this storm is no longer on the ground when we looked at the debris signature, but it very well could be at any time. So this is, again, the tornado warning continues until 1:30 Louisville time. We still have 25 more minutes on this. I'm going to go back to a wider view of the radar because I want to point out while we have that tornado warning in our viewing area, there are a lot of tornado warnings right along the Kentucky-Tennessee border. These will take aim on the Bowling Green area. So for folks down there, they should be on guard. We've had our sister station, WBKO. Shane Hollanday has been on the air for a good chunk of the night. He's still on. And we have a number of weather partners that we communicate with. We're the second largest television station group in the country, so we can tap into a lot of resources. We have a lot of meteorologists in our network, and that includes folks back out across Jonesboro where they've had major damage. It includes the Memphis, Tennessee area, where they're just now getting a tornado warning for Memphis itself. So Ron Childers, our cohort down there, and our colleagues on the air, making sure people are safe in Memphis. Here at home, we're watching you down to our south in parts of Bowling, and not only Bowling Green, but here in Louisville, in parts of Breckinridge County, as well as parts of Grayson, which it's just now passed, northern Hardin and southern Meade counties. That, again, the warning that we have, radar indicated, impacting a decent, meaning large group of folks across that area. Once again, just to reiterate, it's now the south and eastern parts of Breckinridge, southern Meade, northern Hardin. Those are the areas that we're watching as this rotation continues to move closer to Bullitt County and southern Jefferson County. Back out toward the Evansville area, near Owensboro, you are also under a tornado warning. That's the two warnings that we have across our region. This is the only one in the viewing area. Again, Breckinridge, parts of Breckinridge, parts of Hardin, parts of Meade until 12:30 your time, 1:30 Louisville time. Ryan?
I've just checked in with some folks here in Breckinridge County, and both emergency management and the Sheriff's Dispatch say that they have some power lines down at this point, but nothing major, no critical damage just yet. But of course, it is still early on in this game. This is a very rural area that this confirmed tornado has been going through here over the past several minutes, the past 20 minutes or so, Kevin. So we'll continue to monitor the feeds this evening and let you know what we find out.
We have some strong winds that are happening across the area, too. I'm getting some reports of some power flashes, or at least kind of going on and off across the viewing area. With that, wind speeds here in Louisville gusting to 26 miles an hour, but certainly embedded in these lines, we could have the threat of winds, 40, 50 miles an hour just with the thunderstorms themselves. Obviously, this is the only warning we have. Winds with that would likely be higher. But again, we cannot rule out, especially on these southern storms as they develop, for additional severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings to be issued. The only one we have now is the one until 1:30, and that's the southern Meade County, northern parts of Hardin County storm. We'll see if this gets extended any into Bullitt County. Remember, as these storms move to the east, they are moving into a little bit of a more favorable area for calmness. So not as favorable for severe weather would be a better way to say it. So as it moves into the least favorable atmosphere, we would expect them to diminish just a bit. Hasn't completely happened, but it's starting to show some signs. Now, the bad part in that is, as the night wears on, all of this area is being impacted by those strong upper-level, mid-level winds. And that, again, is problematic in the sense that as we see these storms push through, if they tap into those winds, they can create some problems. And that's something that we'll just have to watch. I'm going to sort of scan the radar. Let's zoom in to Breckinridge County, and then we'll make our way around. So we'll start with the most serious storm first. Obviously, it's the tornado warning that we have. This is moving out of Breckinridge County and moving into southern Meade and northern Hardin County. Just to show you the velocity on this, we'll go back, full velocity view, and you can see the couplet right there. The bright greens and the reds coupled together, moving right across the county line from Breckinridge into southern Meade. At this point, the bulk of this storm will stay just north of Hardin County until it moves over toward 31W. Okay? So we'll move that right across, just right along, very close to US 60 as it moves over toward 31W. It's very close to Radcliffe. The Muldrow area takes you up toward West Point. Everybody knows that area. So that's where we're watching. Should that happen, as that moves in, if that rotation stays, we'd be looking at a problem for northern and northwestern Bullitt County and eventually southern and maybe southeastern Jefferson County. So that's what we're watching, keeping an eye in the distance of what's happening. That's where we are now with the rotation. Got to be in your tornado safe place, southern parts of Meade County, northern parts of Hardin County. All right. Stand by in Bullitt and southern parts of Jefferson County. Let's see what this bad boy does as it continues its movement off to the east. Racing. Brian, this thing's moving at 60 miles an hour still.
Yeah, 60, and that is, of course, makes it difficult, and certainly what they have when it comes to issuing warnings. They got to issue these boxes pretty long just to account for that speed, and hopefully they weaken at the very tail end. Some of that rotation, Kevin was pointing out again, this kind of gets into that kind of weird spots where we have the different county lines merging here. When you go over toward the Flaherty area, right on the southern tip there of Breckinridge County, but then you're back into northern areas of Hardin County as well. So kind of crossing a few counties here as it tracks to the north and to the northeast. We'll see how this plays out once it gets into Louisville, but to give you an idea on some of the times as they stand now on the current motion, Four Corners at about 5 minutes from now, Flaherty in about 8 minutes, Radcliffe 14 minutes from now, Muldrow Hill area about 16 minutes, and Lebanon Junction. If it holds together, you'll get at least something out of this as far as rain and some wind, but as far as the tornado, we don't know at this point, but just be on your guard there just in case. 25 minutes from now. And again, this is a weird setup where we've got a measure. This is a measure of the moisture in the air, the dew points. Dew points in the mid 60s will get our attention in any severe weather event, but let alone in December. It's crazy. But this is what is making them last so long without any help from the sun at all today. And the reason why they're likely going to keep regenerating over and over again. Yeah, they'll have a chance to have some rain, cold air, at least briefly, to kind of tame them down. But until that cold front comes through at around 8 o'clock this morning, we will be in that danger zone, it looks like. Here's that live feed from on top of the Waterfront Plaza in downtown, Kevin. We're keeping an eye on that cell. Looking way out in the distance there. Obviously, there's been a lot of lightning at times. We've been hearing the thunder here at the studio as well. But we'll just see what happens as this gets a little closer into looks to be now all of southern Meade County.
Yeah, the tornado warning continues. We're just very close to the Vine Grove area. And again, lightning, we can see it from here. A lot of folks, perhaps if you went to bed early and now you're waking up, we promise to be with you all night. We're not going anywhere. We just have learned that the governor will jump on at 5 a.m. to talk about the intense storms that did a lot of damage. In fact, it was likely the same storm that did the damage out across parts of western Kentucky. Mayfield had the courthouse just, it wasn't quite obliterated, but it was certainly damaged heavily. We've had a number of locations, Central City with major damage. There have been a lot of places. The Emergency Operations Center in Frankfort is up and running. We are in communication with some of those folks there as well. So we are watching the storms move through. This is Edwardsville out of Illinois. Major damage. Tough to tell what that is in the background, but as the cameras pan, there you see it, the front of what appears to be perhaps like a strip mall, some type of large structure completely ripped away. Lots of emergency crews. Hard to believe those are actual cars when you look at the building in the background.
Yeah, that's a warehouse, Kevin, and that's a warehouse out there that was purportedly an Amazon warehouse. That was a mass casualty situation. That is why you see all those emergency vehicles there. That is absolutely heartbreaking video to see there.
That's tough. The picture that you saw, and again, you can just see how large of a building that was and the damage it did. This is out of Central City. This is Kentucky. This is a little closer to home. Our folks down at Bowling Green at WBKO, our sister station there, reporting throughout the night with these strong winds, demolishing places like the restaurants you're seeing. There was a Dollar General store crushed. We've mentioned Mayfield and the damage done there. This is a live view from Custer, Kentucky, as we track that storm with a lot of lightning moving across parts of Breckenridge and now southern parts of Meade and northern Hardin counties. Back to the radar we go. It is now radar indicated. This is a tornado warning that goes for another 15 minutes. We still see the rotation by radar, but the debris signature has eased, and we're getting very close to the radar. The radar sits down in Fort Knox, so as we look toward that area, we still see the rotation showing up. Again, you can see the rotation gradually moving off to the north and east. Maybe not gradually, fast. It's moving at 55 miles an hour to the northeast at this point. Again, just southwest of the Vine Grove area, northeast at 55. That's the motion of this storm as it continues to move off to the north and east. I promised you a little radar tour. Let me zoom back out, and I'll go to our home. That's the warning that we have. Home, here we come. And you'll notice southern Indiana, no warnings there. Heavy rain in places. In Kentucky, the only warning moving. It's weakening a bit. Good news. That's the good news. Doesn't mean it's going to stay weak. We're starting to see fluctuations up and down, again, in the atmosphere. But the farther east it goes, the weaker it should get. Now, that's not the end of the story there. We have additional thunderstorms developing back out to the west of us, and you can see along that line a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Those would be mainly wind makers, but we could see along and embedded in any of those lines little wiggles, if you will, the tornadoes that are brief but powerful. These tornadoes are not brief. This has been going on since Jonesboro. So track it along. Over 200 miles that storm has been up and down on the ground, causing major problems. Brian?
Yeah, just looking over some of these reports that are coming in, still back into West Kentucky. This particular cell that I'm going to show you guys across areas of around, say, the Hopkinsville area into Christian County. This is now becoming probably the bigger one right now within our region that is doing the most damage and looks the most threatening. If it can maintain itself in that intensity, there is a chance this may try to take a little more of that turn a little to the right. Hopefully that would help, though, in kind of feeding what we call the stratiform rain into the northern side of that, and that may help tame things down in our area. But we don't know that for sure just yet. We need to see how things play out in the next few moments, but at least that's a signal. We don't want anyone to deal with this, certainly down for our friends to the south, but just kind of give you an idea of what we're tracking right now on the radar and why everything has kind of a weird look to it. This is a pretty weird setup. We are kind of evolving more and more into these supercells that are now becoming more embedded into actual lines there, Kevin.
You know, you talk about that Christian County storm. Zoom into that, Brian, because I want to point out that's not far from Fort Campbell.
Right. Yep.
And it's moving right toward the airport. You see Lafayette right there on the screen. That's it. That is where we would be looking at that. Again, outside of our viewing area, but one that we would have to watch closely as it continues to make its way off to the north and east. That storm's moving at 55 miles an hour, too.
That is a mean-looking cell, and it's got that certainly straight-line wind effect as well as the little notch there that is showing up that no doubt is rotating like crazy.
Yeah, no question, and a lot of front wind with that, too. Going to be pushing right along the Kentucky-Tennessee border. All right, we'll watch that storm, the one closer to home. Max 1 we go, back to the radar, and you can see that is the one that's in the viewing area here. Breckenridge, Hardin, Meade County. Let's just do our thing. We'll go back into the storm, let you know where it is. By this point, you should have been in your tornado safe place for quite quite some time. There's plenty of warning coming out with these storms, and let's just see how much rotation it still has. We're going to zoom in tight. Again, it's a little broader. We can already tell that by just looking at the reflectivity. The tough part about this is we're getting too close to the radar. We like to be a little bit further away to see. You don't want to be too far away, but you certainly don't want to be too close either. So back to our tools we go, and let's just first check the debris field. A little bit of a dot there. Can't rule that out. So let's see if we have matched up rotation with that. Back to the tools we go. Full velocity. Boom. And we do have a little bit of rotation. So again, if I were just looking at, it's like going to the doctor, did I break my arm? Let's check the x-ray. Well, it looks like there's a fracture there. Here's the deal in meteorology. What we look at is what we have. We have the velocity. I can see there is some rotation there. Yes. I can see that what appears on the debris field is there looks like there could be something there. Tough to tell. We need to look at it a little closer. We need more data. We need a few more scans. But the bottom line is it's possible. The other part of this is the history of the storm. It has certainly been producing major damage all along its way. So we cannot rule out that it would increase and decrease, sort of fluctuate up and pulse down as we track this across southern parts of Meade County, moving very close to the radar itself in Fort Knox and northern parts of Hardin County, and then eventually into Bullitt County. Bullitt County, you're not under a warning at this point. Stand by. All right, so that's what we're watching there. We go back to the radar view. Heavy rain falling all across the area. We have some tremendous moisture to work with in the atmosphere. It really is what helped us overcome the instability. And that's certainly what we have going on tonight. Very heavy rainfall. Thing is, it's moving fast, so that helps. It doesn't provide a flood threat until we see several storms move across the same location. All right, we have some information coming in. I see from the Ryan is jumping up, and let's jump over to him.
Okay, I just got a telephone call from Brandy. Brandy's been watching our coverage. Brandy has family and friends over in Ohio County. The family or friends here involved in Ohio County south of Van Zant were hit by the tornado here that moved through Ohio County with this, again, is archived radar data. This is about the time this happened here. This is back about an hour ago. Anyway, the family lost everything. Roof, destroyed barn. It's raining inside the house. But because Brandy called them, they knew to get underneath the stairs in their house, and they were able to be in a safe spot. They are okay. But this just shows the power of calling family and friends. Even if they're outside of our counties, if we're talking about them, you need to give them a call when there's a tornado warning to make sure they're alert to what is going on, Kevin. Just a very powerful story from Ohio County. Well,
and I tell you, we mentioned Van Zant a number of times on the air, even though it was just outside of the viewing area. So kudos to Brandy for saying, hey, I'm going to call. That's the way it works at night, folks. People sleep. They don't know. And you can't count on them knowing. You can't assume that that's how it's going to happen. So what we're watching now is that same storm. It moved across Ohio County into Breckenridge, northern Grayson, tracked all across Breckenridge. Now it's in southern Meade County, will continue moving across. The Weather Service is now debating, well, and there you see the update. It has not been extended, but they cut off the back part of it. It's already passed. So let me just center up sort of where we have. Let me go back. I'm going to go into the velocity scope, go back to our cameras, and I'm going to zoom in to the warning itself. And what we'll do is just sort of pick apart whether the warning will likely be extended or not. It's sort of broadening out. It's becoming dominated by the outflow of this storm, so to speak. And once that happens, the threat of the tornado would be low. Now, it's not zero, and because of what has happened, as we were pointing out the history of this storm, it's tough, if there's any indication, not to go with the tornado warning. So we'll see what happens. But at this point, Bullitt County, you're not under any warning. Let me go back inside, as we pointed out. I'll start with the velocity here again.
There is a dime-size report now being reported out of Lebanon Junction, by the way.
You got dime-size hail?
Yeah, it just came in from that. I was too able to do this, Kevin, to look at the terminal radar. Not to get all technical, we have another backup radar you guys can't really see because we don't want to mess with the views that we're able to look at now. It does show that circulation weak, but it is there very close to Radcliffe, but it shows quite a bit of a straight line wind effect, so just a big heads up. Hopefully no one's out here traveling, but certainly no one's traveling up and down on I-65 as this kind of blows on through, because those winds are going to be pretty strong, and so far the indicators we're getting is likely over 50 miles per hour in spots.
All right, let's go to the storm tracker. It's out and about. The only warning we have, Breckenridge, Meade, Hardin, that again. Storm tracker has been deployed through a good chunk of the night. As these storms make their way into the metro area, we are going to see some very heavy rain, already seeing that. That'll foul you up on the roads, and we'll just wait to see if we see any amount of wind with these storms. Again, still a little bit early to tell whether that will be the case or not here in Jefferson County. When we look at the components of what we need for severe weather, moisture is one of those. We can measure that by looking at the dew points, mid-60s. That's high, and especially high for this time of year. Typically, this is when we start to get, dried, cracked hands because the air is so dry. Not the case today. Look at these mid-60 dew points. Incredible. Look at our temperature. We are now at 68 degrees in Louisville. So we're close to 70. That's right. It's already early to mid-December here, December 10th, now the 11th, and we're tracking storms right across Jefferson County. They're not severe, but they do have lightning and heavy rain falling. Once again, right out of Fort Campbell, we mentioned that storm pushing through. 60-knot winds. That's about 65 miles an hour. The storm south of us near Fort Knox, likewise, producing some heavy amounts of rain and wind. To the camera view we go. We're going to zoom in. And let me just point out, no warning southern Indiana. The only warning in Kentucky is the tornado warning. 5 more minutes on this warning. And while we don't have a new warning out just yet, I can't be certain that one will not get issued. And here's why. Because when you look at the velocity, we still see some of that rotation. Brian was pointing out that we also looked at the terminal radar. So another radar that sits in Jefferson County, and it still likewise shows some of the rotation. And more importantly, perhaps this wall of wind, little straight line wind that would be pushing through along with that storm as it moves through the Radcliffe area, right along 31W. So we should be seeing some very powerful winds in that location. Our SkyTrack camera out of E-Town is likely seeing a tremendous amount of lightning. We'll aim that camera to the north to look up Dixie Highway. That camera sits on the hospital down in E-Town. We'll adjust that so we can see as that storm moves to the north. Regardless, looking not only at the velocity, but also in the debris, we can see there's just not a lot there right now. That would be the zone that we're watching. Doesn't appear to be too dramatic, so to speak. So again, it appears to be being dominated by the outflow of the storm, something that oftentimes suppresses the tornadic development, which would explain why the Weather Service has not issued or continued the tornado warning. Doesn't mean a severe thunderstorm warning won't be issued. Doesn't mean that the storm is completely collapsing, but it does mean that it has weakened for the time being. Let's move this. Once this warning expires, no, don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We'll be here just to track the storms as they move in, sort of recap what's happened. Because I know a lot of people are waking up. This is so weird. It's just an odd time for that to happen. So one more time, Ben, say it again. Yeah, so look at the amount of rain. It's like pooling. The water is intense. So if you have to be out tonight, just know that you're going to be battling some heavy rain. Hydroplaning, a real threat for tonight. Again, you can just see the heavy rain. That's here in Louisville. So we're watching what's happening here. The wind's kicking up, but right now it's just a heavy rainmaker for us. Back to the radar. And again, the tornado warning to our south. Hopefully you're still in your tornado safe place. Don't get out until it's safe. Right now we still have some rotation. Right now we still have heavy wind and rain moving through. So the expiration has been sent on this tornado warning, and it looks like it's going to be staying just below severe limits unless it pulses back up. So right now we're coming up. It's 1:27. 3 more minutes. You'll see this tornado warning fade off. And that at this point would be the only warning as we go back to the home view that we have anywhere across the area. So Once that expires here in the next 3 minutes, no warnings across the 30 counties that we serve. Zoom the radar out. Additional warnings are in place back out to our west and to our south. We still have the tornado warning along the Kentucky-Tennessee border. That's not far from Fort Campbell, and that's going to be making its way closer to the Bowling Green area. So this is what we've been tracking. Again, we've got about 2 minutes left on that warning. We're going to stay here with you just to keep you updated on what's happening. The storm tracker is out. Our whole team is assembled just to sort of get us through the night. Let's go over to Brian.
All right, Kevin, one thing I want to show you guys is looking at what we call the shear markers on the radar, determining the rotation. That's where you see these blue areas. When they're a little more into the circular fashion as they move along, indicating a full-on rotation or in many cases a tornado. But notice as we get into the Radcliffe area, you get into more of the dashed lines, if you will, where it's opening up and much more just an open wave scenario when it comes to the strong wind shear that's taking place, and therefore a good signal still that we're looking at here where the tornado threat is continuing to go down. Let's hope that trend continues. One thing I wanted to show is as we look to the south and west, you see more thunderstorms feeding into the line. But what I decided to do is advance the modeling, and let's go about 3 hours from now. And this is looking at the available energy in the atmosphere. And you'll note that supercell takes quite a bit out into the core of the metro and central areas of Kentucky. We see that little hole that forms there, so it's yanked out of the atmosphere. We also see it into Illinois. We see it back into areas, I would say, just northwest there of, say, Jasper, Indiana. However, the cold front is only to the point there of being about, say, 70 miles northwest of Paducah. So we'll see whether or not that fills back in. The amount of moisture in the air can easily do that, but I like the idea that there's been an obvious disruption to all the available energy at play. This is not a shocker. This is what happens when you get thunderstorms that light up a radar like this, but it certainly tells us that there is not going to be perhaps as much of an organization to this for the rest of the night. It's going to be kind of scattered, but until that front passes by, we're not able to say an all clear. But for Louisville, for those of you that are watching right now, and you're like, okay, what's the deal? Right now, this is looking pretty good as far as taming things down for us, at least in the short term. The supercell looks like it's really trying to help things out there.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. So I was taking a drink of water there. But, Brian, we mentioned, as you pointed out, overnight it would be more sporadic. The main show is with that storm that just lost its warning to our south. That's been going on from Jonesboro right into northern parts of Hardin County. Finally now, that storm is no longer tornado warned. This is sort of like a milestone, if you will. If we go to our tools, again, just looking at I'm going to just point on. We first saw that report, Jonesboro, came right up into the Hardin County area. So what a track that storm had as we saw that move into the region. There are no warnings in our viewing area at this point. We still have the tornado watch, obviously, in place until 3 a.m. That could get extended. We'll wait for word from the Storm Prediction Center on that. But nonetheless, the storms behind it in the second round, there are a few severe thunderstorm warnings in there, but we're starting to see that that development isn't as robust as what we saw on the front edge, nor would we expect it to be. However, we shouldn't diminish it because the folks that are under this warning, for instance, could be seeing powerful winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. So places that are in these sporadic areas will still see the potential for those very strong winds. We've been showing you damage throughout the night. I want to point out some of that video that we've seen come in. We had a very large distribution center, what appears to be the Amazon distribution center near Edwardsville. This is a suburb of the St. Louis area, I understand, and I appreciate folks that have sent in emails and have given us information. This is some video coming in here, and notice all of those emergency vehicles, very large in size themselves, but then you look to that building in the background, which is like mind-boggling as to the wind that it just stripped the walls and everything else away. How much and how powerful that had to have been. So that's quite impressive when we look at that large-scale destruction. And that wasn't the only place that was hit. We had areas down toward Jonesboro, northeast Arkansas. There was a nursing facility there that was hit hard. Peeled the roof off there. This is the video from that. You can see same situation. A lot of emergency personnel personnel. There were 2 people that we know of that died. There have been at least 5 injured. Those are even old reports. Those numbers are likely higher at this point. In Central City, not far from us here in Kentucky, we had damage report. This came from our sister station WBKO. Notice some of the restaurants down that way seeing intense winds that did a lot of damage. So far here in the Wave 3 News viewing area, we'll go over to Ryan Hoke to see if we've had any damage here. But at this point, Ryan, it appears as though much of it's been back out to our west.
Yes, Kevin, at this point, what we've been tracking is in Breckinridge County, locally here, the potential for some power outages. Now, we don't have a whole lot of data from that county power outage-wise. A lot of smaller power cooperatives are out that way, but lots of reports of power out near Falls of Rough. We've had power poles down. We've had some tree damage there, but no significant damage in Breckinridge County from both the emergency managers down there and the sheriff's dispatch that we've heard of at this time. So a real blessing that this storm did kind of fall apart somewhat as it moved right into our counties. But of course, Ohio County, areas west like Muhlenberg County have just been dealt a terrible, terrible hand today. And our thoughts are with those families.
All right, to the wind speeds we go right now, and I'll just point out that the winds are gusting 35 miles an hour at Fort Knox, where we have that storm overhead, 30 Springfield, 31 E-Town, 38 Owensboro. These are wind gusts, so all of that is tolerable. It certainly can do a number on the power grids. These are where we have some of those power outages going on. If you look across parts of Orange County, you'll notice we've got several folks without power there. So we have been tracking some power outages, even down across parts of Kentucky. For us here in Louisville, we've been scanning the skies with our SkyTrack cameras. We've got heavy rain, we've got lightning, but outside of that, no big problems. The temperature is 68 degrees. This will be the high temperature for the day, unless we go up another degree or so. Very warm, juicy atmosphere. Owensboro is 70. We're not only pumping in warm temperatures, but a lot of moisture. Our dew point is at 65. Typically in the summertime, we get those dew points upper 60s, low 70s. That's ripe for severe weather. In the wintertime, mid-60s, I mean, that's bizarre, and we've got it, and that's plenty of moisture. In fact, it's what's fueling the whole thing tonight, at least big part of it, and combine that with the strong wind field we have, and you're starting to see some of those wind damage reports in places. It's not going to be everywhere. That's been the big thing all night. That's always the hard part about severe weather, is everybody thinks it's going to happen to them. No, it never works out like that. Not everybody doesn't always get it, but places that are in the viewing area will get it. It's why we break into programming when there's tornado warnings. They're not for everybody, but that's our job, and we've got to make sure we keep everybody as safe as we can. It's why we said even overnight, even without a warning tonight, we knew people would be tuning in, waking up, wanting to know what's going on. So here's what's going on. We have no warnings across Jefferson County. We have no warnings in our viewing area at this point. We do have some heavy rain. We have the thunder and the lightning moving across eastern Jefferson County. Still a strong thunderstorm, still capable of producing those wind gusts 30 to 40 miles an hour. Latest winds southwest 13, gusting to 28, 29 miles an hour at the airport. This is what we have passing by. The thunder and lightning waking you up in J-Town, Fern Creek, Middletown, Prospect, Springhurst. Yeah, no warnings, but we are tracking these storms. We don't expect that everybody will see severe weather, but it's still going to be possible in a few places through the overnight hours, especially in these areas to our south as we track these storms right through the Bowling Green area. And again, as we sort of zoom back out, we have one warning coming out for Boone, Dearborn counties. That's just to the north and east of our viewing area. Swings over into parts of Cincinnati. Let's go over to Brian. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, I wanted to mention again, Kevin, that cell that we've been tracking that's again started back around the Jonesboro area. Remember that shear marker I was showing you, that area of the blue. Let me kind of loop the radar back, and we'll begin in areas northeast Arkansas, Missouri, and watch how the tornado warnings were issued as that cell. You see the rotation that's shown up nicely there, and then it moved right into the the Jackson Purchase there area of Kentucky. Then continued right over I-69. And again, you still see it right over portions there in Ohio County, and then entering Breckenridge County. And then, as of course, as it got into at least Bullitt County, we then saw it fade out. So for those of you in Bullitt County, that storm in Bullitt County has traveled, what was the distance at Ryan?
260 some miles?
And more now added into it. So tremendous. That's a long track supercell, no doubt. I do want to mention a couple things here. We're going to continue to watch, because I did watch the share markers on this particular one, which down in Hopkinsville, you mentioned the airport earlier. They did gust to 70 miles per hour, by the way, at the airport. It is trying to trend. Let me get rid of this lightning. It is trying to trend still more northeast. So we'll watch it as it gets over to Warren. For those of you, if it can stay long lasting later tonight into Greene or Taylor, because you have not had as much action yet into that area. So that's one reason why we need to still monitor that particular cell just in case, because it's a mean looking one. It's got that backwards C look to it. And it's also worth mentioning these cells too. I looked at the terminal radar that we have in Mount Washington, and some of these cells are trying to merge at times with this particular previous supercell in eastern Bullitt County. I'm not exactly trying to stress there's going to be a tornado here. I'm just saying there could be a brief period of stronger winds that may take place as that kind of collision happens there. Northeast Bullitt County, western Spencer, and the far northern area of Nelson County, Kevin.
Yeah, you mentioned the wind that was howling down to our south close to Fort Campbell with 70-plus mile-per-hour winds. We're getting now winds out of Madison, Indiana, over 50 knots. So that could do some damage, especially with the ground. The ground's fairly wet.
Absolutely. And we've had, of course, that heavier rain recently out there. And, of course, we get these winds. You got to keep in mind, even if you didn't have too much damage yet, you may end up pushing a tree, or at least putting force on some of the trees in your yard one way. We're switching this wind around in about 6 hours from now, from a different direction, but perhaps even stronger. And that change in wind direction is really going to put a lot of stress on some of these trees even tomorrow morning. And we could still run into some isolated power outages even after this front is out of here, just because the wind fields change in direction like that.
You're talking about that storm producing a lot more lightning sort of congealing together. We have some dime-size hail being reported out of that, pea to dime-size hail near the Shepherdsville area. So again, that's that consolidation that Brian was mentioning, eastern Jefferson County, a good chunk of Bullitt County, seeing that storm sort of coalesce together, and we do have some hail now being reported out of that. So that's one that we're watching. It's doesn't mean it's overly concerning, but it's something where it bears watching to see how it develops.
Yep, pretty good wind now starting to show up there, right along 65 there, just south of Shepherdsville itself, heading toward, let's see, is that 245? So near the distilleries.
Yes.
Bernheim Forest area.
It's not too far from Claremont.
Yeah, right in that little spot there, heading right, eventually into Solitude, and perhaps and eventually over to High Grove there if it holds together. But that should, let me see if I can get a better idea on the movement here real quick. That's moving pretty much on a due east, slightly northeast path there into the very triple point area of Nelson, Bullitt, as well as western side there of Spencer. So again, a bit of a powering up, a little bit more of a kick, if you will, with that. But hopefully everyone was not on I-65, and certainly stay off of Bardstown Road for those traveling between High Grove and Mount Washington as well. Yeah,
and we'll watch that continue to develop, because that's been with just in the last couple of scans there, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So again, powerful winds, and that's part of tonight. I mean, it's not all about tornadoes. We do see the threat for those powerful straight line winds, and that appears to be an area where that indeed could be developing. Let me zoom back into that. We'll go back into the velocity, and then as we grab the camera view, we'll zoom into parts of Bullitt County here. Again, just to show you what's happening, nothing severe, but I wouldn't be surprised, again, that backward C. That just shows a punch of wind. Here's why. With these forward motions, if the storm's moving at a certain speed, the winds with it typically have to be very close to that speed themselves. So when we see sort of an apex develop where it bows out, and notice the brighter colors there showing up, that is indicative of some very strong winds continuing to intensify as this makes its way toward the Solitude near the northern part. This is 245 here. So you get the idea, just north of 245, moving right across Jim Beam Distillery in Claremont. That is where we have
and now we got a warning out for it,
yeah.
Kevin. Severe thunderstorm warning is now out for that area.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom into that here. Okay. The warning is just now popping on, and you can see as we go back to the radar, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, Bullitt, Nelson, Spencer, tornado threat, tornado possible. So it comes with that tag because of its history and because there is some rotation, but more importantly because of that push of wind that we've been talking about. Very powerful winds. Could this be an uptick back into that same storm that we've been tracking since near Jonesboro, Arkansas? Could be. Could it be getting into a more favorable wind environment where we could see rotation happen again? It could happen. Right now, severe thunderstorm warning. Bullitt, Nelson, Spencer, and that goes until 2:15. Ryan?
Just took a call from Daniel in Shepherdsville. He has hail that is larger than nickel size there. It is absolutely obliterating against his garage door there. Very loud situation. You can see these hail cores here moving across central Bullitt County at this time. So the proof is in the pudding. We are seeing very, very strong storms, even severe storms moving through Bullitt County, Kevin.
That's exactly what we're talking about. It's the latest warning. It's the only warning that we have. It's that severe thunderstorm warning for Bullitt, parts of Nelson County, stretches over into Spencer County, covers much of Spencer County. Again, this is concerning because of the rotation and the ability for this storm to rotate. We sort of now start to see, instead of just the couplet, a little bit of a hook showing up. Brian, are you noticing that?
Yeah.
So what we'll be watching closely will be to see, regardless, because the tornado is still possible, you should be in your tornado safe place. We've got to treat all the thunderstorm warnings tonight just like they're tornado warnings. I know sometimes we're like, it's just a thunderstorm warning. That's not a tornado warning. No, it doesn't matter tonight. The wind is so powerful. I suspect that we'll wind up seeing this, if this continues to take shape, transition to a tornado warning perhaps. We're certainly seeing some very strong winds within this. I'm going to zoom in just a bit. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning continues until 2:15. Let's just see if we see any rotation in it at all. Pop the velocity. Boom. And yes, we do. I would not be surprised to see this as this continues to curl in and look what is more apparent to be rotating, that this would not be a possible tornado warning. Regardless, it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, so you've got to take appropriate precautions. Get in your tornado safe place. Same storm that's had a history of producing massive damage all night. For folks that are over near Solitude, moving just past Shepherdsville, past the I-65 corridor, taking aim across. Now Brian, it's a good thing you called your mom, because it's going to be close to that area, not too far from Mount Washington.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the same image you are. I'm kind of just watching it because obviously I worry about my mom here, but the thing is, this is heading right into that area. There's kind of a drop-off point on the other side there of Mount Washington. You get into a very hilly side. That is more of a drop-off for those of you that know around Mount Washington. When you travel on Bardstown Road and you get past Highway 44, there's a bit of a dip in that area. But there are several subdivisions that have been newly built in through this area, and this is where that is heading. So I know, Kev, we don't have technically a tornado warning out, and you already mentioned this before, but this is certainly a gap. But given the history and the signature and how rapidly it's happening, yeah, you need to go ahead and get in your safe spot there. Just turn the TV up really loud, or just take your device with you on streaming and just listen to our voices.
And we have it. I see the tornado warning just now.
There we go.
So tornado warning now in place, as it appears, for that same storm that we're watching. Again, you can see it flashing on the screen. It is a tornado warning with same thing we've been talking about. So you're getting everything in real time, just like we promised you. Again, the tornado warning includes a good chunk of, and let's just sort of reset us here, but Bullitt, Nelson, Shelby, and Spencer. In Bullitt County, it's mainly along and east of I-65. In Spencer County, it's a good chunk of the county. Shelby County, the southern part, and Nelson County, it barely clips you, right down toward maybe High Grove, very much the northern part of Nelson County under that. So if the tornado sirens are sounding down in Bardstown, New Haven, because Nelson is technically under the warning, it's all to the north. Barely even includes Nelson County here, okay? So rest a little easier knowing that this storm is moving to your north. I'm going to kick us back. Let me reset this. This is now taking shape to be one of the most intense storms we've seen in a while. Remember, as it moved across parts of Breckenridge County, it sort of flattened out. This is far from flat. Notice that inflow. We see that storm curling up. That's where we would have the potential for that tornado to develop. I'm going to go to the velocity scope. This is where it doesn't take even the velocity scope to see this, but that's where we have the rotation showing up. This is approaching 150, moving from Mount Washington. That's Bardstown Road or Louisville Road for folks that are going into Louisville. So this is the real deal. You're going to have to be in your tornado safe place. This storm spun up pretty fast. We are watching the tornado signature on this. Very strong rotation. You've got to be at the lowest level. This storm has had a history. I mean, when you look at where this storm has been and the damage it has caused tonight, I know we relaxed the warning as it moved through Bullitt County, but boom, it's there now and it's starting to intensify rapidly. We can see that rotation showing up, and that tornado warning continues for eastern Bullitt County, almost none of Nelson, but the very northern part of Nelson, Shelby, and Spencer, almost all of Spencer County under that tornado warning. Again, you can see it. And that, I mean, that's a concerning echo that we would watch on the radar, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea is it had a little bit of rain in advance of it, so we're likely to continue to see the hail. We're likely to get some of the hail right into this particular spot here more and more around Waterford Road area, heading toward Taylorsville Lake. We should start to see more of these dime size, maybe nickel size hail reports coming in. And then you're going to get into that eerie quiet that we talk about. You may hear it outside where everything sounds like it's over. That is where you enter the rain-free based time period of this whole event of a supercell. And that's the part we got to watch, because that is where that rotation is. And Kevin, that is traveling. I know we obviously as Bardstown Road, you call Louisville Road, but right there at that's a steep road, and you guys know when you travel down, you know that dip that you take when you get to that little grocery store there into High Grove at the bottom of the hill. That's a big drop off through there. So this is pretty much on top of the hills. At the moment, there is a bit of a valley through this section, so we'll see whether or not that will help a little bit in staying a little bit off the tree line here. But don't let your guard down once it gets to the other side. Certainly once you get into the Spencer County area. Yeah,
I mean that's an interesting echo that we're watching. We see it on the velocity. Let's go to the debris, see if we just see any debris yet showing up. We'll back out of that. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning continues, but more imminence, the tornado warning within it, simply because it curled so fast. It just really did start to ball up. Nothing yet, but certainly that would be an area where we're looking for the blues to show up. So we try to make it easy to read on TV. We call this the correlation coefficient. There's a lot of meteorology behind this. It's a tool that the radar gives us. But when we start to see those blues show up, it's indicative. And we are starting to see at least some color show up there. This will be interesting to watch over the next few scans just to see if we have any damage. This would give us an idea of where the radar is saying, hey, this isn't normal. This just should not be here. And that sometimes is indicative of damage, whether it's picking up trees or metal or something that should not be in the atmosphere. Okay, so that's something we'll be watching. We'll come back to that in just a bit. The radar view we go, we have the tornado warning. That goes until 2:30. This includes far eastern Bullitt County. You're still under that. Mount Washington, a lot of folks in this warning, over 29,000 people. Mount Washington's highly populated, and we see that the strongest of the rotation is going to your south, but still some heavy wind and rain pushing in. With that said, we move over into parts of Spencer County, parts of Shelby County, starting to get towards Simpsonville, starting to get toward Taylorsville. And as this storm moves in, we'll be tracking it the whole way. So let me adjust the camera view.
And Kevin, while you're doing that,
please.
You can see that one cell that's near Lenore. That is feeding right into that hook. So that could cause it to either do things. When we have a disruption, or we end up with a different refocusing of that circulation there. But that little batch of heavier rain just now popped in moments ago, and it's heading right into that core of the hook there.
Yeah, and so we'll have to see how that plays. Again, in the atmosphere, we're always changing. That's why the weather is never 100%. Wouldn't it be nice to be right all the time? We're not. And we would never claim to be, because it's always in motion. It's always changing. And the same goes with even severe weather, and in this little mesoscale or microclimate of its own. We'll see what happens as it brings this storm. You can already see what Brian mentioned. It's taking this storm into it. Will it sort of cut it off and squash it, or will it help to re-energize and resituate where the circulation is? We'll just have to keep watching to see what happens. We're not going to let our eyes off of this storm, I'll tell you that. And even as I move around, I can assure you, Brian or Ryan are keeping an eye on that storm, because it is the strongest storm that we have. Back to the And again, it's broadening out. This is the velocity, rotation, broadening out just a bit.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, the terminal radar is showing a strong signal. I think it's a debris ball that even Ryan's picking up on, too.
Okay.
This is
We
going
got
to be
debris
on
on radar.
It's on the county line, it looks like.
Is that going to be right here?
Right at the Spencer line, yeah. Right
Between Smithville and High Grove.
Okay. Yeah. So, and that's what we see. So let's go back. I mean, this would be the area right here, that sharpening in the color. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient, the debris. Yeah, so that's again, we pointed that out when it was in Bullitt County. We said we need to watch that. It is deepening. We see more greens, could start to change to blue. So that could be debris. That means the radar's likely seeing something that's not supposed to be there. That is a very big concern. So at this point, it appears as though we may have something on the ground or at least at tree level. So as Brian mentioned, that is a little bit of a dip that goes down into parts of northern Nelson County. But right there, I mean, you're talking just north of the High Grove area is where we would be seeing that.
And quite the hail core showing up on the northern side of Mount Washington. That's a little closer to, say, Mount Washington Elementary, Highway 44, between there and Fern Creek, and not far from Glen Mary. There's a growing hail core there, just FYI, in case we start to get more reports on the northern side of that.
Okay, so the tornado warning continues. This is confirmed tornado now. So this has been observed. So we have now it sort of changes the process here. You see the new box coming out. This was it was very close to Taylorsville. I mean, it's very close to where we have the observed tornado, and it's moving off to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is what we're watching, moving very fast, and that's the thing. Sometimes it takes a while for the radar scan to come in. Bottom line on this is, moving at 55, you got to be in your tornado safe place. Taylorsville, Little Mount. Be on guard. This storm is moving fast, and it is packing a punch with wind and a tornado that is apparently on the ground. Do we have any other information coming in over on your end, Ryan, whether that's through, and it doesn't have to be pretty. You can stand where you are. Just let us know what you got.
At this point, the storm tracker is seeing debris on the roadway. We just got that in from Mark Wilson there. You can see that right there.
Where
that
is he?
live shot. We are in.
That's a side road, isn't it?
Yes, I believe we're in Bullitt County right there. Looks like we've got some debris in the roadway.
What is that?
It's hard to say. I just got this message
Can
in.
you talk to him?
We're going to look at it right now. We're going to look for it and see exactly what's going on with it. We're going to ask where exactly he is.
Yeah.
He's on Kentucky 1526.
I think I've got him here
Mount
plotted.
Washington. He's headed to Mount Washington right now, but he's on Kentucky 1526, and that's the debris that he's encountered.
So that's when we started to see the storm curl up.
Exactly,
right
exactly.
Yeah.
And I sent him to that area so that we would know what exactly was going on. And I'm going to have him go toward the area there near Smithville here shortly, just to kind of chase what has happened there. We want to keep him out of danger while at the same time being able to show you the damage here in near real time.
So that's the road. It's sort of tough to see because the reflection, but that's the reflection you're seeing on the road from that sign. As he moves about, you can see the debris strewn across the road. Looks like a lot of sticks and limbs. I don't see anything too outrageous, but some powerful winds have certainly gone through there. And I see some emergency lights as he's getting closer. That appears to be something, well, looks like sticks. I thought we may have some other debris. We're getting close to some homes here. As the storm tracker gets a little closer, again, let's see if we can't split this. Keep that up, but I want to show the radar because we still have the tornado warning for Spencer County. So let's just try to, you can pop it in a double box bin or put it all four boxes up, whatever you want to do. But we want to keep the radar up simply because we still have the tornado warning Spencer County. This is going right through the Taylorsville area at this point. We've been tracking these storms back out to our west, so the storm tracker would be somewhere close to Mount Washington, somewhere just south of there. You're looking at that information and that feed from the storm tracker coming in. We'll get that fixed here off to my side here. That'll be the storm tracker coming up. But what you're noticing is some debris, whether that's just some sticks and trees that have been down or whether there's something more there that could have been indeed, could have been homes that have been.
Yeah, and Kevin,
partially.
it looks like, even I'm checking the terminal back and forth with
Yes.
you, that kind of cross-reference. It looks like it's on the eastern side of Waterford. It is tracking pretty much right along Highway 44. That is a very windy road, of course. I think you get past that point, there's the pumpkin patch store, and then you get into the core of Taylorsville. So no doubt, if this trajectory is right and it holds, that is going to put it right there. We have just, I would say,
it's
on
about this area here. There's Waterford. Yes.
Yeah, just east of. Yeah, exactly. Right east of there, traveling right along Highway 44.
So it's going to take it through Yoder.
Yep.
And probably very close to Taylorsville.
You got it right there at that intersecting point when you eventually go up the hill to head to the lake. And of course, Spencer County High School also there, not too far away from that area.
Getting a new update in with the radar so you can see again that rotation showing up clearly there. Back to the tools we go. I'm just going to draw it on here for you. Again, the rotation swinging through this area off to the east of Waterford, north of 44, but barely, and through Yoder right up on 155 right now. So that's the zone that you have to pay attention to in terms of where the strongest rotation is, at least at this point. We've got some damage showing up from the storm tracker from this storm. Doesn't surprise us because it caused major damage out to the west. You'll hear more about that in the hours to come. But right now over Normandy, pushing closer to you, get under the tornado safe place. Get there now. We have the tornado warning that continues. Veach would be the next place, moving through a good chunk of Spencer County as we speak. There's 155, there's Yoder, there's Taylorsville. Just to put it in perspective, it's just north of Taylorsville. Again, this is the zone of where we would have the greatest opportunity to see probably that strongest rotation. Somewhere right in there. Going to move right across 155. Brian, anything new?
Just trying to keep an eye on the other. It's kind of a messy radar signature, Kevin, because it's still evolving. Because what we had here was, let me try to get you a cleaner look to it so you guys can see what I'm looking at. We've got these individual cells that are kind of interfering at times with it. But if you look carefully, let me zoom in a little more, and you see these little notches that have formed here, basically on the northern side, one into here, Little Mount area, then back into Taylorsville. This is a quick scan. I mean, this thing is basically breaking the speed limit at the moment here. So it's moving already really to the eastern side now of Taylorsville. But it's these little notches. Each one of these keeps showing up with a decent amount of rotation within them. So typically in this scenario, instead of dealing with one large, big tornado, which would likely happen in West Kentucky, you get these brief ones that touch down. They look very ragged. If you were to see them in daytime, you can't, so don't go out chasing. But in the daytime, they would appear very ragged and forming. They touch down for a brief moment. They go back up, and then there's one as close to it as maybe 500 feet away, does the same exact thing, and they work as a team, if you will. What we call these multiple vortices. This is a type of setup that seems to be doing that into Spencer County. That makes for very scattered damage when that happens. Makes it very difficult to really pinpoint one particular location, but that also means that entire area that you just highlighted there to get you all the way to Shelbyville down to Taylorsville, that entire zone is what we got to watch, because there could be small little spinning vortices, if you will, within that entire complex as it moves off to the east. But this storm is not done reorganizing yet.
No, and I tell you, and that's normal, by the way. That's nothing new, what Brian was pointing out. Early in the day, when we're first tapping into the storms or tapping into the atmosphere, they can become those supercell storms. That's what this one was early on. But now, as the messy part of the storm system sort of occurs, as we start to get it washed out, but we're still dealing with incredible winds, we can have those multiple vortices along that line. And that's appearing to be more and more likely, as Brian pointed out. You can still see some of that rotation past Normandy, right along 44. If you're along 44, you probably have seen something. In fact, we've had a number of reports from right along 44 coming in. I'm going to get to Ryan in just a minute on some of the damage reports that have been in real time in just the last few minutes. And then let me zoom back out. I'm going to go to our home view, and then we'll come back in. Again, Spencer County, you are under a tornado warning. Southern parts of Shelby County under the tornado warning. Don't think we've not been watching what's happening down toward Bowling Green. Another tornado warning there that could very well move into parts of Hart and then the southern parts of our viewing area. So we're not finished. This is going to continue on for several more hours tonight for some of us. Here in Louisville, the bulk of the action is to our south. Southern Indiana, same story. Most of it is to our south. Still have another line back out to the west. That should not be quite as strong. But nonetheless, what we're tracking now is on the radar. And I'll point the radar out instead of the velocity, and you can see the clusters of showers and thunderstorms moving through. Right now, parts of Bullitt County seeing that storm exit. It will be over parts of Spencer and southern Shelby counties. So to the camera we go as we zoom back in. Again, just pointing out some of the features of the radar that really help us to understand where the strongest winds are. Can be tough at times because it's not always a perfect area of rotation. Sometimes it's broad. Sometimes it comes back in the next scan. It's sort of a living and breathing thing, so it's acting and reacting to the environment that's around it. So let's go back to the tools and to the velocity we go. And we should continue to see, again, that area that we were watching is broadening out just a bit. So there is at least some signs of weakening. The last report was that this tornado would be nearby the Taylorsville area, moving to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Here's Taylorsville. Work your way up, and there you see Veach moving across the county line. This is Spencer into Shelby, okay? So right across Spencer-Shelby County line, that's where we see the greatest rotation, just north of Taylorsville, just north of Little Mount, pushing into Veach, moving closer to Southville. Those are communities that should be on guard for the potential of severe weather. Ryan is on the phone right now. We'll get to him in just a second. Back to the radar we go. Brian, do you have anything to add to what we're watching here, that warning until 2:30?
Well, I appreciate, first off, everyone, the social media reports are great. They're helpful. Keep sending those in if you're safely able to do so. Several reports of those, again, those dime-sized hail reports we had in Mount Washington. Cool video. I don't know if cool is the right word to say here on that, but that was sent in into the Mount Washington area, showing a lot of the power flashes. A lot of transformers are blown, so we'll have an idea.
Okay, is this the storm? What is this? Oh, so this is out in Mayfield. So,
okay.
So sorry for the scare there. But that's the courthouse, and it has been damaged heavily over in far western Kentucky. So that's just outside of our viewing area. More on that in the hours to come. Let's get back here and continue to talk about the tornado warning that we have for parts of our viewing area, which includes the Shelby and Spencer County areas. Brian?
Yeah, and that's still the one that we're watching as it evolves there to the north and east. What I'm going to do, let me turn on again the wind fields here, and we have different versions of and abilities to kind of look at this. We can certainly see each one of these little notches as they move through. Certainly right in through here as you head into just south of Shelbyville, as you get south of I-64. This is feeding into the interstate itself. So hopefully there's no traffic here on 64, because I'm sure there's going to be pretty strong wind gusts in that area. And also another little mini notch showing up there right on the actual border of Spencer and into Shelby counties. For the rest of the area, the one thing we're noting is a bit more of the heavier rain that's taking place and stronger winds. But notice to the south here, we'll be watching to see if any more of these cells feed into here. And I've already been watching this one too.
Brian,
yeah.
The state police just now reporting that there was that tornado touchdown near Yoder. We were tracking
Yoder.
that. That's not too far from Waterford. Remember, we were tracking that.
Yeah. All right. So here is the Yoder area. Right there, just north of Taylorsville. Right now, they're getting hit with just tremendous amount of rain at the moment. Right along 155, this, of course, cuts you all the way over to eventually to get you onto I-64. People use this as a cut through a lot and eventually head over to, say, even Route Road in the morning hours. So a lot of busy travel through there. But it's a northern side there of Taylorsville itself. So I'm sure at this moment, if that's the case, I would think they're probably going to be shutting down, probably due to some of that debris that's out there in some of the roadways on 155 and on Highway 44. But right now, if you're in Taylorsville, you're still in that zone where you're getting a lot of heavy rain, still some wind out there. You're not completely out of the zone by any stretch, so just stay in there. I know it probably still sounds scary right now in your basement area. We still need to keep an eye, though, certainly on Shelby County.
No question about that. And will you punch up Simpsonville on our SkyTrack camera there? I see Bardstown up. Ryan, what do you have?
Okay, at this point, we do have a few damage reports coming in from Bullitt County. The Sheriff's Department would not elaborate on the number or the nature of those at this point, but they are saying they are getting reports of damage in from this likely radar-confirmed tornado that we've had move through there. And at this point, Spencer County has no damage confirmed reports there, but this is so early on, and we're getting, of course, this data in minute by minute here, Kev.
Well, and that's part of Yoder. I mean, if they're seeing it, that would have been through Spencer, so
yes.
That would be the possible tornado touchdown that we have there. All right, it's a real-time radar view for you. This is moving past Spencer County, still in the county, moving over into southern parts of Shelby County. The warning is until 2:30, about another 25 4 minutes left on that warning. I'm going to move the radar so we can take a closer view. We'll pan this over. We'll grab the radar and then just move it over so we can see what's going on across parts of Shelby and Spencer County. So we'll get it out of the way of that box that sits behind my head. There's Southville. We go to the tools. Let's take a look at the velocity. This is very helpful. Again, Brian mentioned it's sort of broadened out in places, meaning punches of wind here or there. Starting to see right across the county border where we could have a little bit of tightening going on, not far from Little Mount. We had that report, 155 Taylorsville Road, seeing some of that debris likely. Brian was pointing that out. Ryan mentioned the reports we had coming out of Bullitt County. This storm has had a history of producing some of the debris. Let's go to the storm tracker. I want to see where it is, and I'd like to see if they are seeing any damage. So, again, you can see that tree sort of has us stuck right there for now. But that's coming out of Bullitt County, so we've had at least some trees down. Mark will turn the storm tracker around and he'll make his way. I think we've had a few areas nearby that have had at least some damage. And I was trying to read this while I'm standing here, but there have been at least a few areas with damage. This is likely one of them across parts of Bullitt County. That likely continued into parts of Spencer County. Wouldn't be surprised to see some damage in Shelby County. Again, you can see this tightening just a bit. That's just one tool that we're looking at. When we go back to the draw, I can just point out that from Little Mount to Southville, this would be a zone that we'd be concerned with for the potential of the tornado. Now we go to the radar, you can see the heavy rain extends much farther north, up towards Shelbyville, in fact, all the way back toward Taylorsville. So boom, it comes in with a punch of wind, and then the rain continues. Again, when we first started tracking this, as it sort of really tightened up in parts of Bullitt County, I mean, it was just clear on the radar that this had a hook developing, and now we don't see that as much. So we'll have to wait for a couple more radar scans to see if indeed this redevelops or if it's just going to be a wind maker as it moves through. So let's go over to Brian.
All right, Kevin, I just want to mention the Storm Prediction Center is also still watching that really nasty cell that we had into southern areas of Kentucky that moved through the Hopkinsville area and Bowling Green. And look how many, by the way. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them stacked up, and when you look to the south, there is nothing there. So that's going to keep feeding these over and over and over again. So no doubt the perhaps the worst of the severe weather outbreak, sorry, it's a long night, will likely happen right there along the Kentucky-Tennessee border. But for those of you that are right now in the path of this particular one, the lead one that's right over the Western Kentucky University campus, it may hold together for another hour. And if it does so, it may very well put you guys into a spot you need to be aware of. Let me try to do another storm track on that as we head to the next hour. And again, that will put it into, say, Cave City in the next 33 minutes, Mumfordville next 40, Magnolia at about 53 minutes, and maybe Hodgeville within the next hour itself. But right now, based on what I'm looking at here, Kevin, on the radar trends and what is south of that, which is nothing, there is nothing to stop that. So that is certainly an area that we're going to be focusing on. Now, we're still watching what's happening into Spencer and Shelby counties. But as we evolve here, once that cell calms down, we are still closely watching our southern tier of counties. I think that's where the main show is going to be for the next couple of hours ahead.
All right, we'll keep it right here. We're not going anywhere. We promised you we'd be here. We're not going anywhere tonight. We'll stay here even if there are no warnings temporarily, because we do expect additional warnings, especially to our south, as Brian has mentioned. Right now, the only warning that we have in the viewing area is for Shelby and Spencer. This is really moving out of Bullitt County now, impacting about 17,000 people from Taylorsville on up toward just south of the Shelbyville area. Mainly a heavy rain and wind maker, but the threat and the damage has been real with some of the intense winds and the possible tornado that we saw out of this. I'm going to go back to the home view. So let me just take you back, and we'll recap what's happening across the entire area. We have a number of reports coming in from out in Breckinridge County. These storms, again, started way out in Arkansas, moved across Ohio County, Breckinridge County, southern Meade, northern Hardin, Bullitt, now into parts of Shelby and Spencer counties. So that's the same storm we've been tracking. Along that line, we've knocked out AT&T cellular service across parts of Breckinridge County, and power lines are down in front of the Hardensburg Elementary School. So we do have real damage, not just in Breckinridge County, but also across parts of Bullitt County. The storm tracker is on the scene. We've got a couple of trees across the road, lots of branches down. We also have had reports of some buildings that have been damaged. All right, so that continues. That's the one storm that we've been tracking for so long. Additional storms that are newer are the ones down in Bowling Green, and this is a mean-looking storm too. Again, you can sort of see that storm now moving through Bowling Green. Will take aim on Hart County and eventually into parts of Greene and perhaps Taylor counties of Kentucky. We'll have to watch that closely, likely to maintain some of that intensity with nothing to cut it off. So that's a zone that will be next of concern once we get this storm past us. This still has to go through Franklin County. We'll see if it upticks. This storm has had a history of sort of going up, easing down a bit, going back up, easing down. So that's what we'll watch as this moves across parts of Shelby and Spencer counties over the next few minutes. That warning goes until 2:30. We're already at about a quarter after, so we'll be watching that. Let's zoom into it. Southern Indiana, we're not ignoring you. You just don't have much happening right now in terms of active weather. There will be another round of storms back out to our west that moves in. Those are not showing great signs of intensifying at this point. We still have pretty strong winds aloft, and there are still some warnings up around the Indianapolis area, so we can't rule out warnings with this. You're going to see that that storm will continue to push through the area until the cold front moves through tomorrow. And boy, what a shock that's going to be. We're currently running in the upper 60s. It's 68 degrees in Louisville. By midday, we're falling back into the lower 40s. Wind chills will be a factor by tomorrow afternoon. So a powerful cold front out ahead of it. We have these thunderstorms to contend with. So this is, again, the area that we're watching. We have a number of reports that are coming in, and we'll get a check from Ryan on that. I know a lot of folks communicating on social media. We appreciate those reports. Appreciate those folks that have spent time to email us tonight. We do our best to sort of bounce around to all of our platforms and try to serve you the best we can. Let's zoom back in. Well, I did exactly opposite of what I wanted to do. I'm going to go back to the radar. Now let's zoom back in. Here we go. As we zoom back into parts of Spencer County and southern Shelby County, that's the, again, the broadening out of that storm. I don't suspect we'll see the tornado warning continued for this by the latest information that we're seeing, but let me just have a check. So we go to the velocity. And again, it's sort of tough to pick out, but I think we still have more of a strong wind maker pushing toward Harrisonville. Let's compare, Brian.
Yeah, it's got still some wiggle to it. It's the best way I always use that meteorological term of the wiggles. But you can certainly see, in this case, you really just want to follow the lightning. Where you see the lightning concentrate, that's the zone to kind of keep an eye on for any type of intensifying cell, especially, and whether or not it's weakening or getting stronger. And still some decent strikes there, right along I-64 and US 60. So if they were to extend this out for maybe a severe thunderstorm warning, they may for Shelby County, western Franklin, and then perhaps into northern areas of Harrison. That is possible, but as far as any strong tornadic signature, I'm not seeing that. But still, that concentrated lightning area, I still think that's a spot, a bit of a hot spot still we need to keep an eye on. And it's a busy area, and there are a lot of state troopers, too, that travel up and down that area. So that may help, too, if we get some of those reports here soon.
Yeah, and the latest from the Weather Service, who issues the warnings, are saying they're going to let it go until its expiration time, and then they'll sort of reevaluate. Should it tick back up, they'll be able to expand that warning. If not, so we've got another, 15 minutes on the warning. Through that time, we'll be able to determine whether we continue that over into parts of Franklin County or not. So, again, right now, still questionable. The severe thunderstorm warning has expired. The only warning that we have is the tornado warning, and that includes parts of Shelby, southern parts of Shelby, and northern parts of Spencer. It's almost out of Spencer, so this really is a southern Shelby County storm, mainly along and south of I-64 at this point, but lifting just to the north. So something we'll watch as you pass by Shelbyville. So again, the tornado warning is getting redrawn there, and you can see the area that is still in that. That includes Shelby, parts of Spencer. That continues to move off to the east. You see the latest update there. So that tornado warning continues. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke, see what information he has and if there's anything new coming in from the social streams.
Okay, yeah, we do have a brand new photo that's just come in from Ashley Sutter here in Spencer County. If we can pop up Weather 3 there, and we'll be able to show you exactly what we're talking about here. It is a trampoline on top of a car, and you'll note that trampolines are very light. They are very broad, so so they can get thrown around quite easily here. So Ashley,
I was wondering if we were going to have the first trampoline picture.
I know it seems like during every severe weather event and even just regular wind events, we get one of those. But yes, indeed, this is likely from a spot very close to where we had a radar-confirmed tornado there in Spencer County. Thank you to Ashley for giving us the permission to put this on the air this evening. We're going to continue to monitor for your photos and for your reports on Twitter and Facebook. Just tag us Wave 3 Weather on Twitter, or you can submit your photo there in the comments section.
Well, Brian and I just looked at each other at the same time. We read the same thing from the National Weather Service. Let's go to it. Bowling Green we go. I just want to point out let me go to the home view first, and we'll point out the storm to our south. This is really, for folks that may have students at Western, you need to jump on the phone, make sure they are aware. They may be awake already because of what's been going on over the last couple of hours. While we still have this storm and we're watching that, I do want to just zoom in just south of us because we have so many families that have students down in Bowling Green. This storm really is moving right into the Bowling Green metro area, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there. And in fact, it's already now on the other side of town. Yeah, so it's already getting closer to the Corvette Museum, closer to I-65 is where we're seeing some of that. The strongest part of that. Let me stop this so we'll stop animating there. But again, here's downtown Bowling Green. Here we go toward the Memphis Junction area. Here we go as you get just south of the Natcher Parkway itself. And you get very parallel here to I-65. This is going to cross I-65 with a tremendous amount of wind, and we're getting right now what we call a tornado signature that is indicated on radar. This is also a big Kentucky State Police post area, so we may have quite a few reports coming in very soon from this area. We're monitoring our sister station. Actually, they may have taken a hit. Yeah, it looks like they're down in that area, so they may have lost power there in Bowling Green because they're right there at Russellville Road in Bowling Green, and I think the power probably got them because that crossed right over as soon as that hit that side of Bowling Green. And again, that is crossing quickly here to the east and southeast. So really, the one thing we got to keep in mind here, let me kind of animate this over the last hour. And it looks like they're redrawing it, maybe. Yeah, just got a redrawing to the whole structure to it all. But again, that is heading to the east and then southeast as far as individual cells, but the entire complex itself. It's a very odd look here because it is surging quickly to the northeast, but the southern part is kind of dragging its tail, if you will. It's not being allowed to go any more south. It's just building in that flow in the jet itself.
Well, it clearly is I mean, we've seen the reports. It's a large and dangerous tornado that is observed. It's on the ground. It's a considerable threat. It's doing some damage. So now's the time to let those folks know. Obviously, it may be too late for some folks, but out toward the far eastern side of Bowling Green, let them know what's happening. Let's go back to our home view here because that storm, while it is just to our south, and I know there are many folks that have an interest at Western, including Brian, who was an alum from there, but here in Louisville, parts of Shelby County, even though this one has been weakening just a bit, it still shows potential for some strong winds and even that tornado threat. So we're going to zoom back into that. This is the only warning we have in our viewing area, but Hart County would be next in line from that southern storm. This storm moving across parts of Shelby County at this point, still showing the potential for those strong winds. Let me center it up, and then we'll add to it the velocity so we can see inside the storm. And we'll just go to the scope, and with that, we can take a look. And what we're looking for is that red and green together. That's that shear. We see, again, it's sort of broadened out. It's tough to tell. Looks like it'd be right along 64, just south of 60. That's Shelbyville Road, just past the Shelbyville area as you work your way into Frankfort or the Franklin County area, far western parts of Franklin County. Again, it's more of a wind threat, I'd say, along that line out of anything. So it's just going to be a push of wind that comes in. Our winds gusting to 23 miles an hour here. Again, that's the only storm that we have that's warned for Louisville is that tornado warning to our south. Additional storms toward Bowling Green. We are seeing a number of reports coming in from there at this point. Lots of power flashes coming in from the weather cameras down across the Bowling Green area. That's a storm that's on the ground. This one, not so much at this point. Has been at times. Certainly has been. We saw major damage out of this very storm way back out to our west. We have all of our team here working. We have our news crews out. The storm tracker has been deployed. We've been keeping an eye on the heavy rain in places. We have no flooding issues at this point, but you can still see the rain is falling. Back down into Bullitt County, where we tracked that storm, we have seen a number of reports of at least tree limbs. Can't say that there's been a tremendous amount of damage anywhere in our viewing area. Now, outside of the viewing area, certainly, but we have had some power outages, and we certainly have some roofs that have been damaged across parts of Breckenridge County, and then even into northern parts of Hardin County. So that storm continues to move off to the north and east. Brian?
Yeah, real quick update on our southern tier, by the way. Something we got to really watch here as we look at Max 2. We mentioned the supercell that is there with the debris signature that's coming up over the Bowling Green area. We're hoping to get more information on that here very soon. But here's the thing. When you get a cell like this, notice these are kind of more into the letter C, not a backward C, but a full-on letter C to the north of it. What will happen is this cell will begin to get faster and ahead of the actual main line. And what will happen usually in these cases when that takes place is this surges more towards, say, Hart County and eventually into, say, Greene County, is you're going to force a bit of a wiggle on the northern side of that may develop there into southern, I would say, Grayson and southern Hardin County and LaRue. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but it is a favorable environment where you begin to have this supercell interfering with what's happening to its north. And this is an area that really hasn't seen a whole lot of action for thunderstorms. So something to watch over the next little bit. I know we've already highlighted you guys many times. You need to be on guard here, certainly for areas, I would say, right around the parkways itself, all the way to the Tennessee border. That's a zone. It's still a pretty hot zone, too. We need to watch for additional rotation here the next little bit.
All right, that certainly bears watching, and we'll keep an eye on that. The other storm that we are watching is the one that's pushing through. This warning could very well get extended over into Franklin County as that storm continues to move off to the northeast, 40 to 50 miles an hour. So the forward motion continues. But again, a wind threat for all of these storms passing by, a tornado threat for some, and that's why most of the ones that reach that level are under a tornado warning. And you see those. We have the one across parts of Shelby and now northern Spencer County, and then, of course, the ones down toward Bowling Green. I'm going to take a wider view of the radar and just show what's happening back out to our west. This is the line. We see the two tornado warnings that we have, things calming down a bit. Severe thunderstorm warning, Indianapolis. Back toward Evansville, lines of storms, but the severe weather threat has eased just a bit. Doesn't mean that the wind fields have eased. We still have very strong winds coming across the atmosphere. Severe thunderstorm warnings along I-40 west of Nashville. These storms likewise will be approaching the Nashville area, the Bowling Green area with the tornado warning. That's the most ominous storm that we're tracking. And then the one further to the north that we have our eyes on, probably the least ominous. This one has sort of subsided just a bit at this point. The one to our south toward Bowling Green starting to get 60 mile per hour plus winds out of even as we speak. So that's the area of concern to our south. Let's take another view, as we often do. We sort of just repeat the process, zoom in, take a scan. Let's see if we see any of the rotation through the velocity, any debris through the debris detector, and here we are. It's out of, for the most part, Spencer County. So now we're dealing with a Shelby County storm, south for the most part of US 60, eventually moving toward Frankfurt, the capital city. Let's move the radar, and then we'll do our thing and sort of zoom in. All right, so there we have that. And in fact, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more since we're zoomed out. Brian, if you have anything to add, jump in.
Yeah, I would say it's worth keeping an eye back into Hardin County and to western Bullitt County as well, starting to see another round of those cell mergers taking place again. And while we've had some rain near that area, the thing is the temperature has not dropped at all, and it's still very humid there. So again, it's still unstable. And I just checked some of the latest data from one of our sites we use for real-time reports coming in, and it still indicates it's certainly an environment that can still allow for some strengthening for that cell out of Meade, moving into northern areas of Hardin County. So I just want to do FYI that we're watching you guys as well. We're watching Indiana too. I know we haven't had a ton of talk about Indiana. You've been some of the quieter spots so far this evening overnight, and that's a good thing, but just know we're watching you too, and we'll keep an eye on that band of heavier rain approaching you as well.
All right, 5 more minutes on the warning that we have across Shelby County, and we'll see if that gets extended. I suspect with the rotation and the pockets of wind that we can see on the radar that very well may at least get extended to a severe thunderstorm warning, but running out of time to do that. Grafenberg over toward Frankfort should be starting to see that unfold as we speak. This is moving off in that direction at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, so I would wait at any moment. In fact, I wouldn't wait. I would just go ahead and get in your tornado safe place. Get where the wind can't get you, and that is the lowest level. That is away from the windows. This storm still packing a punch, has had a history of doing so, and we've got one more county to get it through. And once we get past Franklin County, we'll push the baton over to Lexington to get you closer to the Lexington area, at least for this storm. So that's the one we continue to watch, and you can see some of the rotation that's showing up within that. Back to the radar view we go. And with that, it doesn't look all so impressive on the radar, but nonetheless, the heavy rain will continue. That is the tornado warning. Goes until 2:30. We're just 4 minutes away from that. No additional warnings, at least at this point, have been issued downstream. I'm going to take us back out of this view. Want to point out both of those. Brian mentioned these storms moving through Meade County, back down toward the Western Kentucky Parkway. This is west of I-65. This is a more favorable environment for the wind threat to our south and the rotation. So that continues down toward Bowling Green. Again, here comes the tornado warning that's now for Hart County. You can see it being expanded across the southern part of the state. So that one's coming out of Bowling Green into Hart County, the tornado warning. This one showing that this not too far from Plum Springs, moving off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. This is an observed tornado. It is not necessarily radar indicated, though we can see it on the radar. I'm just going to zoom into that storm down to our south. That's the one that had the punch with all of the wind in Bowling Green. We go inside the storm with our tools. We take a look at the velocity. You'll see what I'm talking about right there. Just past Bowling Green at this point. It would be on the far eastern outskirts. This will move toward Rocky Hill, Brownsville, right up toward the Munfordville area. So perhaps just south of Munfordville as it crosses over 31W. You have time. If you're in Hart County, now is the time to get in the tornado safe place. This is, again, not radar. It's obviously radar indicated. We can see it. But more importantly, it is observed, and we have seen damage out of this in Bowling Green. So that is the storm that we're watching to the south. All right, Brian is sort of scanning all the storms, southern Indiana down into the Louisville metro, pushing through Meade County. Let's jump over to him with any details you have there, Brian.
All right, we'll actually start in Indiana real quick and take a quick scan of what everything is looking like there across the southern part of the Hoosier State itself. And we are dealing with the actual band here. Looks like it's the last of it, really, moving across areas of Indiana as you head into near the IU campus, approaching the Lawrence County area. Nothing severe indicated, but no doubt it's going to be still a loud show and some gusty winds out there. Now, the fuel, there's not as much of that fuel around that there was earlier, but there is at least some to still work with to get a damaging wind threat, so we can't take that off the table just yet. For those of you, okay, tornado in Franklin?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, tornado warning right there, right over the city of Frankfort. And that, Kevin, was right on the northern part of the one in Yoder that held together. And it kind of snuck, I guess, for about 15 minutes without any dramatic detection. But now it looks like it's right back up again in that area there.
All right, so we continue. We said we'd track this through the capital city and then eventually move it on out. This is the storm to the south, so let's go back. We'll go back to our tools. I'm going to pop on the velocity. We'll go back to our camera, take us home, and then we'll zoom over into the Franklin County area. So back to tools and to zoom. So here we go. And that's the, again, two storms really that we're watching. This one is going to fade away, and then this is the one with the latest warning. So let me just pan that over. That storm, there it is. It's gone. So it's moved out of Spencer and Shelby counties as we expected. And now we're solidly moving across Franklin County. Again, you can see the rotation showing up. That's a tight couplet showing up right over Frankfort. In fact, this should go just to the north of the capital. This is going to be moving pretty much off to the east, northeast at about 60 miles an hour. This is a fast-moving storm. It was right over Frankfort. That's how fast it spun up. That's why we were curious if they were going to extend the warning. Took a little bit of time to do that. Boom. There you see the reason the warning was issued, and rightfully so. We can see that moving, should go just south of the Peaks Mill area. So again, the tornado warning continues for parts of Franklin County, and that warning will be in place until 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we've got another half hour on that warning for Franklin and Scott counties, impacting a decent number of folks, about 30,000 people out of that storm in Franklin County. I'm going to go back into that storm as we get a little closer. So we're watching you down in Hart County. We've got our eyes on you. You can see they've extended the tornado watch off to the east until 9 a.m. So these storms will continue. We're not quite finished, but that will eventually shift out of our viewing area. But the watch for parts of the viewing area until 9 a.m. There you see the latest radar scan of that storm moving through Frankfort and the Franklin County area. There's Peaks Mill. And again, strong rotation showing up within that storm. And you'll notice that just north of Frankfort itself. So that storm continues to move on off to the north and east. Fast moving. Boy, this storm is, again, like they have been all day, Brian, moving at about 55 to 65 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's an amazing jet streak moving through the area. We just don't get those kind of wind fields, at least not with warm weather. We get it a lot sometimes with winter storms that move through the area, and you get your blizzards that way. But in this case, it's just so warm and humid. In fact, we are now the warmest part of the entire day, and we are now technically now into Saturday morning.
69 degrees.
It's 69 degrees.
Oh my gosh.
Wind 35 miles per hour. Here's the
nice couplet to the south.
Yeah, look at that. That is right there again, located right along 6880. If you're traveling, a lot of people use this road to cut from Bowling Green over to Hopkinsville. And again, this is heading just south of the Mammoth Cave area. And I-65 is going to just get absolutely slammed out of this. They're just the way it curves there. When you move out of Hart County and then eventually traveling all the way to about the Smiths Grove area, it's that curvature of it is allowing for this storm to really impact a good chunk there of the interstate. And keep in mind, it was up in this area in around portions of the Bonneville area that we had that tornado that was not too long ago that happened. Well, it's been, I guess, several years now that I think about it. I think I was in college. I'm just pretending I'm younger. But anyway, it was back then that we had that take place over the interstate.
Seemed like yesterday.
It did. That's what it feels like. Although it seems like a really long day right now. But no doubt, that's a spot we're going to be watching over the next few moments. Because again, this is an area that just hasn't seen any action here on thunderstorms. So there is still an environment to work with. Yes, we are further into the night. That is a plus. But once they're like machines. Once they get going, it just takes a while for them to kind of ease back down. Kind of a similar way, hurricanes are the kind of the same ordeal. Once they become their own machine and have their engine going there, it takes a while to wind things down. So they usually don't fall apart as quickly as other thunderstorm cells can. No doubt, though, if you live in areas of Meade County, though, and Radcliffe, you're like, it sounds like, the roof's coming off right now with the wind and the thunder and the lightning. Nothing severe is happening. We've seen some very weak rotation at times as that band moves through, but nothing crazy at all. It's mainly just more of a straight line wind potential. But again, with the airport at 35 miles per hour, those kind of gusts are going to be common. And in fact, even when the rain's over, it's going to be a common theme throughout the entire day on Saturday. Yeah,
and eventually we switch that from the south to the north, and we start to really cool down behind the system. We're still seeing this rotation over across Franklin County. This is just to the north of Elsinore. I hope I said that right. It's right along and north of 460 and just off to the east of 127. It's north and east of the Frankfort area. It's going to move very close to the Peaks Mill region. That will continue moving through. You may recall just last Sunday when we were tracking storms into early Monday morning, Stamping Ground had a very powerful storm to hit over in Scott County. Same zone. That's where it flipped that trailer onto another trailer. Trailers are not safe places to be with winds like this. You've got to get out, seek shelter at a neighbor's, get to the lowest level. Even if it doesn't have a basement, it's going to be safer than a trailer. So we've got Peaks Mill seeing that strong rotation, powerful winds, tornado warning, 2 in 1 week. Tough week for the folks in Stamping Ground and parts of Scott County, parts of Franklin County. You had the tornado too earlier in the week. This storm continues to show the motion, the rotation, now just south of Peaks Mill, moving along the border, moving fast. It will move out of Franklin and into Scott County in a very short order. This is moving through with heavy rain. We've had some hail reports today. Most of those have been pea to nickel size hail. In many instances, that's where they've fallen, somewhere between the two. But we have had some hail, and we can't rule that out in a few places, even with this storm. The heavy rain is certainly with it, but the most important and probable issue that you're going to have is the wind and the potential for that tornado that's showing up on the radar. And in some instances, it's pretty tight bound, meaning it's a very strong rotation, not too far from Peaks Mill at this point. Any new information coming in, Ryan?
Yes, we do have a new piece of information. We're going to talk about the long game of this here for just a second. The tornado watch for areas south of Louisville has now been extended until 9 a.m. It's going to take some time to get all of this energy out of our southern counties. The tornado watch continues for the Louisville area and points north until 3 a.m. We'll see if they extend that at all, but at this point it looks like the southern half of our viewing area continues to be the main area of concern at this point. I've been on the phone with Bullitt County, with Spencer County, and at this point we don't have any new information, but we're working our hardest to get that to you.
Okay, and I'll ask our news department to send over whatever reports they have as well. We have complete communication in the building, both in the monitors that I'm looking at off to the side, and of course the phone's our friendly friend all the time. So we're constantly looking at the information that helps us out in terms of knowing what really is happening and what has happened. This tornado warning continues for Franklin and Scott counties until 3 o'clock. As we look inside that storm, the rotation has been impressive. And again, I'm just going to pop on the rotation. We look at that through the velocity, and there it is. And you'll notice it's still there, just now south and pretty much to the east of Peaks Mill. This will continue moving off. We've got some reports coming in where we've had wind speeds on the order of 40 to 50 miles an hour in general, with the storms moving closer to us. Our gusts, as Brian mentioned, are at 35 right now. These storms to our south, with this tornado warning in particular, will have much stronger winds in a very localized area. Going to move very close to the stamping ground area, and you can see two areas of rotation across that warning. And again, that's Franklin County moving into Scott County. That's why you're under the tornado warning, lowest level, safe place. I'm going to take the radar back, and then we'll point out that that warning goes until 3 o'clock. It's still very much in Franklin County, maybe two centers of probability for rotation within that as it moves across into Scott County. That is the only warning that we have across the viewing area at this point, but it's not the only thunderstorm we have. Additional thunderstorms continue across the area, and some of those are rotating, some of those are producing hail, some of those have more of a tornadic threat. Brian's taking an in-depth look at those right now. Brian?
Yeah, we got these little caricatures, if you will, of showing what is on the map in the area. And most of these you see that are more of the yellow arrows indicate just a typical thunderstorm with maybe some broad rotation. Usually that indicates that it's likely producing perhaps some gusty winds in that area. As I add on the radar with this image, a couple of things you will note when we line all this up together is that one area that we had that was spinning with a possible tornado earlier that was showing up here on the radar, it has now weakened on that signal, so that's not showing up as much. The one over portions there of northern Hardin County, again showing just some gusty winds with that. We'll need to watch that, as there will be some strong and enhanced winds. No doubt Bowling Green's the one. You got much more of the red circulation showing up there, indicating several areas that are watching that are spinning. That's the reason why they got the tornado warnings out. It's worth noting, though, as we look to the west, this line it's not the actual front, but it's not far from it. It is still producing strong winds. In fact, not long after it passed by this area, it produced a wind gust of 44 miles per hour. So still some strong winds with these kind of the more broken line of cells, and more hail reports than anything showing up, as we're starting to see that more of that punch of that colder area getting involved there in the northwest side there. But just gives you an idea that even though some of these may end here in the next few moments, there's still, until the cold front moves through, there's still going to be the risk for some more gusty winds and maybe some hail at times until that front passes overhead. So that's the reason why we put that time period out of 8 a.m. is the most of the severe weather is likely going to end before that window.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'm just looking at, first of all, I heard the thunder outside. Second of all, I see where in the state of Kentucky, we have about 43,000 people without power at this point. So a real problem for some folks, especially out across western Kentucky. Nonetheless, here across Franklin County, you can see that storm moving past Peaks Mill over into Scott County. Scott County technically not in the viewing area. Franklin County you are. But regardless, you had those storms late last week or early this week. It was Monday morning where we had the tornado, both in Franklin and in Scott County. That will continue to push through tonight with that potential for additional rotation and additional tornado signature showing up. That's why the warning continues. Now just about to cross with one section. In fact, let me go to the tools because I want to make sure it's clear what I'm talking about. We have a couple of areas of rotation. One moving across the county border, another one just north of 460. And both of those will be moving through, both showing signs of rotation within that storm structure as we continue to see that move on through parts of Franklin and Scott County. There's the view, the warning until 3 o'clock. That's about 20 minutes away. I'm going to go back to our home view that we have just to point out that the warnings, this is the only warning in our viewing area, Franklin County. Down into Hart County, we're watching you closely too. We've had a number of reports as this went through Bowling Green with power outages. In fact, some of the data that we get from the Kentucky Mesonet has taken a hit because they're obviously located down at Western Kentucky University, and some of their servers have lost power. But nonetheless, those warnings continue passing through Bowling Green, now into Hart County. Big question is, will this get extended into parts of our viewing area? Southern LaRue, perhaps Greene, Taylor, Marion. We'll have to track this storm across the southern counties within the next hour as well. It's moving very fast, so we'll know in the next 10, 15 minutes, and then by the next hour, it should be already out of here. It's 2:42 right now in the morning. It's 69 degrees. We have plenty of wind energy. We have plenty of moisture to work with. We have the lift with the front moving in. The severe weather threat is not over, but the greatest concentration of it is to our south. Brian?
I just want to mention while you're listening to the stats there, Louisville, 48 miles per hour.
Oh, that's our latest wind gust?
Yes,
Wow.
yeah. So 48 miles per hour, and that's without any warning that we've had, and technically for the city there. So this gives you an indicator that some of these cells themselves, not as severe as 10 better than that, so it's not a severe wind gust, but that 48 can certainly knock some tree limbs down. Just heard from one of our directors we got here at the station, has no power as well. I think that's the theme we're going to hear a lot of, and I think a lot of folks are watching this on streaming right now because the power is out in many spots right now.
All right, just to show some of those wind speeds that we have, and then Ryan, I'll ask to see if the power outage graphic, I don't know if we have that or not, but
Yep.
let's look at the wind speeds. Brian just mentioned the latest gust was 48?
48. Yeah.
So this is a little outdated at 35. Fort Knox 47, 37 Springfield, Owensboro 41. You start to get those 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. That can cause power outages. We've seen it time and again. Again, I'm looking at these power outages, but I don't find that they're real time. So we'll see if that can't. Is that we have none across Kentucky?
On Max 3, it's updated. I'm not sure why it's not updating on your end, but if we pop up Max 3, let's do that full here. There we go. That's what it should look like right now. I'm going to pop up Breckinridge County. They've got about 4% of customers out, 618 at this point. Once you make your way out towards, say, Meade County, 1,100 customers without power. That's 8% of the tracked customers in those counties. And if you look toward like Bullitt County, we're still getting some numbers in from there. These might take a few minutes to update, even though we've had some pretty powerful thunderstorms move through some of these counties that are blank at this point. So we'll keep an eye on this graphic, Kevin.
Brian?
Yeah, I mentioned that 48 mile per hour wind gust. Well, there has certainly been a strengthening in the wind fields right along a couple of those cells in southern Jefferson County. This is going to be over Highview, just east of Hillview, and tracking down to just north of Shepherdsville at the moment. I'm not seeing anything right now that indicates, a rotation. I think it's more of a straight line wind scenario, but it is something we need to watch, especially since it's got those wiggles. But it is right there again across to the southern part of Jefferson County. That is more than likely, as that move through, is what trigger, because again, the airport's right over here in Okolona, near there. And that's the reason why I think that passed on by, we had that surge of wind pass through. So you'd expect similar gusts too in Mount Washington very, very soon.
Well, and that's not too far from where we had those strong winds just less than an hour ago, which we saw the trees already down. So we will likely see that. Would be surprised to see at least a warning come out from that. Weather Service likely looking at that too. You can see across southern Jefferson County down into Bullitt County, that push of wind. The warning we have, Franklin County moving out into Scott County at this point. Our wind gusts are high downtown, likely to be even higher toward Fern Creek, Mount Washington, Glen Mary as that continues. You see the tornado warning down in Hart County. That continues. That moved out of Bowling Green. Those are the only two tornado tornado warnings that we have in the immediate area. Additional thunderstorms across parts of Washington County, Indiana, near Salem, and back out to our west as we see those move in overnight tonight. The threat of severe weather will stay with us into the overnight, but you can see it's isolated. Many places will not experience severe weather, but you're going to hear the thunder. You're going to see some heavy rainfall, especially from Louisville on south, and we're going to have to contend with these areas or pockets of strong wind. Some places will get the push of wind. Other places will not. Some places will see that wind rotate. Other places will not. So that's sort of the general consensus of what will unfold through the rest of tonight. It's 2:46. I know a lot of you are like, I've had enough. I'm ready to go to bed. Again, can't put you in the all clear because we still have development back out to our west. Some of those could be on the strong side. But for the most part, the bulk of the severe weather is likely going to be off to our south and east as we roll through the overnight. There at least is a higher percentage of it being there than there would be off to our north and west. So at least if we're looking at percentages, that's what we would say at this point. Regardless, we have the heavy rain, the wind passing by, enough to knock out power, enough to cause a few issues. Franklin County no longer under that tornado warning, so it's been canceled as it moves over into Scott County. Scott County is still under this. This was about 10 miles to the north of Georgetown is where we're tracking this as you look at I-75. That's going to continue to move off to the northeast, 60 miles an hour, the speed of that storm. The one to our south and the next one to watch will be the one across parts of Hart County. That one, I suspect, and let's just take a closer view of that now that we've got the one to our north out of the viewing area. Here we are, Hart County. I'm going to just grab this, pan it over. There we go. And as we look right along 31W, again, push of wind. We know it's going to have some powerful winds with it, and the velocity on this is going to show yes. So we definitely have the wind approaching Munfordville, Cave City, right along I-65, right along 31W. This will move over into Greene County. So be on standby. You'd be next in line to see potential for damaging winds and that tornado warning that should continue into Greene County. So if you're listening, have friends, family, just give them an early alert. That should be headed in their direction. That's one area that we're watching. Back to, and again, this is the warning, goes until 2:15 Central Standard Time, 3:15. Another half hour on this warning as it continues to make its way off to the east. All right. So again, watching the wind in the metro area as we go back to our camera view, take you home. We appreciate you staying with us tonight. It's the reason we're here. We know some folks waking up, some folks really like weather, some people are scared of weather. This is why we're here. We're just going to walk you through the storms as the night goes on. It's kind of a laid-back deal. We have made a plan. We're here to make sure that we could get you through a rare event. Rare because it's December the 11th now, and we're looking at atmospheric conditions that are unusual for this time of year, and a rare overnight severe weather event where folks sometimes have trouble finding that information. There's the latest tornado warning to our south. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, a lot of folks sunning off now about these strong winds in Bullitt County and Fern Creek. We're hearing from a lot of folks saying the wind is just like crazy strong right now. Now, crazy strong by measurement standards right now. We are getting wind gusts. Ryan just checked above the beam itself there at about 70, 75 miles per hour. The ground level, common gust, even Louisville still at around 41 miles per hour. But we had that surge to 48. We've had some gust as well into the Radcliffe area around 47. So again, this is just right now sub-severe type of gust, but no doubt that wind field has expanded much more into Fern Creek, into J-Town. Certainly, once again, revisiting Mount Washington with that, all the way to Hillview. We may see additional outages likely in that area.
Showing no signs of weakening, by the way, only signs of intensifying, which I think is important to mention too, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's go over to Ryan. What do you got?
Okay, just got a phone call from a viewer down in the Hart County area. WBKO is apparently not reaching a lot of folks right now. They may have been knocked completely off the air here. So if you're in Hart County, that tornado warning continues until 2:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. I understand a lot of folks in the Bowling Green market may be tuning into us in the Hart County area to get that information. So I just wanted to let everybody know, all those 12,000 people under that warning, that we are keeping an eye on this for you guys down there.
Well, we've been watching it. They're welcome to use the signal. We want to make sure people stay safe tonight. Please do what you need to do to stay safe. Let folks know what's happening. That is the only tornado warning we have. The one for Scott County has expired. All other areas in the viewing area are under no warnings. You see a lot of red on the map. That's the tornado watch. Technically, for the Louisville area until 3 a.m. Areas to our east, it goes until 9 a.m. So these storms will continue to move to our east through the early morning hours. After sunrise, we could still be dealing with some strong to severe storms moving through. Again, the low-level jet, the jet stream just above the surface. We're talking some winds that are howling. That's still going to be the case for the next several hours. If we can tap into those, we're going to see some very strong winds reach the ground. We've already seen it at the airport, 48-mile-per-hour winds. Let's zoom in. I'll show you what people are talking about. As Brian mentioned, chiming off on social media, seeing the fact that we have some of these winds pushing through, and then just going to center this up, and then we'll take a look. So when you look at Louisville, the bulk of the rain, well, it's over the entire county. The strongest of the rain, heaviest of the rain, is in the southern and southeastern parts. If we go to the tools, we can show you the velocity that we're dealing with. It's right along this area, anywhere from J-Town, Fern Creek, right down to Mount Washington through the Shepherdsville area. That's the area that we have the strongest winds. So I'll just draw it on here. We would see that zone right there would be some very strong winds pushing into western parts of Spencer County, getting ready to push into western parts of Shelby County near Simpsonville. Our SkyTrack camera in Simpsonville will likely be showing that wind sort of jerk around. We have that camera up, by the way, so Simpsonville, we're here. We're going to be looking at that right now. Not all that bad. In the next few minutes, that's going to change. And there's downtown, so we can see the camera bouncing just a bit. The lightning, bang, that hit the ground. So some cloud-to-ground lightning that we have all across the area. The thunder, we hear it downtown. Again, powerful storm. No warning with it, probably waking folks up. And this is the reason we said we're going to stay on the air even when there are no warnings in the viewing area because of events like this going on overnight. We knew a lot of folks would be waking up saying, what's going on? Where do I turn? Rare overnight December severe weather outbreak. We are here. There are no warnings in the viewing area. We have had major damage with some of the same storms that pushed through here, though. In fact, I want to show you some of that damage. We start with what's happened back out across parts of Illinois, where we track that same storm that just moved through Franklin and Scott counties. No warnings with it now, but earlier in the evening, we had a number of tornado warnings, even as it moved across our area. But back out across parts of Illinois, in a suburb of St. Louis, Edwardsville, this tornado touched down and hit a massive Amazon warehouse facility. It did a tremendous amount of damage there. We had additional storms that did incredible damage not far from Jonesboro. This is in Kentucky. This was Central City. And you can see WBKO, our sister station, which appears to be having some power problems now, has shown this damage that's taken place there. BKO and Bowling Green had winds that were incredibly powerful, moved right through the city. Some of our weather data that comes out of Western Kentucky University is being hampered just a bit. Brian?
Yeah, it just hit hurricane force, actually, at the WKU farm itself. They're into the Warren County areas. Those winds blew through that area. So, again, where you've got several issues we're watching here. The good news is we're easing back a bit here in the short term as far as the warnings go. But I think next step is going to be the one that's going to be likely to impact the eastern side there of Harts County, Greene, LaRue, and part of Taylor's probably going to be next in line. So just giving you guys a heads up, you will be next in line likely for some type of warning here. We'll let you know what type does get issued. And still watching this very strong line again of strong winds and a lot of lightning. Lightning field has certainly increased, and I'm sure that especially that it's 2:54 in the morning. This has just about everyone out of bed right now thinking, oh no, this is really bad stuff. Now, we are not seeing anything as far as rotation with this. This all looks to be a straight line wind, but this is the type of wind that usually can cause some of the bigger issues over a greater distance. And that's where we're going to run into probably several areas in Fern Creek and that power grid to Mount Washington and into Bullitt County, which is already, Kevin, been hit already by a supercell thunderstorm. It's already been strained as it is. So you're going to have to be patient with these crews because they're going to try to get out there and try to get all these power lines restored. And, of course, don't approach any down power line, guys. Hopefully we won't have to say that, but just as a reminder. But they're going to be dealing with the 40-mile-per-hour winds during the day on Saturday, so crews may not get some of these restorations fully back intact again until sometime Sunday, Kevin, the way it looks right now.
Yeah, it could be a problem.
Yeah.
Tawana Andrews in the storm tracker. We're going to check in with her.
There's a tornado warning for Greene, just now hit there.
All right, so let me just jump to that. We'll go Greene County. We expected this. It's going to continue over into parts of Marion, Hart, and Taylor. So sounds of sirens are going off in a number of our communities, anywhere from Greensburg to Campbellsville to Lebanon. All of those areas under the new tornado warning that we have to our south. This is the same system that moved through Bowling Green with damage, and now we look to the south. Strong winds across the Louisville area, but let me take us back to the south. As we look inside that storm, we go back to the home view, and then we'll zoom in. You know the drill by now. As we zoom in to the storms to the south, we'll note that is the only warning that we have. And again, that is the tornado warning. It has had a history of producing damage. It is plenty of time. You've got plenty of time. The storm is in Hart County. It's going to be moving into Greene County. We'll then transition into parts of Taylor County and then lift up into southern Marion County. So again, you should be in your tornado safe place. When we look at the velocity on the storm, you're going to notice a punch of wind and the rotation passing over 31W and I-65 between Horse Cave and Munfordville. This is going to lift off to the north and northeast at a pretty rapid rate. This storm will be moving off to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So it's going to move fast. Should push right through the northern half of Greene County and a good chunk of Taylor County as well as it continues that movement. Again, the greatest rotation passing by Munfordville as we speak. I'm just going to look inside to see if we see any of that debris. Brian, I see you're looking at that too, so why don't you just take it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, please.
I've got several different weird things happening on my screen right now. Yeah, let me try to get rid of this.
Oh,
sorry about that.
I didn't mean to ambush you while you were.
It's all right. I got gremlins that are really lighting up my system here. Yeah, that rotation behind that bar, that's a little V-notch, if you will, a little couplet that is showing up there. You're right. It's right there across I-65. And again, there's the Bonnieville area that we talked about earlier, but it's south of Bonnieville. This is moving so fast that really what we have to do in these scenarios is, even though we're showing in many cases there where we've got a list there of the current radar trends, we're basically going to have to keep in mind that the towns are likely going to be impacted or already getting impacted just in advance of this. So that's something to also trend as we head throughout the next hour especially. I'm talking about, say, heading into the eastern side there around Rio, heading into Pikeview, excuse me, Monroe, already to Wickerville. It's already into that zone more than likely. When they move that fast, we have to kind of think ahead of the radar because the radar can only work so fast. So that's the one tool that we have to use. But certainly for our area, we're able to do the math on that and say, hey, this is already now more than likely a good, I would say, 10 to 15 miles east of there.
All right, we're watching that storm. Obviously, it's the tornado warning storm. We're also watching storms here in the metro. Tawana Andrew aboard the storm tracker. Can we check in with Tawana? Let me know when she's ready. I'd like to at least see what's happening in Louisville. We see the images coming from her, but I don't know if she can hear me or if we can hear her. So somebody say that again. Okay, Tawana, can you hear me? So I'm going to go with no on that. So we'll get her hooked up. We'll reach out to her to get dialed in so she can hear us. We'll get a report from her coming up. Very strong rotation still showing up to the south. The storm tracker's in Louisville right now, deployed back out to check out some of those strong winds moving through. But the strongest of the winds are likely to our south, where you see the tornado warning from Munfordville to Monroe, moving across Greene, southern parts of LaRue, and into Taylor counties. That storm system will continue off to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Again, the radar showing plenty of rain, but the main threat's the wind, and that's been the theme of the night. We've seen a lot of echoes showing up on the radar, both reflectivity as well as the velocity. But when you start to see these couplets, it's the real deal where we have had damage, and we've seen a lot of damage. By tomorrow, when we start to really take account of what has happened, you're going to see how big this outbreak was across a good chunk of the Ohio Valley. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
All right, Kevin, we just got a report in from our sister station in Bowling Green, WBKO, where this storm that's got spot the tornado warning for some of our southern Kentucky counties is originating from. And they say that the storm knocked out their power, and they're trying to get footage out, but it's been just really tough. And of course, they've got damage all over the city there in Bowling Green. This just shows that this storm has a history of producing damage in the Warren County area. So we got to watch this one close, Kev.
Okay. Just shooting Tawana a message here, see if she can hear us. And
Kevin, while you're doing that, just want to show you guys too real quick. We still also have these severe thunderstorm warnings right on the edge of our Indiana counties there to the north, just to give you an indicator that even though we have all the action out in advance of, there's still a chance to get additional warnings there for strong winds in behind this as well, Kevin. Now back to that tornado setup there.
Okay, so again, long form. We knew we'd be here all night. We're not going anywhere. We've got several more hours of at least being here tracking these storms. Doesn't mean we're going to have severe weather the entire time, but much like we've seen over the last couple of hours, we get these embedded storms showing the rotation, showing the potential for strong winds, and that's what we're here to track. Again, the tornado warning to our south, Greene, Hart, Marion, Taylor, doesn't include the whole county of everybody, but a good chunk of Greene, a good chunk of Taylor, and the far southern and western parts of Marion County are under this tornado warning. As we take a look, you can see the number of folks impacted by this warning, close to 30,000. When you look at the reflectivity, heavy rain, not a whole lot of hail showing up, and we haven't had a whole lot of hail today, but we have certainly seen the rotation, and that has been there with this storm through the entire event. You can clearly see it, that red and blue or green showing up close together. That would be the rotation. That is reds going toward the radar, greens going toward the radar, reds going away, and that is exactly what we have with that couplet showing up. No debris showing up out of that at this point, which has been a good indicator throughout the evening of when these have been on the ground, but that's not something that we're ready to just sort of write off at this point either. As we go out in distance with the radar, the beam gets higher in the atmosphere, so we have to take into account for that as well, simply because it's placed on the Earth, and the Earth is curved, and consequently the farther out you go with distance, the higher that beam gets into the atmosphere. So something that we watch as we take a look as well. Once again, we've had a number of reports of damage from across the area tonight. With this storm, it is the only warning that we have. We've been tracking storms all night. Some of them have put down tornadoes and caused major damage. Others have not. They all have great potential to cause wind damage, at least because of the strong wind field that we have above the surface of the Earth. Brian, let's talk about sort of the lead time we've had. Now, today, we're getting a lot of lead time on the warnings, but we first mentioned this back at the beginning of the week. We had our eyes on this saying, oh, even last week, we were saying we're going to have to watch late next week into early weekend.
Well, we knew that we were going to have two rounds, one that took place last Monday morning, one this week, but we need to take it one step at a time. And then, of course, we had the ice that happened. Remember, that was just this past week as well on Wednesday. So what a week it has been. But certainly today is one that really stood out because of the wind fields are just so tremendous. I mean, this is getting to be a very powerful cyclone. We call this in low pressure terms as it moves into Canada way up to our north. But it's just feeding this kind of a system to where a lot of you had the same question. Why are we dealing with this when we don't have it, first off, a spring setup or in the summer, or better yet, we didn't get any sun today? It is unusual, and it's all been about the warmth and the moisture. Sun didn't really matter in this type of setup here. So and that's the problem, is that the wind fields and the moisture are still funneling in right now. As I'm talking to you, that is still happening. So that's why the warnings keep coming out. And until we change that moisture level in the atmosphere, we're not going to be out of the woods, and that is going to be with the cold front, and that's why we're still technically a good 4 hours or so away from that passing all the way through. And that's also the reason why you still see the warnings that are coming out even behind all this mess, because normally this would be a very weak line and nothing going on, but the wind at times has been pretty strong. I've seen wind gusts over 50 miles per hour still with some of these cells into Indiana, so we'll still deal with another round of wind, no doubt about it. But notice certainly this big blob here is kind of trying to take over the show. Remember, just 90 minutes ago, these were all individual cells. And this is what happens when they all collide together. Now, it's good. It cuts down on the dangerous tornado threat that could be a long-lasting, long-tracked tornadoes. The exception is going to be anything on the southern edge of that, and that's exactly what we have going on right now into Greene County, into Hart County at the moment there that is moving through. So we're not out of the woods yet. I would say we're about 60%. through the area? What do you think, guys?
Yeah, you know, the fact is this winds can be pulled down to the surface with even just a general thunderstorm. So that's sort of what the problematic part is while we are dealing with one tornado warning, any of these thunderstorms that tap into those winds can bring down very strong, powerful winds to the surface. And that can happen with any rain that's passing by. So that won't end until sometime during the early morning hours on Saturday, somewhere around 6, 7, 8 o'clock. So we're technically not out of the woods until that passes by. But in the meantime, we're still having to track some of these storms showing rotation. Notice the tornado warning within the tornado warning. That's oftentimes a tornado emergency. So let's take a closer view of that and just to see if that's indeed what we have going on. I believe it likely is. So indeed, this is a continuation. Brian, do you have any information on this warning within the warning? It would be a tornado emergency.
Yeah, I believe we had a tornado debris signature on that one as it came through. So I think that's the case on it. Yeah,
it just came out. It is observed. It's confirmed. This tornado is 10 miles east of Munfordville, moving off to the east at 55 miles an hour. So we had the tornado warning. They issued a smaller one within the warning. That's it. It's on the ground. Folks in Greene County, do what you need to do. Get to the lowest level, out of the mobile homes. Call people in Greene County. Let them know. Northern parts of Taylor County, let them know. Parts of southern Marion County, let them know. I'm going to, in fact, while we're talking, and Ryan, while you have a report, I'm going to wake up a buddy of mine that's in down in Raywick.
Yeah, it's so important to call your family and friends that are going to be in this warning. The warning just issued, of course, for Greene, Taylor, and parts of Marion County. Another breaking news situation here. I-65, both directions going to be shut down between Outer Loop and Fern Valley Road here in Louisville because of power lines across the road. Tawana Andrew is live aboard the Storm Tracker, and she will be heading down there very shortly to give you an update on that situation before we look for more storm damage here. But you can see the live Trimark camera here. They're getting ready to shut down 65 because of those power lines across the road. So we've got multiple braking situations going on at the same time here that we'll continue to monitor. And folks, like I said before, if you are under a tornado warning, please, please, please observe that with the utmost respect. Please get underground if you can. If you're in a mobile home and you're under a tornado warning, you need to evacuate that mobile home immediately and go to a more sturdy structure. Kevin, I know you've been on the phone with folks trying to wake them up, get them prepared for this. Gosh, that's so important.
Yeah, I'll tell you, my best friend lives right here in southern parts of Marion County. I've got a brother that owns a store there. So we're watching this couplet. It's moving out of Hart County. It's going to move into Greene County. This is a confirmed tornado. It's on the ground, and it is going to be moving through Greene, through Taylor, and into southern Marion County. Where that goes exactly from that point, still to be determined, but you can clearly see that rotation that we're watching on the velocity. Let's take a look at see if we can see any of that debris showing up. Again, tough to tell. Doesn't look like a complete signature there, but nonetheless, we are a distance away from the radar, and that always becomes a little problematic. On the radar view, I want to point out that we still have a lot of heavy rain falling. The Hart County tornado warning will be allowed to expire. That's obviously been replaced with a much larger tornado warning. Again, it is confirmed. It is on the ground. This was located at last check about 10 miles just off to the east of Munfordville. So here's Munfordville. That storm would be right here. We've put that on with the velocity. And as we click that on, you're going to see the rotation. Now across the county line, as we, again, look at our tools, put on the draw feature, and there is the couplet that we're watching. That's the tornado. That's going to be moving off to the north and east at about 55 miles an hour. That storm's moving northeast at 55. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Tornado safe places where you have to be. This, again, is a powerful signature showing up through the velocity. The reflectivity shows it. We've seen this continue to push through. There will likely be damage from this storm. We have this storm that moved through the Bowling Green area has already knocked out power in a number of places. In fact, our Kentucky Kentucky Mesonet stations have taken a hit because the power is out to the servers there. Notice here in Louisville, our wind gust, we've been pointing that out too, 46 miles an hour. We're not ignoring anybody tonight. We're all seeing the ability for strong winds. It just so happens to our south, that is the only tornado warning that we have. Severe thunderstorm warnings are just to northern parts of our Indiana counties. Not to say that any of these back out to the west would not become severe, with the potential for some very strong wind as this moves in. So parts of Monroe and Morgan counties of Indiana seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings. That's just north of us. The only warning that we have in the viewing area is to our south, and that includes not just Hart County, but extended across parts of Greene, Taylor, and into Marion County. Brian?
Yep, and that's the feed again. They're right there in that southern edge where I have highlighted more into the red. That's the fuel that is still relatively untapped. This area is very close to 70 degrees, strong wind field. So you can see how that cell kind of just grazes right along where that fuel is. And it's what's keeping that alive and keeping the rotation going to allow for that tornado to continue to touch down and go back up and likely form again and make another touchdown as it tracks there off to the east and to the northeast. So there's a reason why this is going to be just a long 1 to 2 hours ahead for those of you into Marion County and the rest of Taylor County here very soon, because at the moment, there's not at least any short-term signal here that we could see of anything that is really going to disrupt that. There's no thunderstorm cells south of there to kind of mess that flow up. So we'll still need to watch you guys carefully. Kevin's been mentioning, of course, back here into the core of the city, we had that strong wind field move through. I did check. It looks like the airport did peak, and that was about 45 minutes after 2 at about 49 miles per hour, but still had a gust at the top of the hour at 46. So very windy, and still got to keep an eye on these cells, a little more fragmented here across the Wabash Valley itself. Still can produce some of those damaging winds in a few cases. Something we need to watch too that I saw, Kevin, that the Mark in our storm tracker was mentioning earlier is how many ditches that he came across that were just full of water. And this is certainly a scenario. I mean, flash flooding risk wasn't overly high, but it can be a problem when you get repeated rounds like this. So that is something we'll have to just keep an eye on. As we always say, turn around, don't drown. But it's certainly in a time period where you can't see anything. It's in the middle of the night. It's even more dangerous. And with the power lines down, like we talked about on I-65 at the moment, yeah, don't get out at all. Emergency crews really need to get out and get to the areas most hit and try to get everyone hopefully to safety there.
Tell us again where those power lines are.
It's right there. In fact, I don't know if we can punch up Trimark 1. On the feed. It may take you a second there, but the live feed is going to be right there on I-65 as you get closer to that area.
I've got it on Weather 3 here. If you want to pop up Weather 3 full, it's got the information you need about that. There you go.
Yeah, that's is that Fern Valley or Outer Loop?
Yeah, Fern Valley, between Fern Valley and Outer Loop. That is the Outer Loop camera.
Yeah,
there you can see the police lights.
Yeah, they had it aimed a second ago on the live feed showing all the backup that was in that area. But again, power lines are across the roadway. Again, that is, I mean, that's my route to home and work every day. And that is, of course, right there at the airport. We saw that surge, Kevin, where the speed wasn't that bad. I would say 20, 22 miles per hour, and then suddenly up to 48. So no doubt that surge has probably caused similar issues throughout Fern Creek, Mount Washington, and even down into Hillview as well.
All right. Again,
they're moving.
You see the cameras moving about there. We will check back in on that. Let's not ignore the folks that are under the tornado warning who are like, hey, what about us down here? We've got our sirens going off. What's happening here? Let's jump to it. I'm going to zoom in to your area again. I know this says Hart. There's really 2 tornado warnings. So let me sort of fizzle out Hart because this is for Greene as well as Marion counties and Taylor counties down to our south. So you are under the tornado warning. Again, that goes for just a bit longer. This tornado warning is until 3:45. You can see that storm is moving out of Hart and pushing into Greene and Taylor and Marion counties. There's the Raywick, there's Mack, there's Campbellsville, Greensburg, Powder Mill. You see the locations and the path of this storm. As we look at the tools on this and show you the velocity, remember that tight little couplet that we saw. punch of wind, rotation right there. And that's what we're noting. Moving very close to Greensburg, should go just north of the Greensburg area. In fact, let's just zoom in a little tighter. I'm going to just zoom in. We'll take you right down into this storm. Anywhere between Greensburg and Mack, you're in for some strong winds. The strongest rotation is going to move near Summersville. That's right along 61. As this storm moves to the northeast at 55, it should travel right along 323, moving across the Summersville area, likely already there. Again, the radar, it takes time to process the data, and by the time these things are moving at 60 miles an hour, it's a little bit old. We can't help that. With that, let's just grab the radar. I'll point out this is the zone of the strongest rotation that we're seeing. You'll note that on the radar through the velocity. Let's grab the radar and just pan it down to see who would be next in line for these storms. Summersville, certainly. Highway 61, moving along 323. That takes us across the county line into Taylor County near Bengal. This should take us as we move just north of Campbellsville. So White Rose, 744, 210. So this is 210, comes right down into Campbellsville. This is going to take you right through there over the course of the next 15 minutes. Fast moving, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That eventually would take you across Taylor County and put you up into parts of Marion County. There's Newmarket, there's Raywick. Loretta sits just to the north. So southern parts of Marion County would be in line as well for this storm. That's the zone that we're watching with the tornado warning. Back to the radar, seeing rain, likely hearing some lightning. The tornado warning is for parts of Greene, Hart, Marion, and Taylor counties until 3:45. That's the only warning that we have in the Wave 3 News viewing area at this point. We have additional warnings to our north across parts of southern Indiana. Not in our viewing area, but just outside of severe thunderstorm warnings. And you can see those. They go up toward the Indianapolis area. Those include Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson counties. That goes until 3:30 as well this morning. Let's go back over to Brian with an update on the storm to our south.
Yeah, that's where we're keeping an eye on what looks to be, let me kind of explain what this signature is starting to show here into areas of southern Kentucky. See how it's got kind of the upside down L shape. This is becoming what we call an MCS or MCV type of setup there. It's got a mini warm front and cold front. What I'm noticing on this, Kevin, in the past few moments is that it looks like we may see more of a warm front action here with this particular line. There's a bit of a jog north showing up. That may feed these storms across our southern counties here, Greene and Taylor and Adair, perhaps a little longer than you would like to see happen there, folks, down there watching. This may be a prolonged setup if that becomes like an established warm sector pushing in. Just want to make sure you guys are aware of that potential as well. I know we got another warning down south. Is that right?
Yeah, this warning is coming in for the viewing area. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it crosses the area here. This severe thunderstorm warning with, by the way, includes Anderson, Franklin, Harrison, Henry, Nelson, Scott, Shelby, Spencer, Woodford until 3:45. Again, it's along that general area that you see.
For 70-mile-per-hour winds. For
70-mile-per-hour winds. So that's the same scenario that we were watching that moved through Jefferson County. So the storm tracker is out. Tawana Andrew on board. We're going to get a live report from her as she gets closer to, I don't even know if they can catch up with this, to be honest. It's moving so fast. But we'll check in with her and see where she's headed in just a moment. But again, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with these storms as they move off. We have additional storms north of the viewing area, Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson. Back to the tools we go. Let's choose the velocity. We'll go back down south to choose the tornado warning that is just south of the Louisville area. So bear with me here as we sort of navigate back down across parts of Greene and Taylor counties. Again, seeing a little bit broader rotation, but still seeing it moving across that county line into Mack. This is Greene County. This is Greene County here. This is Taylor County, Marion County. All right. You're under that tornado warning. And we'll continue to see that move on to the north and east. Powerful winds now crossing over. That warning goes until 3:45. This has been an observed tornado. It was on the ground. We've had reports of damage coming out of this storm as it continues to move off to the north and east. Again, our team is here working hard. Many of us have been here for a good chunk of the day. Ryan walked in at noon today. We crossed paths. I went home, took a nap, came back. Ryan's still here tonight. Brian, you're in here for sunrise, back again tonight. We'll be here early tomorrow morning. Tawana Andrew on board the Storm Tracker. Early call for a day off. So we got you covered. And Brian, it's not going to end anytime soon.
No, and until we get this cold front through the area, and that is absolutely key. The front moves in and we'll begin to quiet things down. But until that happens, we still have some energy here to work with, and mainly in the form of the fuel that is around. We're starting to see where these, again, are becoming more straight line wind events, and I hope that trend continues as we continue to evolve as far as reducing the tornado threat. But even the straight line wind threat, I mean, I wish that would go away as well, but that is at least in many cases a little easier to track as we move through the area. But that is certainly going to be the case. Anywhere you got these bands of rain setting up, strong wind gusts will easily push into this area near 70 miles per hour. I'm going to say 60 to 70 with this batch right here moving east of Louisville. Those two areas are going to be the worst of it. And then you still, of course, got the little notch right in between there. That is where we've had that rotation occur, right where the line begins to bend. And you got both ideas at play. And that's the reason why you get that spinning motion there at its elbow, if you will, as it passes through. And that's until that goes away. That's the threat we need to watch out for, certainly over the next 1 to 2 hours.
We've been on the air nonstop since midnight tonight. It's 3:20. We're not going anywhere anytime soon with the tornado warning to our south. And even with the threat of those 70-mile-per-hour winds, we're going to stay on the air. I'm going to zoom this out just a bit so we can see a broader view for folks that may be in the path of this saying, well, what about me? I've zoomed it in. Let's see if we can get a little bit broader of a picture. With that said, we know that areas across parts of well, here we go, way in. Sorry, let me just go back to the home view. Sometimes it's easier just to go home. All right, let's zoom back in. So we grab it, and there we go. So again, the only warning that we have in the terms of tornado warning is the area to our south. That's the moving across Green and pretty much now into Taylor County, eventually pushing up into southern parts of Marion County. That's the tornado warning that we've been watching. In addition to that, and something I want to do is lift up into the severe thunderstorm warning, because with that, while it's not a tornado warning, the threat with these winds, and you heard Brian mention that sometimes they're easier to track. The bad news is it impacts a lot more people. Like a tornado is fairly compact and small. You get it, you can get some damage out of it. Something like this, it's a wall of wind, and it can really impact a lot of folks. So when we look at the velocity on just this line itself, I mean, that's an intense line of wind right there. Let me draw it on, and then we'll sort of go in from Peaks Mill through Franklin, right down through the Bloomfield area. That area of wind is impressive. That is a strong push of straight line winds that will likely do damage. 60, 70 mile per hour winds certainly possible along that line. Let me zoom into some of those locations that may be along that line, and we'll just work our way down from Franklin County. So there's Peaks Mill. You can see you're going to move through Harveyland over into the Bryant area. I'm going to pan down this intense area of wind as we move through Franklin County. We go past Bryant. We're going to work our way through the Benson area. We come to the county border. This takes us over into Waddy. There's Peytona. You know, everybody knows where the racetrack is. This moves right across 395. Very strong.
New tornado warning now. It's extended out a little more east there.
Okay, and let me just go to it because this is going to include the rest of Marion County. So this includes now Anderson, and Franklin, and parts of Shelby and Spencer counties. So now Lebanon, over into the Lebanon area, the extreme southern part of Washington County would be in that. So you're seeing this is for the severe thunderstorm warning to the north. Let me move that. It's sort of confusing, I know. So let me just grab that, move it, and then we'll see if we can't trigger the warning for the tornado.
And that is still listed as being observed, by the way.
Yes.
With that update, okay.
So we see that Boyle, Marion, Mercer, and Washington, and that goes until 4 a.m. So the warning, again, getting extended. Let's take a look why. Again, when we looked at the velocity on this, we could clearly see, and yet even more defined now than before, is the velocity on the tornado warning that's moving across Taylor County. Look at that couplet. This storm likewise has had a history of producing damage. It's an observed tornado. That is on the ground. This is Campbellsville, just north of you. This will move into southern Marion County. Again, if you have friends or family in those areas, please let them know what's happening. A storm that is intense on radar and likely showing up on the ground, confirmed near Campbellsville, moving northeast at 55. It's going to take it. And again, you see the tornado warning within the warning. Oftentimes, an indication of a tornado emergency, something that really deserves attention, meaning, hey, we've got a tornado on the ground. Important. Wake up. Get in your tornado safe place. This is a dangerous situation. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. Brian?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the fields, and again, it's right there on, it's like 744 south of Findlay. It looks like to be the closest rotation of that. Most folks, when they travel into at least Campbellsville area, come in from the Louisville area, do travel in from 210, but certainly right into that range. I got the warning off, so let me see if I can get an idea of some of these, at least wind fields we've got near it at the moment. And this may not be completely accurate, but overall, roughly about 95 to 100 miles per hour is what we're getting is the potential wind field that we have right there over the Hobson area. It's like 269 or is it 289?
It's 289.
289, thank you. Sorry, my eyes are not that great. But it is moving quickly. I mean, this is one of those, this is probably I would say the most intense rotation we've seen on any of them tonight. Is that right?
It
in our
is.
area?
I think so. You know, we've saw the reflectivity look better on a couple of them, but this is certainly the greatest couplet that we've seen on velocity. We'll wait another scan to see if we see anything on the correlation coefficient. That's the debris.
I'll try to loop this over the past hour here. Let me see if I can get an idea of how that looked. Let me kind of do it slowly. Let me rewind it. You'll be able to see how it moves in. And then, yeah, it started to really, Brian was looking at this a few seconds ago, and you really see it tighten up right there. And now it is a little less defined, not dramatically enough to certainly let the guard down, but it's looks like it's tracking just south of the New Market area there.
And that's
moving into
just right across the border into Marion County.
Yep.
This will go just south of Lebanon, which is the largest population of Marion County. That'll take it right up towards 68 and should approach perhaps near Bradfordville as you work your way farther along 68 there. So, again, this is where we were looking. Right like that is where it's going to go. Track it right over toward the Danville area. So, again, powerful storm showing up on radar, showing up on the ground. It is confirmed. We have a tornado that deserves attention. Everyone along that path should be in your tornado safe place at this point. Back to the radar we go. When we say the reflectivity, that's this. It sort of gives us a measure of the intensity of what's falling, heavy rain, of course, but what gives us a better view of what's happening in the storm is the velocity itself. This is winds both toward and away from the radar. You start to see some of those colors side by side, sort of wrapped around one another, if you will. That gives us an indication of where we have that strong rotation. We see that very close to the Findlay area, moving right across that county border toward the New Market area, 68, over toward Peckford, over toward north of the Bradfordsville area. Ryan, what do you have?
Okay, now this has a tornado debris signature just popped on the scan here, and it is a mean one. This is moving toward the US 68 New Market area, just crossing the Marion County line now. Get in your safe place immediately. This is a tornado in progress.
We see it clearly. It is something that we have had spotters refer that say it's observed. We've noted the velocity to show the couplet. And now, as Ryan pointed out, on the debris detection, we can see that blue showing up. That is where the radar sees essentially something that says, hey, this should not be here. This is some type of debris that it's seeing. And whether that's tree limbs, which typically may not show up quite this bright. Typically, it could be metal that's in the air. It's showing something that's being lofted into the air that means there's likely the tornado on the ground, which we've been saying all along. So right toward the Findlay area, moving toward New Market, Pecksford, this will be the area of concern as we track this storm just on the south side of Lebanon as it moves across the county border. It's there now. Again, when we go back to the velocity, you're going to see what we're talking about. Strong couplet showing up in this general area. Tornado warning in place. Sirens sounding. This is south of St. Mary's. Loretto, you're okay. Ray Sedgwick, you're okay. Lebanon, you are not okay. You are going to be very close to this track. For folks on the south side of Lebanon, you have to take cover. Your tornado shelter is the place to be. Sallytown, you can see this storm is going to go right between you and Lebanon. So you've got to be prepared to see how this sort of broadens out over the course of the next few minutes. It's fast moving. It's moving at about 55 miles an hour off to the north and east. Marion County, get in your tornado safe place if you're in the tornado warning. That includes areas between Lebanon and Sallytown. Moving right across New Market now. Peck Ford is next in line. Brian?
Yeah, I'm trying to put a storm track. I'm going to do that real quick on some of the towns. You already listed quite a few of them. Let me try to get a little more of a pinpoint on that with it tracking at that speed. As long as it holds that speed of about 55 miles per hour, what we'll do is I'm going to broaden this out just a bit and even include for those who are right on the edge there of wave country that are watching us right now on streaming. So if that current track that we've been noticing the northeast jog here, this is just say in the next, let's go next 30 minutes. This will be right around Bradfordsville at 11 minutes from now, Jacktown at about 18 minutes, Gravel Switch 19 minutes from now, and the Perryville area at 27 minutes from this very moment. As the current time it will be as far as it holding time. Now notice the window gets a little wider the further it goes out. That's just to give it some wiggle room in case there is any shifting of that core of that tornado, which does happen from time to time.
We're going to keep it with the tornado warning coverage here to our south with such a broad couplet. This is a dangerous situation. We have a number of other staff that are out. Tawana's in the storm tracker. We will eventually get to her. We've got power lines down where I-65 sort of shut down in places because of some power lines. We'll get to that momentarily. But because of what's happening with this unbelievable rotation showing up, a tornado is on the ground. This is now across southern parts of Marion County, south side of Lebanon. You are going to be impacted by this storm as it moves through New Market and Peck Ford over toward Bradfordville. This storm is moving fast, 55 miles an hour. There's no question we have a tornado. It is on the ground. It has been observed by spotters. We continue to see this move near the New Market area. So that is the zone that we're watching. It's the only tornado warning that we have. Frankly, it's the only warning. Well, no, we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back to the radar view. Let me point out, I don't want to ignore the 70-mile-per-hour winds we do have across parts of the viewing area to our north. You see the severe thunderstorm warning. That includes areas mainly east of Louisville at this point. We've had our strongest winds. Now we continue to watch the storms move through parts of Shelby, Spencer, and Franklin counties. This has the potential to produce some 70-mile-per-hour winds on its own right. So that's a zone we're also watching. We've been keeping an eye on that. Haven't had any reports of damage, but damage reports are hard to come by in the middle of the night. That's moving through with some strong winds, anywhere from I-75 over toward the Shelbyville area down into northeast Nelson County, and then you go one set of counties farther to the south. That's where you get the tornado warning down across parts of Marion County. That will continue southern Washington County and into parts of the Danville area, Boyle County. So that's an area of concern when we see the tornado warning with such a signature showing up on the radar. Again, when you look at the warning information, it's observed. Its warning expiration time is 4 a.m. We're 30 minutes away from that. We check the velocity. We can see that incredible rotation. We check the debris potential, and you're going to notice that that shows up as well. A little less defined than it was, but it's clearly still there. This is southern Marion County, not far from Sallytown, pushing over toward the Gravel Switch area, Bradfordsville. That's an area of concern. Ryan, what do you have?
Yeah, got a report from Taylor County here. The tornado did indeed touch down. Folks have seen it. It's in the Feather Creek area. So that's with that storm that has the current tornado in the New Market area right now. When it was in northern Taylor County, just gives more credence to the fact that this thing is still on the ground, still doing damage, Kevin.
Oh, and I tell you, it can do some major damage at night. It's why you have to be in your tornado safe place, the lowest level, away from those windows. Seek shelter. Let the storm pass. There will be time to check things out after we get the storms past us. But again, you can see some of the debris still showing up. That's what Ryan pointed out, that is what the radar tells us. When we look at the velocity on this, I'm going to point out one more time that that is a strong couplet moving on the south side of Lebanon, way too close for comfort to a very populated area. Let me zoom in just a little bit more on this. And as we go in a little closer, I'll point out, and I'm just going to take it real tight inside here, and you can see that couplet. It's just off now to the east of 68 and sort of bounded by 208. Peck Ford, Calvary, there's Lebanon. This is the zone that's going to be impacted highly by this. Calvary.
Bradfordsville is in a bad spot there.
Bradfordsville is as well, yes. It's next in line. And in fact, as we note that the radar takes a little bit of time, we don't want to be behind on warning you. So Bradfordville, Pennock, over toward Riley. This storm should continue its northeast movement at about 55 miles an hour. The bulk of it's going to go just south of Lebanon. Some good news for those folks. Bad news for Peck Ford. It's over you. Bradfordville next in line. Pennock and Riley over toward Gravel Switch eventually. And Brian, show us that velocity that you're looking at, and then let's take a look at some of the velocity even here in the metro, or areas to the east of the metro, really.
Yeah, you got it. And again, some of the colors you're looking at, we're looking for the brighter colors, really is the idea, that are next to each other, where they're, in this case, it's the brighter of the greens, certainly when they get into the light blue shade, and then you get into the reds. That is where you got the strongest of winds taking place, and that's where we're seeing that rotation right in through here. But again, it takes a while for the radar to do a complete scan of the atmosphere, and then we get an updated image. With these moving, it's 55 miles per hour. It is likely already at least here. And the next time we probably get an update from the Weather Service, I got a feeling it's going to be right here over Bradfordsville itself. So it likely, in Bradfordsville, you likely already hear the wind outside, and Peck Ford, it's already over you at this point based on the timing of that. And we'll just see how this moves northeast here, right along 337 and right on the southern side there of Gravel Switch. As far as the metro goes here locally, we're still watching those strong winds to the east. They have come down a bit. That's some good news. Same storyline to the west, and I'm seeing him as strong. It's really the main show. I mean, look how much that sticks out on a wide view, is that small little area. And it looks tiny, but when they're that small like that, it also tells you that that thing is spinning like crazy and doing the damage, and that we don't want to have happen. And I just hope everyone is safe. I hope everyone was already in their safe spot. And let's hope for the best here, Kevin, on this one.
You know, I'm looking at some of the wind reports out of Hart County. We had over 70 mile per hour. In fact, it was 74 mile per hour winds out of the Mesonet station in Hart County. Same storm pushing through. So not out of the question to see 70, 80, 100 plus mile per hour winds with this storm. Still intensifying. I mean, look at those colors. This does not lie. From Peck Ford to Bradfordville to Pennock over to Riley. I'm going to leave it here. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. You really need to be underground at this point. Get out of the mobile homes. You're not going to make it if you're in a mobile home. You need to get out and seek shelter in a more sturdy structure. So if you're in Riley or Gravel Switch, heed my words and make sure you have a plan. Get somewhere. You've still got a few minutes if you're up this way, but by a few minutes, I mean a few minutes, not long at all. Lebanon, you've escaped the worst of this storm, but it's going on just to your south. It's moving at 60 miles per hour, a very fast-moving storm as this continues to race off to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. The debris, here we go. And again, you can see it. So this storm is on the ground. This tornado is on the ground. Not only can we see it by radar and the debris that we think we see, but we've had confirmed spotters report that the tornado is on the ground. This was located not far from Lebanon. It was just off to the south of the Lebanon area. You can see Lebanon here. This is the storm. Peck Ford, Bradfordville. This is moving at 55 to 60 miles per hour. Again, a troublesome sight to see on the radar. We go back to our camera view. I'm going to take us home for a second. Brian pointed out that that's what really shows up and stands out. We have additional wind that's moving through parts of the viewing area off to our north. We can see that with the velocity as well. You can see those areas moving across parts of Shelby and into Franklin, down into Spencer County with some very heavy wind. Now, we have reports coming in out of Bowling Green, a number of damaged or collapsed structures due to the tornado. There are people trapped, and the damage to the Corvette plant with a fire on its roof is going on. So that's in Bowling Green. Part of the same system that is now moving through our viewing area to our south. So we've got some major stuff happening tonight. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the only tornado warning. Clearly, easy to see that couplet showing up. And I'm going to just take us in very tight on this. Brian, I see you're on it as well. We'll just compare notes. Let's just have a conversation here about what we see. There's no question along 49 and likely to be just past that, probably just north of Bradfordville, where we see the intense rotation.
Well, you were talking about how it's moving about 60 miles per hour. It's moving so fast, I'm having to go really far back here on the slider bar to try to keep up with its path as it moves eastbound. So based on the most recent updated image we got, this is likely going to be updated about here right now. So let me zoom in on where that is. Whoops, I kind of lost it. Again, that's going to be just north of 237. And yeah, you're right. Gravel switch is going to be right there. I mean, you're going to be grazed right back there on the south side. I'm sure there's several of the traffic lights right there on the southern end to get you into town as well. But that is, I mean, this is moving so fast. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't try to get out of your home. It's too late for that. So if you're in the path that we just have drawn here on the map, you just need to figure out where to go, where you're at in your structure now. And it's lowest level, away from windows, interior is the best place. Throw some blankets over you if you can, grab the kids, grab the pets, that kind of ordeal. It's not going to last long. In fact, it may only last really about 30 seconds or so, if not a little bit longer, and then it's likely going to be over. So it's a quick hitting system, but when it comes through, it is still doing some damage, it looks like.
No question. We see it. It's, again, concerning not only on the velocity that we see, and let me just center up the camera. It's past Calvary, past Peck Ford. Let me go back to the pan feature. We'll sort of square up Riley and Gravel Switch here coming into those areas. I'm going to put that right there. That's good. There's Gravel Switch. And when we look at the debris that we can often see from the radar, again, showing up. So we have, again, something being lofted into the atmosphere that shouldn't be there. We still see some frequent lightning strikes, all indicators that this tornado is still on the ground, still moving toward Riley, still moving toward the Gravel Switch area, all in southern parts of Marion County. We've been making a number of phone calls all night long. We've had a number of reports of damage from a number of communities across western Kentucky and even into central Kentucky. I want to point out that this tornado warning is certainly deserving of your attention. You've got to get in your tornado safe place, away from windows and away from any type of outer wall. Interior. You can see the velocity showing that rotation. Again, Riley and Gravel Switch all in line to see that. We're going to keep the radar on the screen, but as we do that, I do want to get to Tawana Andrew in the Wave 3 News Storm Tracker. She has been out and about surveying some of the damage here locally, and then we'll broaden out as we get more reports. Always hard to get reports late at night. Tawana is in the Storm Tracker, where we've had some power lines down some of the major thoroughfare here in Louisville. You're looking at a live picture there. Tawana, can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing?
So right now I'm currently on Bells Mills Road. So we're trying to get towards the Mount Washington area to see any damage that may have occurred earlier when that tornado warning went through. Now, what we've been seeing so far as we've been traveling through this area, quite a few tree limbs down. I've been looking around. I haven't seen any damage to buildings themselves, but of course, as we get a little bit closer to where we're trying to go towards Cox Creek, this is what some of what we're dealing with. And this is why we tell you try not to be out in the roads at this time of the year, because there are tree limbs down across the roads. It's quite dangerous to try to get through some of these areas, especially since it is quite dark and is not quite lit up. So this is something that you want to be aware of if you are trying to get out. Maybe you're one of those people who have to work early on this morning. Yeah, it's better to just stay at home, wait till the sunlight comes up so you can actually see what's going on, because as we continue to drive through this area currently on Bells Mills Road, trying to get a little bit closer to Old Mill Road, this is something that we've been dealing with a lot of tree limbs on the ground. Something else that we've noticed as we've been traveling earlier, we passed by 65 near the old area, so where the power lines were down, but we're currently going to try to get a little bit closer to see what damage is going on as the morning continues. Kevin.
All right, thanks, Tawana. We'll get back to you. as we get more reports in, and we'll certainly be looking for those live images from the storm tracker. Powerful vehicle as we see severe weather moving through. Again, something more powerful is the weather, and we can see that with the velocity. We're still tracking the tornado warning to our south. A few limbs and down power lines will be nothing compared to what this is likely causing. We continue to track this storm across southern parts of Marion County as this now moves almost out of the county. Gravel Switch is right on the edge, and you can see as I just center that up, there's Riley, there's Gravel Switch 68, and that will continue, 243, 68, and that's going to move right through the Brumfield area as it moves out of Marion County. So that's one zone that we're watching. Back to the radar we go, and you can see the heavy rain falling with that. The tornado warning continues for Boyle, Marion, Mercer, Washington. It is observed. It is on the ground. We have had reports of the tornado seen, and obviously we've seen some of the debris showing up with the radar detection. Now, Brian and I were looking at a few things while Tawana was reporting, and Brian, you mentioned the governor has said this is a historic event.
Yeah, he's already released a statement. His press conference is still about an hour and 15 minutes away, but he's already tweeted out saying that multiple deaths have taken place in western Kentucky in the Mayfield area from what happened with the very beginning stages of really how this evening unfolded, and already calling this weather event tonight an historic event. He's going to have much more on that coming up. And tons of video, by the way, flowing in on social media too down in Bowling Green. Bowling Green looks like it was really hard hit with a lot of damage in that area. And right now, getting information there is tough. This is Interstate 65, by the way, where those power lines are across their outer loop, where again 65 is closed. That's a tough job they've got to deal with, especially with still some lightning and wind in the area. And that threat will continue for a few more hours, even though it's not severe weather. It makes it tough. This is Bowling Green. This is Western Kentucky campus area. I think it is. Maybe that looks like maybe Pierce Ford Tower. I'm not sure, but either way, it is still just a big mess down that. Those are transformers blowing there, over there near the WK. Look at that.
And the power's out.
Yeah.
So that's a video
Pierce Ford
that we've
Tower.
had come in. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that is Pierce Ford Tower. I could tell by the beacon on top. So that's Western Kentucky University's campus there. That we're looking at. We're looking
that's
south.
not live. You can see the time on that. That was just after 1 o'clock their time, so that would be about 2:20 our time, so just a little bit over an hour old. But that's what it was like when those storms were moving through the Bowling Green area. And you can see power is on. Those are transformers.
And WBKO, by the way, is behind right there. That bright flash, that's where the TV station is in the distance. So they're right there where all that happened. And that's the Preston Center. You guys know the gym in the front and the foreground. So it's right on the southern flank there of WKU and Russellville Road. So.
That's the same storm that we're watching move into and now out of Marion County. It's where we have the tornado warning. Next in line would be Boyle, Mercer, out of Washington for the most part. You can see that is the area that we have zoomed in. Gravel Switch, we've been watching you closely. I'm going to zoom this radar out just a bit. We'll put on the latest set of velocity tools that we have. And with that, you're going to notice the bulk of this storm now moving past Gravel Switch and out of the county. As that takes place, we still have some gusty winds and strong winds along 150 up into parts of the Washington County area, and strong winds now moving out of Marion County. So Boyle County on standby to pick up the brunt of the wind as it moves in. Once again, we'll hand our coverage over to Lexington for those folks. For us here, we continue by watching these storms move through with, yes, still the potential to see that rotation and the damage that will be coming along with it. Out of Taylor County, we have the emergency manager who's reporting a collapsed structure with people trapped on Feather Creek Road, and that is north of Campbellsville in northern parts of Taylor County. So again, where we said that couplet was real, it is tight. It is a tornado that's on the ground. That is the zone that we were watching. So Feather Hill Road seems to be one of those places hit. Again, not everybody's getting the severe weather, but boy, the places that are getting hit hard. The wind fields are strong. The tornadoes have been real, and they have been damaging and deadly in some ways overnight tonight. We're coming up on about 3:45 in the morning. We've been on all night long. We promised you we would be here. We're not going anywhere until the threat of severe weather is over. And once we can really assess what's happened, that won't come until after daybreak, frankly, because as the sun rises, it brings a whole new picture to the damage that has been done across the area. And I have a feeling we're going to see a whole lot of it from West Kentucky right into central Kentucky. And that trend may continue. We still have the tornado warning. We still have the tornado that appears to be on the ground. We still have damage that is showing up by the radar view. Here in Louisville, you can see to our north, this is a broken line of storms. There are no warnings in our viewing area along that. You see a few closer to the Ohio border. For us in Louisville, if you're looking to get some rest, odds are the bulk of the storms are over for us. Now, we still have some thunderstorms, but the bulk of the threat for the strongest storms, and I say that with caution, but it looks to be mainly over for us. The stronger storms will continue to build across areas to our south, mainly along and south of the parkways, as it appears now. And Brian, jump in and let's have this discussion as we're looking at data in real time. I don't want to call the all clear completely, but I do think we're seeing less and less of that opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. That looks to be the case. I think we've got certainly what we call this area of stratiform rain really expanding into the metro, and that's going to help things out. Speaking of rain, though, it is worth mentioning that this is stuck. This rain band, it is not moving, and there is heavier rain all the way to the west of this. So flash flooding is going to become a concern in areas that would basically line up with the tornado path that came through there. So emergency managers, first responders are really busy right now trying to handle this area. It's very important you stay off the roads, even through, I would say, sunrise here on Saturday. It's going to be a mess for a while, and this flash flooding risk is going to keep things even more on the dangerous side. So just kind of a heads up there, but that area is concerning, seeing that much heavy rain just repeat itself along that band, and there's not much to move it out of the way right now.
Boyle, Casey, Marion, Mercer, you still have the tornado warning. It's been trimmed back quite a bit. That warning goes until 4 o'clock, another 10 minutes on that. Still showing the signs of rotation. We'll zoom into it one more time. We'll get a check with Ryan Hoke coming up. He's been looking at a lot of the social posts that you all have been communicating. He's also been calling a number of emergency managers in the police, fire, and EMS in the zones that have been hit hard tonight. So we'll get a check of that coming up along with Tawana, who's in the storm tracker. We're just going to center this up. It's pretty much past, almost out of Marion County here. So we'll be able to trim that out. Let's take a look at the velocity first. We're looking for that rotation. It's still there. It's not quite as tight as it was, but it now is past the gravel switch area pretty much solidly as you move over into the Boyle County area. Taking aim at Danville, it's going to move right into Danville and Harrodsburg. We'll see some strong winds, but the bulk of this rotation should take it right into the Danville area, right over 127 for folks familiar with that zone. And you are, again, next in line. And that's what we've been doing all night long, is just who's next, who's next. Next is Danville. Next would be Harrodsburg on the southern side of this and on the southern side of Harrodsburg as this moves in. That will be a very strong wind maker and the potential for that tornado. Again, we're seeing and hearing reports out of Bowling Green, some decent amounts of damage there. This is from the same storm moving in. Lots of power outages coming in from that same area. Wouldn't be surprised to see a number of power outages through this area as well. Let's get a check with Ryan Hoke. I promised you that. And so he's been monitoring a number of things coming in from our social streams, as well as what has been relayed by those law enforcement agencies. Ryan, anything new?
Yeah, Kevin, at this point, we continue to monitor what has happened down in northern Taylor County. Again, this is Feather Creek Road. We have a collapsed structure with people trapped inside right now, coming from the emergency manager. This is just north of the Campbellsville area, and we're going to continue to monitor that section of the damage. We know that tornado likely moved into Marion County and crossed US 68 south of Lebanon, south of areas near New Market. So we're going to be sending our crews down there here shortly. So you'll want to watch sunrise here starting pretty shortly here at 5 a.m. We'll have the latest on that damage down that way. And of course, continue to monitor the situation on I-65 right now with the power lines down between Fern Valley Road and Outer Loop. So much happening. Even though the storms are starting to wind down somewhat, there's a lot of aftermath we're going to have to go through.
There you see the traffic is stopped on I-65. They have shut that down. The power lines are down. And with that, the traffic is backing up as would be expected. Tawana Andrew is in the storm tracker trying to make her way. This tornado warning is just about out of our viewing areas. It moves over into Boyle County. We'll sort of hand that baton over to Lexington. That's where those folks get their news from typically, and moving out of Marion County. Let's get to Tawana Andrew to see where she is and what the latest is where you are. Tawana, it looks like you're making your way along one of the major thoroughfares there.
Yeah, right now we're on Kentucky 44 trying to get towards Bardstown Road, trying to make our way through the Mount Washington area. And something we've noticed so far, the rain coming down a little bit heavier in this area right now, the wind starting to push the storm tracker around, and this is a pretty big vehicle. So for the wind to be pushing us around right now, that is just indicative of how strong it is, even outside of some of these stronger thunderstorms. Now, one thing that we have noticed as we've been traveling around the region this morning certainly has been, of course, a lot of those down branches along a lot of our side roads, and that's something that can certainly make travel a little bit difficult. We already have been talking, of course, about what's happening on 65 near Fern Valley, where that is currently shut down because of power lines across the road, and that's why it's, of course, always important to not travel in situations like this, especially when it's still dark outside, because you can't always see what you're coming up on as you are driving, especially on some more of those, of course, back roads that aren't well lit. So right now we're making that right onto South Bardstown Road as we're trying to make our way further through the Mount Washington area to see if we can get closer to where some damage possibly could have been earlier through the overnight hours. So Kevin will continue to watch this and anything else that pops up throughout the night.
All right, thanks, Twan. I appreciate that. Brian, good here with you all here this morning, too. We're keeping an eye on that cell again. She is up there around the Mount Washington area into Spencer County areas. We're watching carefully for what will evolve into that area here locally. We still got some broad circulation. I will say this is really widened up across areas just outside of wave country here. So this is easing a bit. Still some little hints of rotation showing up there, but it looks a lot better than what it did earlier on. So some good news on that idea taking place. So as we keep an eye on the radar, and again, that cell moving off to the east, so just about ready to clip out completely here of the Washington and Marion County areas as this moves here off to the east. All right, and we'll take you back to the home view, and we'll keep an eye on the setup here across wave countries. We still have some of that steadier rain across the Louisville area. We got the tornado threat again right on the edges. Now, I will say this is likely going to remain here with us for a bit when it comes to just keeping it active for a bit. And we put the animation on, you'll see what I'm talking about. This line here itself is having a tough time getting down to the south. So because of that, it will keep that flow, that warm flow, feeding into it until we get the little wave back near Nashville to move through and kind of put that to an end. Until that happens, training a very heavy rainfall, flash flooding threat. Need to watch that. Hart County, Greene County, as well as Taylor County here as we head through the next little bit. Adair, you guys have escaped everything so far. You've been really lucky for now, but you'll eventually deal with all this mess rolling your way. Hopefully you'll get a tamer version, though, by the time it arrives in your area. We still have some hints there of some strong winds at times, so that cell may try to push right back into Greene County. So Greensburg, kind of a heads up. There are some strong wind fields there. Nothing tornadic showing up. That's certainly some good news. As we head off to the west here, again, Louisville right now has got the steadier rain in the area. Then we have this band itself, a broken line of showers extend all the way down to about Evansville. The cold front is still back here into the Wabash area. Now, we saw trends on this where we're going to see a lot of this kind of feed out ahead of the actual front. The good news I can tell you is that everything I've looked at, most recent modeling coming in, really tapers down our severe threat as we have between now and the sunrise time period. So this looks to be it. I don't see anything forming along the front. I don't see really much happening here with this line. In fact, what's happening is because this line is slowing down so much into wave country, now we're seeing the fragmented line here behind it. It's having a chance to catch up to it now. So they're all going to merge together as one big solid line here of rain and wind. So all this will become one, and then it gets its kick into the eastern Kentucky area. So this will be the end show of putting everything to rest for the rest of the night and early morning so we can quiet things down. But we've got to get at least this band all the way through because really the flow is from the southwest. So our eyes are down here into West Kentucky to watch to see what feeds into areas around Meade County still to enhance some of those winds and certainly some of that rainfall at times for this morning. So that's our main concern we're going to have as we head through at least the next little bit. Again, there's that little sliver of the tornado warning that is still out across the eastern side there of Marion and Washington counties. But again, you guys are out of that particular tornado threat. So that is certainly some good news on that side of things. But Kevin, we only have just a bit more to go here. I would say maybe 2.5 hours of heavy rain and a wind threat. and then we should be able to calm things down. As far as the radar goes, the wind is going to stay up nearly to 40 miles per hour until sunset Saturday. So kind of a heads up on that.
That doesn't come with a warning, though.
No, other than maybe
that means we can go to bed.
Maybe some frozen lips warning or something like that, because it's going to get cold.
It really is. We're going to see a sharp drop. Hey, just to bring you up to date, I just hung up the phone with the Bullitt County Dispatch. Let me say, first of all, thank you to all the emergency personnel that are working. I know all of the EMS, fire, the emergency managers, the dispatchers, they are all very busy. And when we are trying to pass along information to you, they are extremely helpful. They're a lifeline to get that information flow through, very much like how we work with the National Weather Service. We couldn't do our coverage without them. So a big thank you. Bottom line is there are trees scattered down across all of Bullitt County. There's no one particular area that's been hit the hardest, but a number of trees are down, and consequently, we have seen a number of fire departments that have been responding to the problems that they're having. Trees, power lines down. Let me bring in Ryan Hoke. Ryan, jump up here with me, and let's just talk about some of the other problems that we've had tonight, because those weren't the only issues in Bullitt County. We've had a number of frankly, it's been catastrophic across West Kentucky.
Western Kentucky has been a major problem. The town of Mayfield got hit head on tonight. Bowling Green got hit real hard tonight.
Central City
got hit real hard tonight. You had tornado warnings from Fulton County all the way up to what is now just south of Lexington. So the entire Commonwealth pretty much here, except for the very eastern part, has been afflicted by this. And you have folks who have lost their lives, lost their homes, lost their property, folks who have been trapped in all of this tonight. And it's sobering.
Some people are still trapped.
Some people are still trying to get help at this time. So it's a very sobering fact to know that this is hurting people, and that's why we're on the air.
Yeah, I know it's like, 4 o'clock almost? So,
4 o'clock.
So you're going on 16 hours of being here.
Hours.
When we look at some of the video, and Ben, I don't know if you have it, but I want to show what happened in Illinois, the Amazon Fulfillment Center there. That was Edwardsville, Illinois. That really shows some of the incredible damage that has happened with this whole event. I mean, when you look at the size of a fire truck, this is Edwardsville, so it's just outside of St. Louis. That center in the background is what would be the Amazon Fulfillment Center, and there's really, in some cases, nothing left.
Imagine one of those giant warehouses down in either northern Bullitt County or southern Jefferson County near the airport, where they do all those fulfillments, and they go on UPS planes, One of those basically was taken out in Illinois tonight. And just the sheer amount of emergency vehicles there is breathtaking when you consider what they're there for.
I want to take you to St. Charles, Missouri. You can see what appears to be a structure. Can't tell if it's a mobile home or a solid structure. Looks somewhat solid in the background. But again, it's collapsed. It's had its roof blown off. If these people were not in the lowest level, they have been injured. You can see the police and personnel there. We have additional video coming into the newsroom. This is out of Central City. And you can see that we have the roofs blown off of a number of places there. Out of Arkansas, we had some major damage that took place at a senior living facility.
Yeah, it was a nursing home where we can confirm that 5 have been injured, 2 have been killed just north and east of Jonesboro in Craighead County, Arkansas.
That's an apartment complex, but here comes, and stay with the video, because here comes the what was the storm as it moved through. You can see the lightning illuminating the back part of that storm. Can't really see the funnel so clearly, but it's there. And then coming up, you're going to see that nursing facility that we know has had multiple injuries and at least a couple of fatalities.
And there it is right there. And this is so horrifying because this is at night. Folks are asleep. There were likely folks asleep in there. And then all of a sudden, this place is destroyed from pretty much the roof down.
I see we're getting some information from our news department, so thanks to Kaylin. They're saying 1 person was killed at that nursing facility. The officials have corrected themselves on that. Let's hope it stays that way.
Right.
At last check, they were still trying to account for everybody. This just happened just before the midnight hour here in Louisville.
Yeah.
And well, maybe just before 11. I guess it was on with the newscast. Those are some of the sort of gut-wrenching video clips that we have of the damage. There's far more. We mentioned over in Mayfield, the courthouse that's been not completely demolished, but certainly has taken a hit.
That may have been the strongest tornado in the Commonwealth of Kentucky tonight, what went through Mayfield, and it will be interesting to see what that looks like when the sun rises tomorrow morning, to see what the exact damage will look like. You're seeing on your screen now some of that damage right now, and oh my goodness, I mean, that is an older structure. It's a brick structure. You can see the damage to it, all the debris in the roadway there. Again, this is Mayfield, Kentucky, in western Kentucky there.
Windows are blown out. Emergency crews are still trying to do their assessment as they search and rescue a number of folks. Again, Brian was pointing out that the governor coming up in less than an hour or around an hour, sometime in the 5 o'clock time frame, would be addressing the Commonwealth to say that this goes down as an historic event. That's the courthouse, and you can see the damage done to that. That's Mayfield's, the courthouse there. You'll hear from the governor where he says that Kentuckians have been affected, that some have lost their lives, many others have been injured. Most of that has been across western Kentucky. In our viewing area, we no longer have any warnings, but we certainly have been dealing with tornado warnings. And I suspect that as sun rises, we're going to see a little more damage across our area. It may have not ripped apart a town, but I think we will see sporadic damage.
And I think one of the unfortunate parts of this whole thing is, unfortunately, the forecast was absolutely correct. There were deadly tornadoes, especially just west of us tonight. We had tornado warnings and confirmed tornado touchdowns in our area. We don't love it when our forecast is correct, when it's danger, but yes, that's indeed what happened tonight. This was accurate, and unfortunately, a lot of folks, their lives are changed forever because of it.
Let's go back to Brian Good.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it, and good job to you all tonight. And glad everyone hopefully has been staying safe here in Wave Country. We did mention earlier that there would be the risk here for flash flooding. Well, here's the flash flood warning that is now at least touches into Greene County. My suspicion is they're going to extend that all the way through Taylor and Marion County here in future updates, because there's not a lot of improvement that's going to change in this type of setup here. So overall, the main concern we're going to have is going to be certainly in the short term when it comes to heavy rain. And at times, we will have to deal with some of that flash flooding into the area when it comes to certainly the heavier rainfall amounts that we're going to have into Wave Country, as well as that potential to get some of those stronger wind gusts. The wind fields still are strong in spots. That isn't going to change because the airport is still coming in at a gust right now of about 40 miles per hour. So because of that, we're still going to have some pockets of strong winds. I know it looks like a pretty colored map here. It's just because in relation to the radar beam, the colors are different. But they're all bright. And when they're bright, that indicates strong wind fields, and that's the main thing I want you guys to get from that as we look at the radar trends. We're not going to sound the all clear just yet for those of you wanting to know, hey, can you go to bed? Not quite to that level yet, especially in central Kentucky, just because of the flash flooding. If you live near a creek or a stream, we've had the Rolling Fork out of its banks. We've had Stony that has been out of its banks as well. Just kind of a heads up, if you live near that type of environment, keep an eye on it. Hopefully you don't have any flooded basements going on here tonight, because again, as I mentioned, the pattern has now stalled. We now have this front that's stuck in the area, and now we've got this line, a broken line. Thank goodness this is falling apart, that it's merging together with this one. Only bad news about that is it will just enhance the rainfall rates as that continues to move on by. We will likely hear from the Weather Service coming up here soon as far as trimming away the tornado watch pieces. That is already happening from portions of the Paducah office. We will likely see that out of Indy and then eventually out of Louisville. We will see some of that trimming take place, and that will be some good news to kind of get rid of that threat for later on tonight. But I think right now, if you're in Indiana, the risk for anything severe to take place is pretty low at the moment. In Louisville, same ordeal. It's mainly going to be some periods of gusty winds, and as we've been trying to talk about for days, this is not a scenario where this is like a one and done deal as far as severe thunderstorms and then it is all quiet. That's not the case. It will remain windy all day long today, but we're going to change the wind around. The wind shifts roughly about here. It'll go to the northwest. Once it shifts around, that is where we're going to see those strong, colder winds move into the area, and temperatures. In fact, I would say the wind chill factor in 6 or 7 hours from now will probably begin to get close to the freezing mark, if not lower, for what it feels like outside. So that's some cold stuff, guys, considering we made it to 70 degrees about a couple of hours ago into Louisville. So very warm setup. Not a record, by the way. The record was 74. officially for this Saturday morning, but we were close. And the idea that we're close tells you how unusual this scenario is for the area. Let me get you into Louisville. In fact, we'll take a closer look at the actual metro itself, and we'll go right into Louisville and portions of Bullitt County. We still have had some issues there on 65 with the power lines have been down there at the outer loop. And that's going to be roughly right, I would say, close to the outer loop and Fern Valley Road section of that area. That is what we're dealing with, that closure, because of, again, the power lines get stretched out over the interstate. That takes a bit of time, and it's dangerous work, too, to get that restored. So there may have been some forced power outages, too, as they reroute the power in that area to get that back online again. But we had that wind surge in that area in southern Jefferson County that kicked up the wind. I think did most of the power line, and even the tree damage was across southern Jefferson County all the way into Fern Creek. But again, these little pockets of yellow. Just some moderate rainfall here and there that has taken place. Nothing too dramatic around the area. And as we branch out more into, say, Indiana, looking pretty good overall into Clark and Floyd counties. Got some heavier rain at times there across portions of 64. As you journey all the way up 150, you're dealing with some pockets of heavier rain up into Greenville and right around Ubers, Orchard, and Winery itself. And then down to the south, still dealing with the setup there with some of that steadier rain that continues all the way down into Bullitt County. Let me take you down to that flash flooding threat real quick in the southern part of the area, as we are still dealing with, of course, some of that potential for not only some heavy rain that could cause excessive water on some of the area rivers, but also in the roadways. We'll see that at times there into Mount Washington. Also, as we journey all the way down into the High Grove area, an area that earlier had a possible, at least some rotation that was around that area. Caucasus Creek, steady, heavier rain. Nothing severe there. As we continue our journey all the way down into the southern part of Nelson County, getting into Bardstown, dealing now with that heavier rain that extends all the way down as you push a little more into, say, the Marion County area and eventually into LaRue County, dealing with some of those showers as well. So just be careful as you're out and about traveling for the overnight period, especially across southern areas of the state, as we continue on with the setup there with some of that heavier rain moving through wave country. Some of these totals, I think, are going to end up over 2 inches. The way it is starting to trend. All right, so we'll continue to watch this as we head throughout the morning hours to get you back to the home view itself, and we'll keep an eye on the setup across areas of Kentucky and Indiana as we head throughout the mornings. I do think the strongest of wind is likely going to take place right across areas of, I would say, very close to the I-65 area, I-64. That's your best opportunity to see some strong winds. Nothing too crazy on that. In fact, hold on one sec, got an update. It just came in here. This is going to be for the, let's see, Bullitt County, Franklin, Jefferson, Scott, Shelby, and Nelson County. A flood advisory is now out because of that rain in that area. Not technically a flash flood warning, but you guys, if you live here near the parkways, that zone, and including Louisville, a flood advisory is out, and that will be out until about 8:15, it looks like, here for this morning with that band of rain. Well, we'll keep an eye on this piece right here back to the west, as that may very well cause maybe another little resurgence, some lightning at times. It may push back into portions there of Breckinridge County and the southern side of, say, Perry County into Indiana. Ryan, do you have anything that's ongoing?
I did want to say that I-65 southbound here in Louisville or I-65, I should say, in both directions here in Louisville, still shut down due to the power line issue across the roadway. Also wanted to talk about Spencer County, just off the phone with them. They say they don't have any damage officially at this time. We did have a very strong storm move through there a little earlier this evening. It's the one that also moved into Shelby County, and we're going to see exactly what happened there. Here's the deal. There's so much information that's out there right now that we're trying to obtain and put together to see what exactly has gone down. What we do know is that we had a pretty decent tornado move through the northern part of Taylor County, north of Campbellsville, just a little bit earlier. I just got a viewer phone call about we've got houses that are potentially very heavily damaged, debris in roadway, and then some folks are trapped in the northern part of Taylor County. So that's something we're going to be watching very closely as that situation unfolds. We're going to be traveling down to Taylor County. So folks down there, we're going to be making sure that you get the maximum amount of coverage here as we go throughout this cleanup and recovery process, which is going to be a lengthy one in much of the Commonwealth of Kentucky because we have seen so many terribly damaging tornadoes, especially just west of us. But it looks like the worst tornado that we've had tonight easily going to be down in Taylor County, and it may go into Marion County based on the radar data that we've seen this evening. It's amazing these days the kind of technology we have to be able to see in real time when there's a tornado on the ground because the radar can pick up the debris that's in the air. So that allows us to give you a confirmation that there's a tornado several minutes, if not even hours before we're able to get actual reports there, Brian. So it's hats off to the folks at the National Weather Service tonight, the emergency managers, and of course our first responders who've been having to deal with a big mess.
And nighttime stuff is always tough. It's also the holiday time period, so a lot of folks I'm sure had plans that they've been trying to work around to try to make sure they got all the staffing taken care of. It's just it's a tough setup in this type of environment in the middle of the night, and certainly when you have limited staffing there. But when it's so widespread, I mean, everyone's getting pulled in every different direction. All right, so just big thanks to you right there to them. Here's the update on that severe thunderstorm warning you saw just issued. This is going to be right toward the Bowling Green area. This is going to be very close to where we saw that little mini cold front, if you will, that's moving over Bowling Green, tracking over to Glasgow. That should stay the way it's trending right now to be mainly just south here of the area as we head through the rest of the morning time period. And we'll continue to watch that. But I really think overall, it's the flash flooding. If we mentioned flood advisories out for the Louisville area, all the way into Bardstown, all in Spencer County, and then a flash flood warning out as you get into Greene County. That's where the worst of the flooding will be. But there's water, elevated levels of water on most of the roadways across central Kentucky, especially.
All right, Brian, thank you. I was in the newsroom going through some of the reports that they've had coming in. We still understand that the governor is going to address the Commonwealth around 5 o'clock this morning. We'll carry that live, provided that all the connections work and we can get to him. In fact, as he was watching the storms move through western Kentucky, he did make a comment earlier. Let's take a listen.
Good morning, everyone. Late last night / early this morning, I issued a state of emergency based on tornado damage in western Kentucky. The damage is significant, and we expect multiple fatalities. Graves County, and specifically the city of Mayfield, have been hit really hard, and we are still awaiting more reports of the surrounding area. This is going to be some of the worst tornado damage that we've seen in a long time. If you are in the area, there are still active cells in severe weather, so stay safe. We care about you. We want to make sure that you are through, that you get through this. The National Guard has been activated. The Transportation Cabinet is deploying additional assistance. I've been in direct contact with the county judge, the mayor, the fire chief, and others. Our state EOC is active, and we're going to be working directly with those impacted through the night and through the morning, and I'll personally be in the area as soon as it is safe to travel. Everybody out there, stay safe, and to those that have sustained damage, we're going to get through this. Praying for you, Western Kentucky. We are all with you.
All right. We appreciate Andy Brashear and the update there at the Emergency Operations Center going on in Frankfort. Again, a live report coming up 5 o'clock, getting a little bit better scope of what's happening in western Kentucky. We were tracking those storms all night long. We know there is intense damage, and we'll await to get some of the latest numbers coming up at the top of the hour. Meanwhile, Tawana Andrew is aboard the Wave 3 News Storm Tracker. She has been out in the wind. We had 49-mile-per-hour winds through Louisville. We have had power lines down across I-65. She joins us now. Tawana, where are you and where are you going?
Bardstown, making our way back towards Louisville to keep an eye on the issue going on 65, where those power lines are down near Fern Creek and Outer Loop. So what we have been seeing so far this morning, certainly the heavy rain. You guys have been talking about how this is going to be starting to transition over towards a flash flooding threat. And certainly one thing we've noticed, a little bit more of the ponding on the roadways, that is for sure. And a lot of drivers moving, as you can see, a little bit slower as they deal with some of that lower visibility as well. So this is something that, of course, we'll be watching throughout the morning, because especially with things still being dark, any flooding issues, even more dangerous. Turn around, don't drown is certainly something that you'll be hearing us say a lot as we head throughout the next couple of hours until the sun comes up, and even beyond that point. So what we've been dealing with so far, we haven't seen any significant damage so far on our journey this morning. Only as we're traveling onto portions of Bardstown Road did we see a little bit of some tree damage in the Cox Creek area, and that has been it so far for this morning. But of course, we'll be making our way back north towards Louisville and checking to see if we see any additional damage along the way, guys.
All right, Tawana Andrew will get another live report when she gets back closer to Louisville. We still have I-65 shut down. Ryan Hoke is standing by. Ryan, we saw those power lines go across. We know that the traffic is still backed up now for miles, probably, because it's just it's a complete standstill, and has been for, what, the last hour or two?
Yeah, the only blessing is that it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so it's not like it's rush hour or anything. But if we take Weather 3 full, you can see that's a live Trimark camera view there. You see all the emergency vehicles, all the headlights. It looks like they may have one direction that's trying to get open there. We see some cars moving what could be northbound there, but it looks like that at least southbound there is shut down at this point. This is going to be a real mess trying to get these power lines up off of one of the widest interstate stretches here in Louisville. I think that thing's like 6 lanes wide each way there. So it's going to be a real tough task for those line workers to get that all cleaned up and get the traffic flowing again, Kev.
I mean, that could take quite some time if you think about it. I don't know how long it would take, but you'd think hours.
You would think at this point it would take hours, and for all those folks trying to get across, the Louisville area down south or up north and having trouble getting through there and just encountering all of this, they've been stuck for quite some time. A lot of folks are going to be late for their morning appointments, I think. A
lot of people have to be asking, how strong were the winds if we've got power lines down across the interstate? We only recorded them at what?
48 miles per hour.
49 miles?
Yeah.
So,
and that was at the airport just next door. So we had a sensor less than 2 miles away from all of that.
But we've had much stronger winds, it seems like, in the past and never had to deal with problems like this. And here we are today with power lines across the interstate. Seems odd.
It's very odd, and it could be something to do with an equipment issue that didn't take much wind to kind of exploit maybe some equipment there, maybe like a power pole or something that was trying to get toppled over in less than a severe wind gust there. So that'll be something that you'll probably hear about in our later newscast, because, that is a big, big impact right there.
Oh, yeah, for a number of reasons. Thankfully we don't have more storms moving through, would put all of those folks in line in sort of harm's way. That's right. Not the case. We still have rain falling, but the threat of severe weather is really ending unless you're in our southern tier of counties along and south of the parkways for the most part. Now, we have had a number of reports come out, and they're still coming in. Spencer County, for instance, we're just now getting a report of wind damage. In fact, social media pictures are showing structural damage to 2 different buildings and trees blown across Old Louisville Road. And again, that was right around 1:50 in the morning. So that went through Spencer County. So we've seen damage in Spencer, Bullitt, Hardin, down into parts of Breckenridge, Grayson. We've had a number of reports of damage all across the area with a number of tornado warnings. Lexington's under the gun with severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Tornado warning just to the south of Lexington proper. We have severe thunderstorm warnings over Bowling Green. Strong, powerful winds still possible. We're going to track this as it moves into Hart County. Could clip our southern counties again. And we've certainly seen the heavy rain and that sort of training one after another right along that same line. And that's why we have the flash flood warnings going on down in that same zone. Brian Good's working on the forecast for the rest of the day, and in fact, the next 10 days. We're updating all of that, and you'll have that coming up on Wave 3 News at 5 o'clock this morning. We have Tawana, we just heard from in the storm tracker. Ken Baker's headed down toward Taylor County, where we have reports of damage there. So you're going to be able to sort of see firsthand what some of these storms caused overnight. And we've been showing you some of the damage out of Illinois, western Kentucky, pushing across parts of Arkansas. So we've had a number of major towns hit. St. Louis and the prospects of that city not far from there, Edwardsville, hit hard. We had near Paducah, Mayfield, hit hard. We had Bowling Green, hit hard. Central City, hit hard. Moving across Kentucky, we still are tracking these storms. They have shown some signs of weakening. However, it is a big rainmaker now with that tornado warning south of Lexington. That's what's happening on the radar. It's sort of a general consensus. We have the news department working on getting the latest video and any live reports that we may have going on across our 130 some stations that we're a part of in Gray Television to at least show us what's happening across our region. We have a number of television stations from Cape Girardeau over toward Bowling Green, Lexington, Evansville. A lot of stations in the path of this weather that's been moving through over the last several hours. It's 4:23. We've been on the air since midnight, and we had promised you from the beginning to be on if you needed the weather information. If you're now ready to go to bed, again, keep the weather radio handy, the Wave 3 News weather app handy. More than likely, it will not go off unless you are 2 hours south. And with that instance, we'll be here to keep you updated. Weather alarm goes off, turn the TV on. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke.
All right, Kevin, let's take Weather 3 full, if we can, just making sure my microphone was on. I want to show you some of the power outages that we have across Wave Country here. Meade County really sticks out. Almost 3,000 customers without power in Meade County right now. Let's go to Breckinridge County. Hit pretty hard, 1,300 customers of the 14,605 that are tracked there. When you look at Jefferson County, remember, we've got lines down on I-65 right now. We've got about 7,000 customers without power. That represents about 2% of Jefferson County here from the LG&E numbers that we get. In Bullitt County, about 299 customers out at this time. Let's go down to Hardin County, about 2,300. That's about 7% out. And if we go down toward the Lebanon area there, Marion County, we don't have a whole lot tracked down there, about 10,000, but 214 of those are out, about 2%. Not every single power cooperative is going to be in this data, so some of these may be underreporting a little bit here, but you get the idea. Most counties in our area currently have some sort of power outage situation, whether it be pretty small or fairly substantial, like in those counties to the south and west of Louisville, like Meade, like Breckinridge County right now. So, Kevin, as light comes up across Wave Country here, all those power crews are going to be busy. Give them some space. Make sure that they can work efficiently to get you and your family back on if you're watching us via live streaming here, because it might be hard when your power's out to get a TV on.
Yeah, and I tell you, speaking of the power crews, I can't get over what we're looking at on Trimark, which we've been talking about for the better part of the last couple of hours, where we have those lines down across Interstate 65, impeding traffic on the major interstate through the city. This is near Fern Valley as you work your way down toward the outer loop. So, again, you can see just massive problems where I-65 remains shut down because of the power lines that are on the road. You can see just how far back the traffic goes, and it's got to be, I don't know, is it not to the downtown area yet, but it goes back for quite some time. We have heavy rain falling across parts of the area, and that is going to be a little bit of a struggle, too. We have the flood advisory in place for Louisville, and that just means we're going to continue to see some rain, and until it moves out, we could have problems where streams are rising and creeks are rising. Tawana Andrew aboard the Storm Trackers pointed out that there have been a number of tributaries that are rising and are high. These storms were initially moving fairly fast, so the threat of flooding was lower, but now it's sort of congealed into a blob of rain, and especially areas to our south where you see the heavier downpours. They're moving over one after another, and for that reason we have the flash flood warning that is continuing. Lexington, powerful winds there, severe thunderstorm warning Lexington proper. Just south of Lexington we have the tornado warning. This includes parts of Jessamine and Madison counties, and again this is radar indicated as that storm continues to make its way off to the north and east, again moving at about 55 miles an hour. So they're cooking, they're moving fast. And to our south, it's the same story with the rain. Bad part is it's moving one after another, and despite the fact that it's moving, there's just a lot of it. And that's the reason we're watching the flooding that has great potential to move across parts of our southern counties, Greene, Taylor, perhaps Marion, and down toward Adair County. To our north, southern Indiana is starting to be in the clear. And as I zoom past the radar, I'm just going to move past a couple of things. I'm going to zoom out. We have one more broken line. That one will not be severe. As we progress through the rest of the evening hours on the big board, the only warning that we currently have is that far western part of Greene County under the flash flood warning. Again, we've been talking about tornado safety. It's always in the center, away from windows. Take a look at the amount of moisture. This is an indicator of that. This is the current dew point, and 60 degrees. That's impressive for this time of year. We were in the mid 60s on the dew point. Our temperatures have been running in the upper 60s. We hit 69 just about an hour ago. Now our temperature is 68, very warm. We have additional showers and thunderstorms that will move in. We don't expect those to be severe. The greatest threat of severe weather is going to be to our south, where we have the greatest potential to tap into that wind energy and the moisture transport coming in from the south. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Bowling Green, that could get carried over into parts of Hart, down into Greene, Taylor, Adair counties. That'll be something we watch over the next half hour. But for the most part, the threat is diminishing. And that's some good news. That's the best news we've had. That's been the case for about the last 30 to 45 minutes. So some good news there. Ryan?
Let's talk rainfall here, because the flash flooding threat was sort of what we call a third rung sort of issue here. If we take Weather 3 full, you'll see the rainfall over the past 24 hours here. And you'll note over an inch of rain in Munfordville, Brandenburg, 1.17 inches. The Shepherdsville area over an inch, and perhaps the highest total that we have that's hit an actual sensor that we've got data from here is Shelbyville at 1.42 inches of rain. So we've had a lot of rain, but it's not been enough to cause any sort of massive flash flooding, because the storms have been, as we call, just progressive or fast enough not to be training or sitting over the same areas over and over and over. Though I will say southern Kentucky right now, from Bowling Green again to about, say, Greensburg, starting to get in that kind of situation. So if we're going to see flash flooding here in wave country, I'd be most concerned about Greene County, Taylor County, and potentially a little later on this morning, Adair County, as all of this kind of sits on you all here for maybe a couple hours time. Kevin, turn around, don't drown. That could be such a killer, but man, the tornadoes tonight have done enough of that.
And, you know, they match up, the sort of the tracks that the tornadoes took match up with the heaviest rainfall, as we would expect. Another thing that matched up happened to have been the long-range data that we were looking at to make the forecast. Boy, we knew well in advance, more than a week, in fact, that we would be dealing with a very wild weather week. We had the severe storms late Sunday night into early Monday morning, put down a couple of tornadoes, certainly did some damage. We especially saw that in Franklin and Scott counties nearby, but there were others. And then we went into the early part of Wednesday with slick roads because of a dusting of snow, temperatures in the upper 20s. That created chaos, at least across the northern part of Jefferson County and southern Indiana. And we knew we'd be dealing with a severe weather threat Friday night into early Saturday morning. So here we are with a lot of information that really did come to light. And we like it when the forecast works out like that, at least in terms of being right. Not that we want to be here all night tracking storms, but when our jobs tell us to do that, that's what we do, right? I mean, we're going to be here when there are storms, keeping you and your family safe. That's what we do. You'll notice to our south, things are calming down. We're going to stay on. The news comes on at 5:30, so I'm just going to keep it another half hour here since we're in weather coverage. No reason to watch an infomercial at 4:30 in the morning. We'll just keep it with weather, even though there are no warnings and have been really no warnings for our viewing area for the last little bit. We're at 4:30. Myra Ansari, she's going to step out here at 5 o'clock, and we'll get complete news coverage going on. I hear some music. Should we dance? Is that a cue?
What is that all about?
I don't know. Could you hear it?
I hear it right now.
Or was it just me?
Oh.
No, that's all right.
Ben, our director,
Ben's just trying to stay awake back in the control room.
So thank you, Ben. Bless you, Ben.
All right, Ben. Well, we're going to put you to work here since you're fading on us. I want to go through some of the video. Let's just start with wherever you want to pop up. I know we have new video coming in. This coming to us out of near Jonesboro, Arkansas. So it's not too far. Our sister station, Kate 8, Channel 8. out of Jonesboro. This was an apartment complex. We were watching the video, and we could see in the distance what appeared to be a tornado. Tough to tell. It's illuminated only by the lightning. We knew there was a tornado on the ground because of the spotter reports, and then eventually this, you'll see it, damage to a nursing facility, a nursing home that did some damage. At the latest, they were revising the confirmed dead, but we know we had one person at least and several others injured. Emergency personnel still trying to account for everyone there. That happened around or just before midnight Louisville time, somewhere around in the 11 o'clock hour, I believe, maybe just before 11. So it was, about 4 or 5 hours ago. Since then, we've seen additional storms that moved out of northeast Arkansas. We noted this in Illinois. This was a Amazon. No, this is not the Amazon place. This is the Amazon place out of Edwardsville, Illinois. I mean, you take the magnitude of this building. This was near St. Louis. And look at the emergency vehicles. All those are fire engines. You know how huge those are. Look at the building in the background. Walls completely peeled off. And what amazing damage.
It is, and this is an Amazon warehouse, according to reports here, and it's probably like one of those warehouses that you see off 65 in the south end of Louisville or into northern Bullitt County, just because they're close to the airport, easy to get that cargo to and from the warehouses to the airport there. So something like that has been dismantled by what was a likely tornado out there in Illinois. And seeing all those emergency vehicles and hearing the words mass casualty event is an unsettling, disheartening thing, especially when you're dealing with storms that you know can be killer like this, and you know what has happened there, but we just haven't had a complete confirmation. But look at that house even. That looks terrible too. I mean, these images are just heartbreaking from out to our west.
This comes out of St. Louis too, very close. You can see the house collapsed. I mean, we've seen these images. Here's the bad part. It's in the middle of the night. Much like everybody else, television stations work with skeleton crews, especially as you head into an early Saturday morning. So they're feverishly trying to get everybody kind of back into the stations to get them deployed out so they can get the images back. So we're sort of, as the hours go on today, we're going to get more and more scenes. This is all new video coming out of parts of Missouri. This takes us into Kentucky. This is Central City. The roofs peeled off there. Some of these images you may have seen if you've been with our coverage. Some of them are new coming in. Again, we had Mayfield, Kentucky, Graves County hit extremely hard. This is Mayfield here, and you'll notice the windows completely blown out. With that, that building is destroyed, but we had others, including the courthouse.
Yeah, the courthouse. Oh, my goodness. It's just a terrible situation there in Mayfield with that extreme damage to the courthouse. You see the emergency crews responding there. That was an ambulance there. Again, this is the Mayfield area where you can see some of that debris in the roadway. Emergency responders, looks like firefighters there trying to get a handle. There is the courthouse. We've been showing this to you here for the last couple of hours. This did happen several hours ago. This is not live, by the way, for those just tuning in here. But Mayfield, Kentucky, this is probably one of the worst, if not the worst, tornado impacts of the entire night across the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And our hearts are just with them this evening. This is no tiny town or anything like that. And then what you're seeing here is Bowling Green. This was the campus of the Western Kentucky University a little earlier this evening. You see those power flashes, and just terrible stuff there, Kev.
You'll notice the power completely out after that last flash. Those are, there it is.
Wow.
And you're gone dark, right? So it's the power grid takes a beating when you have a tornado moving through.
It does, and that's one of the signs that there is a tornado moving through, is those power flashes and sudden power outages like that. You saw that little power explosion
those are
in the background. Exactly. The transformers explode when the tornadoes hit them. So we can often confirm a tornado happening at night just by the presence of those transformer explosions, those power flashes that we call sometimes there. This is just unreal video from Bowling Green. So we've had Mayfield, we've had Central City, we've had Bowling Green, we've had areas out near Fulton County, and what you see here is I-65 still shut down right there between Fern Valley Road and Outer Loop. Tawana Andrew is in the Wave 3 News Storm Tracker. She's heading there right now to get a handle on what exactly is going on there.
It's not the only damage we have. I want to point out we're just getting some information from fire crews over toward the Falls of Rough. This is an area very close to the state park. I'll point that out. Here's Grayson County, Breckenridge County, Falls of Rough would be generally in that area near Rough River Lake, obviously. But near the Falls of Rough in the state park, the airport area sustained damage, including multiple boat shed buildings that were flattened. So that's going to be incredible damage. Boats and campers displaced or flipped over. Approximately 200 yards of power lines that are down. Lots of debris scattered across the airport. Highway 110 blocked by trees, and multiple houses have damage throughout that area. Again, we saw that storm pushing across parts of Breckenridge County and into northern Grayson County, went into southern Meade, northern Hardin, Bullitt County, stretched over into Spencer, Shelby, Franklin, and then continued moving on, as you can see. So those were areas that we had been watching. Damage has been done, and we will continue as the light of day comes around to see exactly how intense that damage was. So here in Louisville, we didn't have so much. The core of the population, southern Indiana, right around the Louisville area, we didn't have a whole lot of problems. We made it with about 49-mile-an-hour winds. We do have the inconvenience of the power lines across the interstate, but for the most part, we escaped the bulk of the problems. That's not going to be the case for some of our towns, and we're just now starting to see and receive some of those damage reports that could be hours old, mainly because of the time of day. Right?
Yeah, and speaking, Kevin, of those damage reports, we just got another phone call from a viewer down north of Taylor's, or I should say Campbellsville in Taylor County there, Fenley Ridge Road there. I mean, the folks are apparently still trapped down there, and we've got a crew heading there right now. But what I want to do is take Weather 3 full and show you kind of a review here of what has happened here. These are called, what we are going to call them at least, rotational tracks. And as I go from 11:30 last night forward in time here, you see these blue streaks. These are where we likely had tornadoes move through wave country. So if I back up here, you'll see the first one move through parts of Breckenridge County, tried to go into Hardin County here, and then it stopped before it continued. If I circle, you'll be able to see it right here, right across parts of eastern Bullitt into Spencer County, where we now have a damage report confirmation out of Spencer County with some structural damage out that way. Then we had a second really bad area down here from Greene County to Taylor County, and that's where that probably the strongest tornado of all that we've seen tonight here inside of our 30 counties in wave country moved through. And that's where I just received the telephone call from the kind gentleman down there who wanted to remind us that areas a little closer to Saloma, which you can see right here on your screen here, have some very bad damage. That's why we have a reporter and a photographer who are en route to that here as soon as they can be, so that we can bring you the story out of northern Taylor County here. Again, this is north of Campbellsville. This is going to be a real heartbreaking situation, I have a feeling, based on some of the radar signatures that we've seen this evening, going from the northern part of Taylor County, from Mack towards Saloma, up toward the Bradfordsville area. And I know there was a lot of people in Marion County who were calling us this evening as the tornado warning was in progress for the eastern part there of looks like Marion County, saying, hey, what's going on here? I see we've got a warning. Well, it didn't hit Lebanon, it didn't hit Loretto, but Bradfordsville likely was the terminal point there, at least for that tornado, and it continued a little longer maybe after that toward Gravel Switch, but it pretty much lifted by that point. So what this product is, what I've just been showing you here, is just a radar-derived product, as we call it here. So it's basically a computer saying, okay, where's their rotation on the radar? I'm going to show you a history of where that rotation has been so that we can determine where you might have had tornadoes. So again, you had the one in southern Breckenridge County that tried to move into the northern part of Hardin County there. That was just before 2 o'clock this morning during the 1 o'clock hour. And then finally that second more intense. I mean, you can see that purples in the middle of this thing near Saloma, north and west of Campbellsville here. And that was the problem maker for us for sure. That was going to be the worst of the worst. And then kind of a tertiary or third area that doesn't really show up well, but we've had some damage out of. So I think there was at least a weaker tornado was through here into Spencer County, just south of Taylorsville. You can see that little blue streak there. Based on the radar signature that we saw and some of the reports that have been coming out of Spencer County areas just east of the Bullitt County line there, north of Nelson County there, north of Cox's Creek, that's where we think we may have had at least a tornado touchdown. So at least one confirmed touchdown of a tornado, another possible, and likely a third, most likely here from areas just south of Hardinsburg and Breckenridge County on into Hardin County. Again, this is all old data. This is all data that we've seen this evening, but I wanted to bring that to you so you would know what areas have been impacted if you've not been really tuning in tonight to see our coverage where we've been focused the most here over the last several hours, because I mean, this has been a very busy night. It's December, for crying out loud.
Yeah, we don't see this. It's rare. We've talked about how rare it was, and that was the reason we were going to be on, even if there were no warnings, kind of like we are now, simply because that it is a rare event where we would have such strong wind fields, such energy available for these tornadic storms to develop during a very bad time, which is the overnight hours.
That was our fear here, is it being the overnight and folks kind of in a holiday mood, if you will. Holiday parties going on Friday night. People like, okay, I'll just go to bed after that. And then tornadoes ripping through some of our counties. That's a major problem. And something we've been harping on this week a lot is mobile homes, wanting to make sure that folks who are in mobile home communities have the necessary information that they need to make good decisions to save their lives, their families, and themselves. And we want to make sure that, those folks know that you have to evacuate a mobile home when there is a tornado warning in your area.
We saw that on Sunday night into early Monday morning.
Scott County, Kentucky.
Flipped the mobile home on top of another one. They didn't know they were in it, so it flipped with it. And that's a bad deal. You got to get out. So you need the warning, and that's why we spend a tremendous amount of time. In fact, that's what Brian is doing right now, is updating the weather app, updating our forecast. So we'll have a fresh forecast for you coming up on Wave 3 News at 5. We'll also dip into Frankfort to hear the governor. We are under a state of emergency in the Commonwealth at this point for some of the tornado damage that's occurred out to our west, and we will get an update on the scope of that damage and the fatalities and injuries that it's caused. You can see this is out of Illinois. Similar scenes are spelling out across the Ohio Valley. Again, this is an Amazon warehouse. This will be the video of the storm simply because of the magnitude of what this storm did there. However, in towns like Mayfield and Central City and Bowling Green, we still have some incredible damage coming in. We just have received that word out of Falls of Rough, the state park and the airport. This is Mayfield on your television. But what I'm talking about is in Grayson and Breckenridge County in particular, where we do have major damage. Mayfield by far is seemingly the hardest hit, at least the most populated location hit in the state of Kentucky that we know of.
I have a feeling there's going to be some drone video that will be shot of some of these towns in western Kentucky that got hit. You see on your screen there, Bowling Green. Bowling Green, Mayfield, Central City, all of those are probably going to have some very sobering images once daylight hits, just because of all of that's been going on overnight tonight. That, by the way, was Breckenridge County. You just saw. This is Bowling Green right here, where you see all of the lightning strikes, some of the transformer explosions. Likely tornado move through the heart of Bowling Green tonight. And I mean, that's a spot where so many of us have connections to, not only because, we have weather connections down there, but also because so many folks from Louisville have kids that are students at Western Kentucky.
We get a lot of our weather data from the university there, which comes out of the Mesonet, the Kentucky Mesonet site, the state climatologist, all working out of the campus there. So we lost data from that site because of their servers taking a power hit. let's talk a little bit about what's coming forward. So the threat of severe weather is ending for most places. You still see the warnings popping behind us. Those are off toward I-75, so they're not in our area. We will continue with some rain into the early morning hours. Should be out of here 7, 8 o'clock. We'll clear that out, but then we're left with falling temperatures and a very chilly day that unfolds. Still very windy even in the wake of this front once the front moves through. We're still seeing gusts to 40 miles an hour. That may continue on into the afternoon.
And our temperature is still 68 degrees in Louisville as of the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. And think about it this way. In about, say, 12 hours time or less, we are going to see the potential here for temperatures in the 40s. In fact, look how sharp that drop is going to be. That's our updated forecast here. Brian Good has been kind of in the background here working on our forecast here, and you see he's taken these temperatures all the way down into the 30s here in Louisville by 6 o'clock. What a rude awakening. You know, Kevin, so many folks yesterday on Friday were asking, what happens if we don't hit that 70-degree mark overnight? Will we still have severe weather? We got to 69 here in Louisville, so we were very close. But even if we hadn't have done that,
it wouldn't matter.
The moisture was insane with this system, and it can help overcome a lack of just raw heat energy from the sun, because the sun didn't really come out much yesterday.
Not at all.
And as we were telling folks, you know, all afternoon and evening long, you don't need the sun to come out in this particular setup to get severe weather. This isn't April. This isn't May. This isn't June, where you get the sun up all day long, and then the severe storms fire up later in the afternoon. Completely different. It looks like we have a new severe storm warning there.
Yeah, and let's just jump to this. This is going to be for areas to our south, including E-Town, or areas south of E-Town. So let's jump back to the key on this. I'll punch this up. You can see this is going to include parts of southern. Go ahead and clear that out. There it is. So that's going to be parts of Allen, Barron, Greene, and Hart counties. Should be even parts of Hardin County on that. So
yeah, it's the southern part of Hardin County, southern part of LaRue.
That's the wrong box, the county box.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, I see. Right there.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, yeah, that's it right there. You got it.
So there we have it. You can see the latest warning showing up here. And again, that's Hodgenville south. E-Town, well south of you. So this is going to be down toward Munfordville. That's Hart County over into Greene County. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's possible with the fact that we could see those 60-mile-per-hour winds, all indicated by radar. So as we jump into this, again, this warning is going to go until 5:15. Severe thunderstorm. Once we get into the news, you're going to see some of the images coming in from across the region. But I want to just point out while we have this as I zoom in, and let me just bear with me as we zoom into that area down to our south. I'm going to pop on the velocity, and then we'll take a closer view of some of that wind. You can see some of that wind energy pushing through the Munfordville area as we speak. That's going to be rolling on to the east, possibly 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, all indicated by radar at this point, but a push of some decent wind moving through Hart County into Greene, far western parts of Taylor County, southern LaRue, and extreme southern Hardin County. That will continue moving off to the east. This storm, likewise, moving pretty fast, but with a pack of wind, this is something that's going to wake you up for sure. Lots of thunder and lightning with these storms as well off to our south. So one of the few storms that we have, again, we mentioned earlier, if you're in Louisville, the threat of severe weather ending. If you're along and south of the parkways, you still have the greater chance to tap into some of that wind energy and additional heavy rains. And that's where obviously we have the tornado or the severe thunderstorm warning and the flash flood warning that's going on to our south. So that is the area that's still able to tap into some of that southerly flow, pumping in the moisture, keeping the warm temperatures, and providing the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's the only warning that we have in the Wave 3 News viewing area. Back to the home view we go. Technically, we still have the tornado watch, goes until 9 a.m. for areas off to our east. And you can see the rain is fading, southern Indiana. Get some sleep. You're out of the woods, southern Indiana, Louisville. we should be good. We're watching this little tail end, but once this passes by, we're good. And areas to the south stand the best chance to see any of those stronger storms. Main threat's going to be some wind with that. We've certainly seen our share of wind. Tawana Andrew is out in the Wave 3 News Storm Tracker. I'd like to see if we can check in with her just to get an idea of what's happening where she is located. Tawana, give us an update on where you are and sort of where you're headed. At last check, you were going to make your way toward those power lines that are down across Interstate 65.
And we've officially gotten to that point. We are now stuck in that backup. We are just on 65 North as you're getting to the Gene Snyder. So you can see it's basically a parking lot. I've just noticed a couple of people just going backwards on the off ramp, going back on it, trying to get out of the backup in that area. So in this area, so this is something that is going to last a while. According to Trimark, there is power lines down across the roadway, and Trimark also reports a multi-vehicle crash in this area as well as we are sitting in this backup. You can see everything is now at a standstill. If I go to our roof camera and I turn it around a little bit, you can certainly see all the backup that's going to be behind us. That's that ramp that I told you that people were going the wrong direction on to try to get out of the backup. But this is what we're seeing here on 65 northbound. Keep in mind, both directions near Outer Loop are shut down because of the power lines along the road. And as you guys were saying earlier this morning, we didn't even see those very strong winds, those 70+ mile per hour winds in parts of the metro, but it's just a reminder that no matter what's going on, you still have to be cautious as you are heading out. So this is a backup that is going to last quite a while because it is going to most likely take them some time to get this cleared out. It does look like they're going to eventually try to at least drain out the traffic that is stuck right here. But for right now, guys, it is certainly a parking lot on 65 northbound. I'm starting to see some traffic trying to come in the other direction. I'm not sure exactly where that is coming from, but 65 northbound, at least as you're approaching Outer Loop, is at a complete and utter standstill now because of power lines along the road. So guys, if you have to travel in this particular area, the side streets will certainly be your best friend.
All right, Tawana Andrew, thank you very much. We'll check back in with you, see if you can get out of traffic, maybe see some of that traffic move. Again, the only warning that we currently have is a severe thunderstorm warning. Areas to the south, mainly for wind. Hart County and the sort of core of this, southern Hardin, southern LaRue, a good chunk of Greene, and the far north and western parts of Taylor County, all under that severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 5:15. We're watching. It's mainly just for those strong winds, 60 mile per hour wind gust possible within this entire zone as this moves through. Again, you can see the leading edge of that pushing through parts of Hart County, now moving out of Grayson County through Hart. Eventually, we'll be pushing closer to the Greene County area. Let's go over to Ryan and Brian. We have the updated forecast you'll see coming up. Ryan, I want to say thank you to you. You've been here all day. Came in at noon. I saw you then. And what time is it? 5 o'clock? 17
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
It's
5 o'clock somewhere.
Hours.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock up here, that's for sure.
Yes. All right.
Yeah. Well, and it's so nice of Kevin that he's going to stay here all day because I'm going to go home as well with you. So it'll be nice.
Wait, where's Christy then?
He's got it covered. Christy took the night off, so he's working a double later on.
Oh, he doesn't know that yet.
The look on his face is great.
It's not going to happen.
No. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. I know it's a long, exhausting shift. We have not really faced this in years to where we've had a long form like this. So
good to the last drop, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. So it's I'm glad that right now it seems like everybody within wave country is okay, but we still have a lot to assess, a lot to figure out what has happened, and obviously a lot of news going on very close to home. So I don't want to say that we're lucky because that just doesn't sound right to say that.
Yeah.
I just think that we just need to be thankful that we had enough of a heads up about it as we did and did the best we could. And reacted, and everyone at home did. And I hope you guys at home are okay and hopefully get some sleep soon. But if you're curious about what's been going on, we're going to look into it more while Ryan goes home and goes to sleep.
I'll be asleep for about the next 8 hours if you need me.
Yeah, you would know if it was like another level up of severe weather if Brian would roll those sleeves up one more notch.
Oh.
See?
Get a little... He could show his armies.
Give away my gauge. Well, it's because I don't have guns, so I pretty much have to make sure that I don't go any higher, or you're going to see how skinny I really am.
These are nunchucks, not guns.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin.
Cutoffs next time.
I miss working with you, Kevin.
It'd be a lot easier.
Yeah.
See, we get slap happy by some point when we don't have a whole lot going on. Anyway.
Wave 3 after dark here.
Yeah, right. We have at 5 o'clock, Myra standing by. The governor is going to speak. We're going to get you to that. Again, we've been tracking these storms all night long. The worst of the weather is ending. Any rough weather is going to stay to our south. The reason we have the warning out to our south at this point is because of this little line that's moving through Hart County, just outside of our viewing area, but near Munfordville, crossing over 31W. That's going to continue moving into Greene County. Could clip the southern part of Hardin and LaRue counties as well. That will push into Hart and Greene, perhaps northern Taylor counties. Be on standby for some wind gust 50, 60 miles per hour with this. That's possible. You also see flashing the latest warning that we have. This is a flash flood warning, and this is going to go across quite a region too. So let me just zoom out. It includes the southern part of Jefferson County. It stretches all the way across. I mean, we had that path where we were watching the heavy rains across Breckinridge County, Meade County, northern Hardin County, a good chunk of Bullitt, southern and especially southeastern Jefferson County, a good chunk of Spencer, Shelby, and Franklin counties, all under that flash flood warning at this point with some heavy rain that's been falling. We'll get some of those totals for you in just a second. Ryan and Brian are working on that as Ryan prepares his departure. With that said, that's the area that we've been watching for some heavy rain, and again, you can see it's still raining right in that zone. The only warning that we have in terms of active severe weather is going on to our south with that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's about 3 minutes till the hour. We have a lot of news to get you caught up on the damage front of what's happened overnight. Massive severe weather outbreak has been underway since before midnight. We've been here tracking it for you all night long. We promised even without warnings because of the time of year and the rarity that this event posed, that we would be here so you would have a place to turn. We're about 2 minutes away from the top of the newscast. We're going to get you through the sort of what has happened and what we expect to happen for the rest of the day. We'll go back to our home view. Again, flash flooding, still a possibility. Severe weather still ongoing to our south. A regional view of what has been happening shows that we have a few other storms trying to develop back across southern Illinois. Those should not be a big problem as those move closer to us. Notice the Nashville area still feeding off those southerly winds. A lot of moisture. Major tornadoes, several warnings moving through the Nashville viewing area. Up into Bowling Green, it's a severe thunderstorm warning just off to your east. That spreads up into the southern part of our viewing area. And over toward Lexington, severe thunderstorm warnings continue. North of Cincinnati, severe thunderstorm warnings continue. When you look at what has happened today, we had a tornado touchdown, what apparently is, near the St. Louis area. Also to the south, near Jonesboro, pushing into Mayfield, pushing into Central City, Bowling Green. Parts of our viewing area will likely come back with recorded tornadoes that have touched down. The damage has been done across so much of the area. And that's what we're going to learn as the sun rises this morning, exactly how much of an impact did these storms have through the overnight hours tonight. We still have a little more rain to go, but for us, our main threat now is going to be with rising waters and perhaps the flash flood threat. To our south, it's both a flash flood threat and the potential for some strong winds still, especially along this little Boeing segment moving along I-65, pushing through Hart County, taking aim on Greene and northern parts of Taylor County. That's sort of a recap of what has happened. A big thanks to the Wave 3 News storm tracking team. I work with a lot of great people. We're going to start Wave 3 News at 5 right now.
Well, as you heard us mention, a rare occurrence in mid-December. We're following storms that have brought widespread damage across the region into parts of Wave Country. And welcome to Wave 3 News Weekend Sunrise. I'm Myra Ansari. Our storm tracking team, they've been here overnight, tracking the storms, working to get you all of the very latest updates. And they've been very busy covering all of the extensive damage that we have suffered throughout the area. And a big thank you to our meteorologists who have been here overnight. We're going to get you caught up to speed if you're just joining us now. Chief Meteorologist Kevin Harnett is here with us, along with meteorologist Brian Good. Hey, good morning.
Hey there, Myra. Thanks. We've been here all night, most of the day yesterday, too. So we've been watching the storms. Let us first bring people up to speed to say that for the most part, the severe weather is starting to ease. I think that's safe to say. Not everybody is out of the woods. Southern Indiana is. Let's go to the radar view, and then we'll clear the people who can go to bed and get some sleep.
Yeah, here's how things are stacked up for us. And this is the latest radar view itself. And let's go over, if we can, over to Max 2, and I'll be able to show you the latest warnings that we have there. And you can certainly see the severe thunderstorm warning still out for our southern tier of counties as we head to right around portions there of Taylor County, all the way to about portions of Marion Green as well. That'll be until about the bottom of the hour for that severe thunderstorm warning. But the flash flood warning is the most recent one that came out. That includes very much right up against the Louisville metro. That's because we've seen these repeated rounds of these showers and some thunderstorms rolling through the area, I should say, and leading to some high totals in a couple of spots there. In fact, some of the data is coming in with the metro totals anyway, over 1.5 inches in southern Jefferson County, lower amounts as you move into northeast areas of Jefferson County. Not as much, at least since midnight. Got to keep that in mind, just north of that. So this is the line. It is a nasty line at that, still producing, again, the potential for some strong winds, especially in our southern tier of counties. We'll keep an eye now, not only on the exiting of the actual rain band, but now we're dealing with the wind itself, and the strong wind gust at that, which will be around 40 miles per hour throughout much of the entire day today, allowing for a very cold setup for us here in Wave Country. Look at all the storm reports. And there's just too many to really count, but one thing that really sticks out is how we've had several supercells that have been tracking out of Arkansas to West Kentucky, and a few touchdowns that have been reported across Kentucky, including around Taylor County, possible one into Spencer. They're looking into that. A lot of surveys will be done to determine exactly what had happened. Even Bowling Green suffering quite a bit of damage as well into that area. But you certainly see that the tornado potential aimed right into the core there of the Mississippi Valley, right into the Louisville area. As well, with that potential for those tornadoes across Kentucky. Then you had a gap, and then areas to the north is meaning a lot of wind damage. The rain is calming down at times there in Simpsonville, more of a lighter rain, 67 degrees. It is warm out there at the moment. We are going to be facing, though, a setup that will feature a calmer but windier setup as we head into this afternoon, with strong wind gusts continuing all the way through the rest of the day today. So that's where we stand right now on just a quick update on some of the finer details of how the storyline has been for those who are just now turning the TV on. But certainly quieter weather is ahead in just a few more hours. We've got to get through the next couple of hours on the severe thunderstorm and flash flood warnings, and things should look a lot better. Meteorologist Tawana Andrew is live right now into the Wave 3 News Storm Tracker, where, first off, tell us where you're at. But I know one of the bigger stories, Tawana, has been the power lines have been blocking I-65. That was, 3 or 4 hours ago, and it's still an issue out there.
Yeah, so right now we are on 65 northbound, right on the way towards Outer Loop. And if I turn the camera around to the front camera, you can see we're still stuck in this traffic. So the storm tracker, we've been here since about 4:50, and since that point we've moved forward one car length, and that is it. One thing I have certainly noticed is that backup continuing to build. So if I go to our roof camera behind us, you can see the semis, all the vehicles, and this person that's right behind us actually just turned off their vehicle completely because we're just not moving. And if I pan the camera just a bit, you can certainly see the on-ramp for everyone trying to get onto 65. That is also starting to back up even more. In fact, there is an LMPD officer right there in the middle of that backup as well. So they are going to have to continue to deal with this, as well as we continue to watch, of course, more of this traffic start to try to come in from the south, trying to get towards Louisville and kind of just get stuck in this mess that we are dealing with. So for those of you traveling on 65, we'll be keeping an eye on this. We'll have more from Governor Beshear as he's giving us the latest on what's happened overnight.
And we want to get straight to Governor Andy Beshear as he's declared a state of emergency. Let's get to the press conference.
Before we have deaths in multiple, possibly many counties. The hardest hit county appears to be Graves, where the city of Mayfield has been devastated. A roof collapse at a candle factory has resulted in mass casualties. As of 4:45 a.m., 56,854 Kentuckians are without power. I've been personally over at the Emergency Operations Center since about 1 a.m., overseeing our response and hearing and absorbing the difficult news in real time. I've been in personal contact with local leaders such as the mayor of Mayfield, county judges in Graves and Marshall counties, and talking to local emergency management in most of the hardest hit areas. Before midnight, I declared a state of emergency. I've activated the National Guard, and we are deploying 181 guardsmen, including search and extraction and debris clearance folks. They'll be arriving in communities this morning. The Transportation Cabinet has mobilized its heavy equipment to help clear debris. They'll be assisted by the Guard and the Division of Forestry. State police have been working all night to save lives, and an IMT team of EMS, fire, and other professionals are on the way. I've also requested an immediate federal emergency declaration, and we've got 2 tractor trailers filled with water headed towards Western Kentucky. I want to thank every local EMS employee, police officer, firefighter, and first responder. It's been one of the toughest nights in Kentucky history, and some areas have been hit in ways that are hard to put into words. To all of our Kentucky families that are impacted by this, we want you to know that we are here for you. We love you. We are praying for you. Counties with likely damage and debris as of 4 o'clock include Fulton, Hickman, Graves, Marshall, Lyon, Caldwell, Hopkins, Muhlenberg, Ohio, Breckenridge, Bullitt, Spencer, Shelby, Christian, Logan, Warren, Edmondson, Taylor, and Marion. And as we're sitting here today, and this is before daybreak, we believe our death toll from this event will exceed 50 Kentuckians, probably end up closer to 70 to 100 lost lives. Remember, each of these are children of God, irreplaceable to their families and to their communities. But we will make it through this. We will rebuild. We are strong, resilient people. And we're going to be there every step of the way. I'm going to be in Western Kentucky a little later today, as soon as it is safe to travel, to make sure people know that they are not alone, that this is one state standing strong with those that have been impacted. I'm going to turn it over to Michael Dossett from Emergency Management, and then we'll hear from our Adjutant General as well. At the moment, it looks like we're going to have to take questions via email. Those instructions have gone out because of a technical difficulty. Director Dossett.
Thank you, Governor. And I can only echo the governor's comments. This tornado event may surpass the 1974 super outbreak as one of the most deadly in Kentucky's history. Our hearts go out to all of the families that are in peril and all of our Kentuckians who have lost their lives. I will tell you from speaking with emergency management directors and judge executives that rescues and search efforts are ongoing. Even before the winds stop blowing, as thunderstorms are going through, we have teams out there, local teams. So thank you for your efforts in all the impacted counties. The track for this tornado event is over 200 miles just in Kentucky, and it may eclipse the 1925 record tri-state track for the longest tornado. It appears that this is going to be a quad state event, all out of the same system, originating in Arkansas, through Missouri, Tennessee, and into Kentucky. It is a significant, massive disaster event. So as the governor indicated, all state resources are being brought to bear. We opened the EOC at 8 p.m. Eastern Time and began receiving reports very quickly. Some of the most serious hit are actually out of communications in some parts. We've had a lot of people step up to the plate. One in particular, Louisville Metro Emergency Management Services are currently on the highway en route to Mayfield, and they will be there by daybreak. They're going to assist us with an IMT, an incident management team, who will be our forward observation point. And as the governor indicated, he has requested from the president an emergency declaration, and that would include power assessment teams that will go out into the field in all the damaged counties, and also what is called an IMAC. That's an incident management control team. We'll use those in the state EOC for this protracted event. We'll be able to track issues, damages, and resource requests from all counties simultaneously. Again, we ask for your cooperation and your prayers for everyone that's impacted. We're doing damage assessments as they occur, reported through our EM directors. It'll be daybreak before we even realize the full magnitude of this event. Thank you, Governor.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to give you a situational awareness of the status of your Kentucky National Guard. As the governor indicated a short while ago, we've already mobilized a number of our guardsmen. This mobilization began shortly after midnight, so soldiers have been assembling for a few hours at this junction. While the governor specified we have 181 soldiers and airmen who are already mobilizing in response to this incident, it does not stop with that number of service members. As everybody's tracking at this junction, this is an evolving situation. We still have the storm front passing through to the state. And so as the situation continues to develop, we will call upon further members of the National Guard, your National Guard, to respond as necessary. In the near term, Graves County is our immediate focus, as the governor indicated, because of the severity of the tornadoes that pass through there. But we are literally watching the entire state at this junction. And so as your neighbors and friends who are into the Guard, you may see some of them in uniform this morning. You may see some of our folks in the National Guard literally deploying down to the road in response to some of these affected areas. Know that this is what their focus is, and they are here to serve you and the rest of our members in the Commonwealth. Thanks, sir.
You know, as we mentioned, a number of counties hit hard, and we will have casualties in multiple counties. Place that my dad is from, Dawson Springs, hit really hard too. And I know that there is loss there as well, and we will be there to help. We've been able to get a couple of the slides that show a little bit of what we have seen booted up. This is from Joe Sullivan, who is the meteorologist for emergency management. I'm going to try to walk through them. So this is the front itself that we saw. This is, you can see how far and wide it went, right, as it comes up from the south. Let's go to the next one. This shows you that we believe that there were 4 likely tornadoes, not just one, but 4 that hit in multiple places across Kentucky. This is why there are so many counties that ultimately have had significant damage. Let's go to the next one. This shows you what we believe will be the longest tornado touchdown in terms of distance in our history. You go all the way down to the bottom of the screen, and that's where it first touched down, and then it stayed on the ground that entire line, causing significant devastation. This is incredibly rare to see, and it is one of the reasons that this was so devastating here in Kentucky. I think we have one more. We have a couple more. This shows you the different warnings as it came through different areas that were hit and hit hard. Shows you just how severe this event was and how widespread, how many different communities that it hit. And then let's go. And this is the power outage map as of 2 a.m. Obviously, that's evolved, but 56,000, we gave the number before, plus Kentuckians without power. As you can see, Western Kentucky, Hopkins County, surrounding area hit very, very hard. And then as we move north, a lot of power outages, even throughout Lexington, Louisville, and certainly Western Kentucky. Let's see. Do we have one more? Okay. Why don't you, James, just show the one with the dots, the county map with the dots. This shows you just one other way of showing where we've had damage, though reports have come in for a tornado, 4 tornadoes, to cause damage in this many counties. Again, I think shows that it will be the single most severe, certainly tornado event in our history, and I believe likely the most deadly. Did I miss anything, Michael?
No, sir.
Okay.
We just received an update on power outages. They are climbing.
Yes. Okay. So the last bit of information to come in is the power outages are climbing and climbing significantly, and daybreak is going to bring more tough news. We're going to learn about more loss of life in daybreak, more loss of structure, and we'll be getting more reports that will include more power outages. Now, we do believe that the system is going to break up in severity, at least by daybreak. We should be significantly out of the woods. In about 10 a.m., the entire system will be out of Kentucky. So were we able to get questions sent in? I know this is imperfect, but it's the best that we can do in an emergency situation. Okay. So first, just trying to confirm this figure of more than 50 feared dead in Kentucky, according to the governor. Yes, I fear that there are more than 50 dead in Kentucky. Confirmation on each individual is coming in, but we're going to lose over 50 people, probably closer to somewhere between 70 and 100. It's devastating. Let's see. The next one, I had that one. Latasha, will you? Great. From the Herald Leader, can you describe how many separate tornadoes we have had and the general trajectories of each? So, James, can you put that slide back up? There are 4 tornadoes, one of which was the 200-mile tornado. Keep going. It's one of the 2 weather pictures, I think. There you go. So those show you the 4 tornadoes. Obviously, the longest one was the 227 mile tornado, meaning it touched down and stayed down for that period of time. And then you had 2 to the south of it, but very close together, and 1 to the north. So those are the 4. Now, we had other severe weather in many parts of Kentucky, and we will see damage from wind and other results of it. Okay, next. What do you know about injuries and casualties in Mayfield at the manufacturing plant. It is tragic. This is a candle factory. There were about 110 people in it at the time that the tornado hit it. We believe we'll lose at least dozens of those individuals. It's very hard, really tough, and we're praying for each and every one of those families. Let's see. Kentucky's most recent COVID report showed hospital ICU capacity strained in far western Kentucky. How are hospitals handling injuries? The hospitals are in good shape. They are responding well. We were concerned about power and other issues, so they were transferring patients. But we are not concerned at the moment of hospital capacity. And certainly we have other professionals coming to help.
We're good on live questions now, Governor?
Okay, we're good on live questions now. You want me to go through the list? All right. First, I think we have, and if I've answered your question already, KFVS 12. Roger, say.
Governor, what can you tell us about the timeline of help getting to Mayfield and the area in Western Kentucky?
Can you ask it again? My audio was bad on the first part.
Sure. What is your timeline for getting help and aid to the people in Mayfield and Fulton County and in Western Kentucky?
All right, help is on the way right now. Now, this morning, they're going to see the National Guard, the Transportation Cabinet, the Division of Forestry. They're going to see those trucks filled with water pull in. Later today, they'll see teams of other first responders coming, especially from Louisville. They're going to see immediate action and help. Now, we always think about that next day. Let's remember that folks are going to need help for months to come. I'll be in Western Kentucky later this morning as soon as it is safe to travel. But we're going to be right there with all of those officials that we have been talking to see the damage firsthand and to make sure people know that we care and that we're going to be there for them. Carla Ward, Herald Leader. Okay. Let's try Liam with WKMS Public Radio.
Governor, do you know where? Governor, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you know where specifically reports of injuries and fatalities are coming from across the state, specifically communities and counties by chance?
Well, certainly graves. I think we're going to see them in Hopkins, Warren, and then I think we will see several other counties. I will be surprised if we don't lose people in at least 5 or more counties. Marshall, also some fatalities reported to us. Again, this is a widespread weather event, and I think that we're, especially at daybreak, going to see that number of counties and the number of people grow. Alan Watts, WKDZ Radio. All right, we'll move on to WDRB. Okay, how about Ryan Reynolds? All right, Jack Bramer.
Yes, Governor, what's the situation on emergency shelters and flooding? And do you feel like that there was enough advanced warning with such a catastrophic storm?
I do believe that there was advanced warning, but this is a storm the likes of which we have never seen in terms of what this tornado did. There are emergency shelters set up in multiple counties. The high school is being used as a primary shelter, as well as an additional place where you can get medical help in Graves County. And I know that shelters are being set up in other counties. Of course, we are really good people here in Kentucky. Most judges that county judges that I've talked to say that kinfolk have already brought in most of those people. Fulton County hit really hard, and most everybody who has been displaced through the night is already staying with family. Okay, WDRB. All right. Well, we'll make sure we get that question answered if they send it to us. A really tough night. I'm on about 2 hours of sleep. Admittedly, can't get through to family that I have in this area. I know there are a lot of other people that are going through the same thing. It's going to be all right. It's going to be hard, and there is a lot of loss. But just like everything else we've been up against, we'll make it through this too. Thank you all very much.
All right, you just heard Governor Andy Beshear giving us an update on the damage that we've suffered across the Commonwealth. And as he had stated, it is massive. Probably around 100 people have lost their lives due to the damage the tornadoes have caused in our area. We've been with you for hours now, bringing you the very latest. Want to touch on some things that the governor had mentioned. Again, the death toll, at least 70 to 100. Thousands are without power across the Commonwealth. A big mass casualty event has happened at a candle factory in Mayfield, Kentucky. A roof collapsed there. 110 people were working at the time when the tornado hit. And the governor had said dozens are probably dead over there. Our thoughts and prayers are with everybody who is suffering loss right now. Again, multiple counties across the Commonwealth. Some of them that I just jotted down: Fulton, Hickman, Graves, Hopkins, Ohio, Breckenridge, Bullitt, Spencer, Warren, Taylor, Marion. 6 counties in our viewing area have also suffered damage here. So the National Guard has been activated, 181 guardsmen. They're going to be doing search and extraction and debris clearing as well. We help our neighbors. You heard the governor mention that emergency services from here in Louisville, they're heading down to Mayfield right now. I was just texting with the director of Louisville Metro Emergency Services. He told me he's en route. He's going to try to hop on the phone and speak with us whenever he gets a chance. So Tawana just tweeted out. Also, you saw how traffic was being impacted this morning. I-65 northbound, she has said, that is reopening. One southbound lane is also reopening after down power lines near the outer loop area on I-65. So a lot of folks are stuck in traffic right now. Again, state police are working to save lives. It's been a long night for a lot of people. 2 tractor trailers filled with water are headed to Western Kentucky. That's where we've seen a lot of the damage. And also, one of the things the governor had said that this is kind of like a quad state event. We've got damage and deaths in Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and here in Kentucky. A mass disaster event is what the governor had called it. So we have crews that are headed down to Mayfield, I'm told, and we are going to try to bring you the very latest. The governor had said that this storm could be more deadly than the 1974 super outbreak in Brandenburg, which is just devastating and so difficult to hear. We've been seeing images coming into our newsroom, feeds coming from our sister stations across the area. showing us the damage there. Again, the National Guard has been activated to help folks there. And the governor had said that there was ample warning of this emergency event. But of course, we've seen the devastation that it's caused. Our team of meteorologists have been working for hours, bringing you up to date. Thankfully, no massive damage here in the Louisville area. We did see that power line down on I-65, but we do have damage in parts of our viewing area. We want to get to our meteorologist here in a few minutes, but first we're going to take a break and we will be right back.